They were both Fenrir's siblings and leaders of Niflheim. Since Hel, the youngest of the three siblings, was a god of death, she looked at Yeonwoo with a gaze full of vibrant energy. Finally! I am finally meeting him. Our shining star. Even if I close my eyes forever right here and right now, there I won't regret anything. What the hell are you talking about? Calm down, Hel. It's not the time to satisfy your obsession. There is nothing more important to me than this moment, okay? Do you know how it feels to meet my bias? From the moment I stand him, my head has only been full of thoughts and concerns about number. Bias and stan, what the hell are these lower world words? How do you even know them? While Hormungandr and Hel talked to each other. 6th step Dragon Body Awakening. All powers fully unlocked. Sky Wings. Yeonwoo spread his sky wings and activated the Wing of Fight. Filled with Cronus divine power, the Philosopher's Stone spun more fiercely than ever before. Bam! Using his chains as a guide, Yeonwoo flew into the emptiness and crossed over to Mother Earth's location. Fenrir and Niflheim's reinforcements soon followed Yeonwoo. Oh! Me, too. Wait for me. Finally, as Hel, the last to arrive, set foot on the other side. You have accessed the other side of the world. The ideas appear. You have entered the realm of the World Tree. A huge, endlessly tall tree appeared in front of them. It was the World Tree, Yggdrasil. The tree, which was the source of the natural laws that made up the world, was already partially rotten because of Mother Earth. At the request of the allies and player number, has initiated a war. The target is Olympus Mother Earth. Bam! As soon as Fenrir saw Mother Earth, he immediately kicked up into the air and rushed to the World Tree as if he wanted to take revenge for the shame he had suffered. Fenrir ran with a face full of anger, and whenever he raised his head, a rough breath blew out. Hormungandr also moved quickly toward the World Tree to try and swallow Mother Earth. From the sky, Hel commanded Niflheim's corps of soldiers to bombard the target all at once. I will kill all. Amid the dazzling bursts of various effects, Mother Earth screamed out her rage and looked up at the sky. She seemed to be recalling the time she had been trapped within the tower by the others, and her fury was intense. A bunch of rotten roots rose to meet the Niflheim soldiers. The laws of physics grew twisted, and fireballs fell from the sky like raindrops. However, her onslaught did not last long. Draconic eyes. Fiery golden eyes. Black Gubatera philosopher's eyes. Yeonwoo quickly scanned Mother Earth with his golden draconic eyes. Time difference. In his world of consciousness, Yeonwoo tried to find as many of Mother Earth's imperfections as possible. Fortunately, Vieradoon had given up a great deal of information, and he managed to locate many of them. 8 extremes of sword thunder. He followed the lines of his black and white vision and swung the grid, releasing a plethora of consciousness attacks. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts slashed Mother Earth one after another, cutting off her limbs. Her head exploded into 5 pieces like a firecracker. Mother Earth's screams spread throughout the location of the ideas. Chapter 588, Mother Earth, 4. Chapter 588, Mother Earth, 4. Boom! Mother Earth fell with a large thud. From afar, it seemed like a large bunch of branches had fallen to the ground, except it was writhing like an animal. SSS. Soon, the ghost giants, the Dragon of Death, Boo/Faust, and Dis Pluto made their appearance. Boom! They rushed towards Mother Earth and started hacking at her true body. Now that they were imbued with Cronus' holy power, they were a true legion of death with destructive capabilities. Mother Earth's true body quickly fell apart. Is exclaiming at player number's commanding show of force and achievement. The Niflheim forces, who were attacking Mother Earth with Yeonwoo, looked on with great surprise. Hormungandr is urging his siblings on, saying that they should not lose out. Hel nods her head in agreement. She declares that she cannot let down such an important person's expectations. Fenrir is growling and yelling at Niflheim's soldiers to do more. The head of Loki is looking down from the heavens. He is proudly observing the allies' performance. Fenrir and his siblings redoubled their attacks so that they didn't lose to Yeonwoo and his troops. Boom! Mother Earth screamed more loudly. It appeared that victory was going to arrive sooner than anyone expected. Don't let your guard down, son. Cronus gave Yeonwoo a warning. Although you've greatly injured her by separating her from the World Tree, Mother Earth is still Mother Earth. If it were so easy to defeat her, I and the other folks who came after me, as well as the societies from the heavenly world, would have defeated her long ago. Although Olympus managed to exert their influence and spread their name throughout the universe after Uranus and Cronus rules, this did not mean that Olympus was the only powerful heavenly society. Furthermore, there were other beings who had reached the King of Gods status that Cronus had achieved. Even Cronus could not guarantee victory over someone like Metatron from Malok or Baal from El Infernal. That lady won't lose easily. She's like a roach, or is bitch a more appropriate term? Anyway, she'll rise back up. Also, she's already completely merged with the Soul Stone, right? Additionally, Cronus lowered his voice. She's also exhibiting some qualities of the World Tree. I don't think she'll be injured too badly. However, since part of her true body has already been hacked off, I'm sure chaos will ensue in the physical world from the damaged natural laws. It'll take some time before those damaged natural laws are mended. How did it come to this? Father. Yes? What is it? I already know. A moment of silence ensued. Son, do you really need to say things in such a disrespectful tone and manner? Yes. Isn't it fun? You son of a bitch. Saying that is actually cursing yourself. This crazy. Cronus was lost for words at his son's blatant teasing. However, he soon turned his gaze towards Mother Earth when he heard Yeonwoo's next words. I think it's starting now. Anyway, we'll settle the matters between us later. Arg. Although it seemed as though she were on the brink of death after being hacked into pieces, Mother Earth let out a terrifying scream and rebuilt her true body into a bizarre form. It expanded, looking like a gigantic single cell, oozing poison and a terrible smell. However, for Niflheim forces had seen this before, and it triggered memories of the time before they had been trapped in the tower. In fact, Mother Earth's humanoid form was more jarring to them because they were used to seeing her as a blob. They quickly counterattacked. Everyone, fall back! The poison that Mother Earth spewed out was filled with her divine power. A small misstep could mean that Mother Earth's divine power would contaminate their divine nature. If that happened, they would become Mother Earth's food, and they quickly retreated. Seeing the Niflheim forces fall back, Yeonwoo's troops also retreated to the shadows. Soon, the poisonous blob shrunk in size like a rapidly deflating balloon. Through his draconic eyes, Yeonwoo could see the Soul Stone at the center of the shrunken blob, glimmering with color within the black and white lines of imperfections. Yeonwoo took immediate action. He spread his sky wings and quickly reached the Soul Stone. The poison spewing out of Mother Earth quickly rushed back inside her body to deal with Yeonwoo. It was Hydra's venom, the same poison that Cisseus had used when he hunted down Athena. Hydra's venom was one of the few poisons that could affect supreme gods. An unknown substance is entering your body. You have been afflicted with the status poison. Your powers have been reduced. Your skill Formless Poison has countered your poison status. Status is being updated. You have successfully neutralized the poison. Analyzing the components of Hydra's venom. Analysis complete. Hydra's venom has been added to Formless Poison. Your mastery of Formless Poison has increased. After using Formless Poison to neutralize Hydra's venom, Yeonwoo could now apply his upgraded Formless Poison skill onto his subsequent Sword Thunder attacks. Boom! The blob was scorched, and parts of it began to fall off. A terrifying shriek that was much louder than any of Mother Earth's previous cries echoed. Yanwu maintained his focus on the center of the damaged blob. Thump! Thump! The soul stone beat like a heart. It was connected to a system of organs and veins. At the same time, the sin stone inside Yanwu trembled as if reacting to the beating. Yanwu felt the stones' desire to combine. They were pulling at each other like magnets. As soon as he extended his hand to grab the stone of luxuria, lust. Now. You. Won't. Be. Able. What? You. Want. A face that looked like Vieira Dunes, but much colder, popped out next to the soul stone. The face was completely grey, like a plaster statue, and devoid of life. It was Mother Earth's incarnation. The incarnation shot out a hand. Bam! Unable to snatch the stone of luxuria, Yanwu quickly wrapped his sky wings around himself to block the incarnation's attack. However, he was unable to dissipate all of the impact, and he was flung backward into the air. Mother Earth's incarnation swallowed the stone of luxuria in one bite, completing her final transformation. SSS. The grey plaster-like skin of the incarnation began to take on an apricot color as the incarnation was reborn into a real body. Just as she had thrown away the useless part of Vieira Dune, Mother Earth successfully removed all the damaged and unnecessary parts of her true body, creating a new humanoid form through the soul stone. It was like a metamorphosis. Mother Earth had finally obtained a physical body, but her expression was full of frustration and disappointment. She had planned on swallowing the entire world tree, solidifying her ego through Vieira Dune, and being reborn as a perfectly omniscient, omnipotent god. After absorbing some parts of the world tree, she managed to transform many conceptual parts into her physical form, but she failed to obtain the all-powerful omnipotence that she wanted. She directed her frustration and anger at Yanwu, who had always interfered with her. Bang! I'll tear you apart! Mother Earth spread a pair of grey wings and rushed towards Yanwu. Since she had refined her physical form through a soul stone, Mother Earth's consciousness was as organized as if she had a true ego. Yanwu read her intentions and raised Vigrid in the air to block her. Bam! Yanwu slightly frowned at the stinging pain that traveled through his arm from Vigrid, but he continued to swing Vigrid without paying much attention to it. Whenever sword thunder shot out of Vigrid, space tore apart. Boom! 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 Rumble! Yanwu's attacks were powerful enough to rip apart any divine being. However, after finishing her metamorphosis, Mother Earth was formidable, and she managed to nullify sword thunder quickly with her hands. In some ways, Mother Earth's new form was more powerful than Yanwu. After all, Mother Earth had existed since time immemorial. Of course, in such a battle of transcendent beings, she would have the advantage. She opened her right hand to shoot out a skill, and Yanwu countered with his blade. However, Mother Earth shot out a beam of light to swallow Yanwu whole. Yanwu wrapped one of her legs with his chains and cut off part of her wing. The severed wing turned into sharp blades and shot at Yanwu's midsection. The rules and laws of the space had gone topsy-turvy. Yanwu quickly recognized that he was in a situation similar to that when he fought Nessie in the demonic sea. At that time, Nessie had constructed an illusory world to merge reality and illusion. Mother Earth was using a similar principle to twist the natural laws to her advantage. The divine power that Mother Earth had accumulated since her inception, the magic power of the Soul Stone, and the energy she had been collecting from Cronus's corpse all mixed together. Although the different natures of these pieces were incompatible, the Soul Stone, which was the core of Mother Earth's physical body, processed everything smoothly. Bam! Bam! Fortunately, although Yanwu was relatively lacking in divine power, he had the upper hand when it came to physical fights. He had accumulated achievements step by step as he climbed up the tower with his keyword, fight. Furthermore, he had crafted and honed his own form of martial arts. Additionally, he possessed the various folklores that Cronus had passed on to him through Vigrid, so Yeonwoo was clearly aware of what a fight between transcendent beings entailed. Left side, and then on your right. She'll be able to nullify your attacks. In that case, form a fog with your formless poison and fall back. Also, with Cronus' advice, Yeonwoo found it much easier to anticipate Mother Earth's movements. Even though she hadn't been able to inflict serious injuries on Yeonwoo, Mother Earth was forced to take a step back. Her expression was horribly contorted. Her emotions rose and powerful waves of her considerable holy power burst out, twisting space. She seemed to have realized why she couldn't catch Yeonwoo. From father to son, 3 generations shackled me. Even now. Yeonwoo felt the grid separate into several pieces that reassembled into the shape of a human. Cronus suddenly appeared next to Yeonwoo with his arms crossed. He looked at Mother Earth sharply, but there was a bitter sadness in his air. Gaia! Mother Earth was maddened, and she cried out. Despicable thing! Do you think I birthed you so you could do this to me? Bastard child! Chapter 589, Mother Earth, 5. Chapter 589, Mother Earth, 5. Number has not only reconciled with the father he hated so much, he has also chosen to stand on the battlefield together with his father. Number is so dreamy. Hell was ecstatic to see Yeonwoo and Cronus, who had completed his manifestation, facing off against Mother Earth's incarnation. Hell was drooling just like someone who'd just woken up from sleep. He. All the inhabitants of the heavenly world who knew the proud and aloof youngest princess of Niflheim would have been surprised by her appearance. Hell! What are you doing? Can't you see everyone giving their all right now? Hormongondra's face contorted when he saw his youngest sibling's expression. He was almost out of his mind trying to contend with all the enemies rushing at him, and his youngest sister was thoroughly distracted and not helping as he'd expected. Masses of cells had dropped off Mother Earth's true body, moving and dividing. As the cells wriggled, they began laying eggs that hatched out monsters with all kinds of bizarre forms. It was one of the powers Mother Earth had always possessed, reproduction. Mother Earth had given birth to many of the supreme gods who made up the heavenly world, and it could be said that she bore outstanding creatures. In fact, most of the beings she bore didn't have the intelligence or the right form. Since she didn't have an ego, Mother Earth's thoughts were chaotic, and she only gave birth instinctively. Most of her offspring were destroyed or consumed depending on their urges. The monsters she was producing now were just like that, and in fact, their mindless desire to destroy and consume was more intense. Since she had absorbed many nutrients from the world tree, she produced more monsters than ever, and they were even more dangerous. Yeonwoo's troops fought together, but it didn't seem like there would be an end unless the being laying the eggs was eliminated. Second brother. What? Is it all right for a lowly person like me to be with someone like that? Number's aura is so majestic, would I be sullying his aura if I... What nonsense are you blabbering on about? Hormongandr finally had enough of his youngest sister and screamed. However, this had no effect on Hell. But if I help him here, Number will recognize and praise me with his unique deep but boyish and sincere voice. If that happens, then Hell might die from happiness. Slurp. Hormongandr was lost for words as he watched Hell wipe the drool from her lips. Then, she suddenly turned her head as if an idea had come to her mind. Bark! Fenrir was sprinting through the air and slaying the monsters, looking very dignified. Hormongandr did not miss the fact that Fenrir was doing a great job, but he noticed that Fenrir would occasionally glance at Yeonwoo like a puppy hoping for praise. However, Yeonwoo did not pay any attention to Fenrir, so Fenrir's tail drooped slightly. Hormongandr started wondering why Fenrir, who could speak properly if he chose to, still limited himself to using barking sounds. Father! With a serious expression, Hormongandr called aloud to his father in the sky. Loki, the head of, turns his gaze from the battlefield to his second son. The head of, Loki asks what his second son wants. Is it really okay to continue like this? Loki laughs bitterly. Loki states that nothing can be done and sighs deeply. Fortunately, his father seemed to share his concern. Wait. Come to think of it, didn't father cause a tremendous number of scandals in the past because he changed his gender so freely? Perhaps this problem ran deeper than just Fenrir and Hel. Perhaps it was a chronic problem that ran throughout the entirety of Niflheim. When this thought occurred to him, Jormungandr felt depressed. Why do you think I gave birth to you? Mother Earth suddenly posed a question to Cronus. Cronus did not immediately respond. Yeonwoo had no choice but to look at the pensive Cronus worriedly. Does this have something to do with my father's legend of when he first met Uranus, my grandfather? Yeonwoo knew that Cronus was Mother Earth's child. Yeonwoo knew this because of what Uranus had said in the legends he'd seen. Gaia, that brazen Mother Earth who birthed you, is sending monstrous creatures to take over our positions. And that isn't the end of it. However, it seemed that Cronus' complicated feelings for Mother Earth were much more serious than Yeonwoo had previously believed. In fact, when he thought about it, Yeonwoo realized that there had been signs all along. Cronus had yet to say a word about his other family members other than Uranus. Furthermore, Yeonwoo had only learned about the parts of Cronus' legend that occurred after Cronus became Uranus' youngest son. At the time, Yeonwoo was mostly focused on not being overwhelmed by the legend, so he hadn't wondered why the legend started at that point. However, if Yeonwoo wanted to truly understand the depths of Cronus legends, he would have to start from Cronus' childhood days. However, that did not happen. Perhaps unconsciously, Cronus refused to acknowledge those earlier memories. The records of Cronus' childhood have been unlocked from his legends. Rumble. Yeonwoo saw a dreamlike scene unfold after a flash of pure white light. Mom? Mom! A child cried out among the countless monsters who possessed neither egos nor the ability to think. You, yes. Very alluring. Mouth-watering. That body of yours. You have it. What the Black King would like. Although Mother Earth wasn't sure how she managed to give birth to Cronus, she was overjoyed and consumed with the thought of exploiting this mutant offspring. Cronus' mind grew more exhausted day by day, and he soon began to do things robotically. Mom, Mommy's coming soon. Soon. After quarreling with many gods, Mother Earth had suddenly left without a word. Cronus waited patiently for her return, unaware that he had been abandoned among the piles of rotting monster corpses. He waited endlessly, standing in the midst of the decaying stench and wriggling maggots. Why is a child in a place like this? This won't do. It looks like you haven't been able to eat properly. I can't allow this to continue. Come with me. Uranus had been the one to discover Cronus. Cronus had grown thin, and Uranus extended a helping hand with a concerned expression. Uncle. Who are you? My mom told me not to follow people I don't know. From now on, I'll be your father. Daddy. Boom. The dreamlike scene shattered and disappeared, and Yeonwoo returned to reality to see Cronus staring at him with a twisted expression. You didn't see anything, right? Yeonwoo did not answer right away and only smiled slightly. Dad, dy. You bastard. Uncle, who are you? Hey! Stop! My mother told me not to follow people I don't know. Do you want to die? Then, keep it up. Mom, Mommy will be here soon. Yeonwoo pretended to tremble as if he were the young Cronus. Cronus exploded. Come here, you bastard! Yeonwoo quickly turned away to avoid Cronus. Cronus had turned into Vigrid and flew through the air towards his forehead. Trying to kill your own kin. Have you heard about a boy who devoured his father's body? This is nothing. Cronus bobbed up and down as if he would tear his son's throat out the first chance he got. Cronus was furious that his dark history had been revealed. Whoosh! But Dad! What, bastard? Did you know that according to the tower system, you're one of my familiars. Yanwu hurriedly pulled his black chains. Then, the grid, which was attacking Yanwu just a moment ago, landed snugly into Yanwu's left hand. Rumble! Rumble! Arg! You despicable bastard! The grid trembled wildly and struggled to get out of Yanwu's grip. However, no matter what Cronus tried, he could not harm Yanwu since he was designated as Yanwu's familiar. In the end, Cronus calmed down after tiring himself out, although the sound of his teeth grinding rose up, as if his anger had not completely receded. Ugh, this bastard is really... Have you calmed down? Do you think I've calmed down? I think you've calmed down enough. Damn bastard! You just have to get the last word in all the time, hey? Cronus grumbled in annoyance. He then spoke in a serious tone. Did you think the past would blind me? Yanwu did not respond, and Cronus sighed. Mark my words. No matter how far this father of yours has fallen, how could I consider that monster who ate my precious youngest son, my mother? The grid's tip turned to point at Mother Earth. Giving birth to a child doesn't automatically make one a parent. You have to embrace your offspring to do that. The spring of death has been activated. So. Ring. The grid made a clear sound. Kill that bitch. This answer was enough for Yanwu, and he felt as though he'd achieved a new synergy. It was a completely different feeling from when he had combined with the demonism. At that time, Yanwu's consciousness had expanded infinitely, but he felt like something outside himself was dragging him around. However, this time, even though he felt his consciousness expanding as well, Yanwu was fully in control. He felt like something warm was embracing him and something reassuring was watching his back and supporting him. Thanks to this, Yanwu managed to begin the fight with a steady mind. He completely digested all of Cronus legends and circulated them through his body. You have completely absorbed Cronus legends. The spring of death has quickened. The grid's powers have grown clearer. Bam! Yanwu once again appeared in front of Mother Earth and swung the grid fiercely. His sword strike was more powerful and intense than it had ever been before. A pillar of sword thunder formed between the sky and the earth. Yanwu successively shot out 5 sword thunders as he used the 5th extreme of sword thunder, the level that the Monkey King's Exuvi had reached with considerable difficulty. How can you treat your mother like this? No wonder you've become what you are. As if she had been expecting the attack, Mother Earth stretched her hand out as she snorted. She applied illusory change, and the incoming sword thunder bounced off and hit the ground harmlessly. What I've become? Why? What's wrong with my current state, Mother? Are you asking because you truly don't know? You were once the king of gods. Now, you've turned into an insignificant sword that your son is swinging around. Sorry, but... Cronus snorted as he looked at the indignant expression on Mother Earth's face. I'm happier now. I can protect my son rather than run around like a madman. What are you going to do about it? The grid exploded once again. It was the 6th extreme, a level of sword thunder that Yanwu had never achieved before. Whoosh! Mother Earth's severed wings flew into the air. Chapter 590, Mother Earth, 6. Chapter 590, Mother Earth, 6. Wow, Mother, your blood is red after all. I thought it was green all this time. Cronus smiled coolly. Mother Earth could not reply to Cronus' taunt, and she looked at her severed wings with a grim expression. How could this be? She could not believe what had happened. Her illusory change had failed her. She should have been able to deflect the attack or send it rebounding back to Yanwu, but that didn't happen at all. Why are you so surprised, Mother? Cronus' voice rang out from the grid. Since you've taken your grandson as your apostle, you should accept his adorable behavior. Ack! Only then did Mother Earth realize what method Yanwu had used. He was currently her apostle, even though Mother Earth did not want this connection. This meant that they were linked by a channel, and Yanwu used it to enter Mother Earth's idea and interfere with her consciousness. One's consciousness created illusory change, and if one's apostle influenced one's consciousness, the illusory change could malfunction. The effects of the illusory change could be nullified even before they'd taken effect. However, although this seemed simple to do, Mother Earth was a conceptual god and she excelled in applying and controlling her consciousness. She was superior at it than any other being. However, even though she was a lofty and accomplished being, she had fallen for this simple trick. Could this truly be done through the channel? Mother, your grandson is pretty wily and cunning, isn't he? He's used his little brain all this time and accomplished pretty great things with his limited skill level. Didn't you think he could easily interfere with your consciousness? Of course, a large part of it is thanks to his tremendously accomplished and great father's support. Ha ha ha. Are you really acting as his subordinate? Although her insides boiled at Cronus' tongue-in-cheek attitude, Mother Earth's disbelief was even greater as she stared at Cronus, who was acting like Yanwu's backup. Cronus was expanding Yanwu's illusory change and funneling all his magic power and legends into Yanwu, just as the demonism had once done. However, while the demonism was helping Yanwu in order to take him over one day, Cronus was supporting Yanwu unconditionally. This was only possible because they were father and son, and Cronus had already sacrificed a lot for his two sons. This was a large shock to Mother Earth. He had been a being that had reached the pinnacle of all godly beings and pridefully ruled over the entire universe. He had been filled with vengeful thoughts after falling into Tartarus, and now, Cronus was showing an unexpectedly tender and warm side. What was so special about the relationship between father and son? Yanwu and Cronus had had an awkward relationship in the past and didn't see eye to eye until recently. How could they trust each other so easily and unconditionally? Didn't I already say it once, Mother? Cronus said with a smile. I'm happier now than ever. Especially now that I can protect my son. Whoosh! Yanwu made his move. Surprised, Mother Earth retreated a few steps back. You've created so many offspring, yet you've never felt love for any of them. How could you understand what I'm feeling? Can you even understand the concept? Haven't you only seen your creations as things to use for your own benefit? Mother Earth couldn't retreat too far. With her wings cut off, she could not move through space freely, and Yanwu immediately appeared in front of her, swinging the grid. I'm not that different from you, so it's a little weird for me to say this, but giving birth to a child doesn't automatically make one a parent. Mother Earth turned her head away. The light from Sword Thunder had left a deep wound on her left cheek. Black chains shot out of pockets of emptiness, which opened around her. You have to give your offspring love, attention, and respect. What have you done instead? Crunch. You have only ever focused on your desires. If you couldn't achieve something on your own, you wanted to live vicariously through your offspring. It's always about you. In a panic, Mother Earth tried to brush off the chains, but the chains bound her more tightly. Only now did she realize what Yanwu's plan was, God sealing. Yanwu was planning to wrap her in chains and imprison her inside the emptiness. Instead of love, you gave orders. Instead of attention, you gave pressure. Instead of respect, you only had disregard. You can't honestly say that you've loved anyone, right? You've only ever abused. It was impossible to kill a conceptual being like Mother Earth, nor was it possible to apply the concept of death that Cronus was an expert on. In the past, even when Mother Earth lost out to the other gods, she could always get back up. Hence, Yanwu decided to place Mother Earth deep within the recesses of emptiness so that she would be imprisoned. She would never return. Once, Mother Earth would have scoffed at this attempt. However, Yanwu had the ability to make it happen. The chains that restricted and imprisoned even the Black King could easily imprison a conceptual god like Mother Earth, who had been formed of the same bits and pieces at the creation of the universe. Do you know what happens after that? Mother Earth avoided Yanwu's oncoming attacks as she tried utilizing her illusory change. However, each time she tried to use illusory change, it malfunctioned. She started seething in frustration, feeling extremely tense. Everything was getting on her nerves, especially that loud-mouthed Cronus. You only leave behind regret and seething hatred. However, as if he knew what Mother Earth was feeling, Cronus continued. Think back on all the offspring you've birthed. Why did they turn away from you and even go as far as band together to swing their weapons at you? She couldn't see an end to the attacks. Mother, you must have been thoroughly clueless. For you, those offspring were just thoughtless and ungrateful perpetrators while you saw yourself as the wounded, innocent victim. Mother Earth clashed with Yeonwoo once more, and her illusory change malfunctioned yet again. She now had a new wound on her side that bled freely, and the chains had wrapped around her neck by now. Even though she was in a precious situation, Mother Earth would not succumb to the attacks quietly. Bam! Mother Earth's hand ripped into Yeonwoo's chest. Thus, Cronus continued speaking as if nothing had happened. You'll never understand. Ever. Even if you died, you wouldn't think any differently. Mother Earth frowned deeply as Yeonwoo's universal recovery skill rapidly healed the gash on his chest. Such a pitiful mother. Yeonwoo relentlessly attacked Mother Earth. Whenever flashes of sword thunder rose, new injuries, large and small, started appearing all over Mother Earth's true body, and more chains wrapped around her. However, the damage that Yeonwoo was suffering from Mother Earth was increasing. His left arm had been cut off and his heart had been damaged to the brink of crumbling. However, Yeonwoo did not even bat an eye as he continued to attack. He was willing to sacrifice his arm to wrap another chain around Mother Earth. After all, his arm would grow back anyway. He had many methods to attack Mother Earth. He could restrict her powers through the channel and attack the vulnerable points that Vieradoon had revealed. Cronus legends have been completely assimilated. A countless number of heroic achievements have been carved into your spirit. The heroic achievements sing in celebration of you. As the spring of death wound more quickly, Yeonwoo felt the assimilation process accelerate. It was as if Yeonwoo and his father were peacefully walking through a forest, hand in hand. Bam! The grid pierced Mother Earth's abdomen. No. Stabbing my mother isn't really a great feeling. I feel slightly disgusted and immoral. Can you do something about this, son? If you don't like it, can't you just change your shape? Inconsiderate bastard. I'm wondering if it was worth birthing such an inconsiderate son. Mother was the one who gave birth to me, not you. Despite Mother Earth's furious and menacing expressions, Yeonwoo continued to chat with Cronus without any care. However, Yeonwoo's eyes were focused as he continued to pierce Mother Earth's true body. The strength of the channel he shared with Mother Earth was becoming weaker. Clank! As if in response to this weakening signal, another chain shot out of the emptiness through Mother Earth's back, piercing through the area close to where the Soul Stone was located. Yeonwoo felt the chain snag onto something, just like a fishing line hooking a fish. The chain had wrapped around the Soul Stone, and it seemed like Yeonwoo would rip the Soul Stone out of Mother Earth's body. The only reason why Mother Earth could act and think logically was the Soul Stone, which acted as her central processing center and organized her thoughts and consciousness. If the Soul Stone were taken out of the equation, Yeonwoo was certain that Mother Earth would revert to her original self, an undeveloped consciousness with hardly any concrete thoughts or actions. She would enter a vegetative state with desire but no means to act on it. This was probably the ideal state if Yeonwoo wanted to lock her away in emptiness. As if she read Yeonwoo's thoughts, Mother Earth lashed out wildly and grabbed Yeonwoo by the neck. She strengthened her grip to twist his neck, but the more she tried, the deeper the grid embedded itself within her. Both sides were now at a standstill. However, at this moment, the chain that had entered Mother Earth's body began to tear out the Soul Stone. Hades' spirit-eating sword has been activated. Your Sin Stone, Superbia Gula, has located the Soul Stone, Luxuria. It is attempting to devour the Soul Stone. Your Sin Stone, Superbia Gula, has sensed the soul stone, Luxuria. It is attempting to devour the soul stone. The soul stone, Luxuria, is resisting your sin stone, Superbia Gula. Your sin stone is attempting to overwhelm it. The philosopher's stone was trying to devour the stone of Luxuria through Hades' spirit-eating sword. The two stones inside the philosopher's stone shook and resonated with each other, causing a magic power connection to form between them. The two stones tried to use this connection to pull out the magic power that resided within the stone of Luxuria. Do you think I will lose so easily? Mother Earth suddenly opened her mouth so widely that the corners of her lips tore up to her ears. She let out a loud shriek. Ea! Thump! Thump! Yanwu's dragon heart started beating wildly. His blood started circulating at a dizzying pace. His magic power went wild, unable to contain the accelerated circulation of blood. No! Yanwu tried to regain control of his exploding magic power, but the abnormal status had already taken over. Cronus' voice had also been cut off. Yanwu belatedly realized what was going on, the same thing that had driven the immortal Uranus to his death and allowed the demonism to control Cronus. It was Mother Earth's final card. Yanwu could feel how dangerous the situation had become. Gaia's curse is encroaching on you. The many legends that you devoured are being called up by Gaia's curse. The legends are starting to move. Many legends are mobilizing after receiving Mother Earth's call for assistance. Typhon's legend is responding to the call. Cisseus' legend is responding to the call. Persephone's legend is responding to the call. Due to unknown reasons, Hades' buried legend is reacting. Chapter 591, Mother Earth, 7. Chapter 591, Mother Earth, 7. The young Persephone began to follow Hades. During this time, Demeter noticed the situation developing and paid a visit. Shall we conduct a public debate regarding what you've done? I'm fine with being thrown back into Tartarus, but you won't be able to show your face in public again, right? At Hades' cold words, Demeter could no longer protest, so she had stepped aside. The young Persephone had received a great shock from this exchange. It was the first time she had seen her mother so powerless, and she felt as though her world were collapsing around her since Demeter had been everything to her up to that point. During her first visit to Tartarus, young Persephone learned for the first time in her life what freedom truly was. She no longer had to be confined in her narrow room. Instead of sleeping in a glass chamber, she had a soft bed. It was also the first time she could freely talk to others and enjoy their company. Previously, she had always taken care of everything, but here, many people took care of her. The meals were delicious. The sky was beautiful, and the sunsets were picturesque. The air was cool, and the feeling of the ground was pleasant. Everything in the world was mysterious and interesting. However, at some point, she realized that there was a larger world outside the confines of Tartarus. Was it because of that? At some point, Persephone became bored with everything in Tartarus. Once upon a time, these things had been so beautiful and mysterious, now they were dull and gloomy. She felt that she had returned to the prison that she had been locked away in as a young child. Nothing seemed to have changed. In fact, Tartarus was an actual prison, one that held many prisoners. The people whom she had thought so kind were just subordinates loyal to Hades. Persephone started yearning to escape from the stuffy Tartarus. The sky, the sea, the grasslands, the desert, the forest, the stars, the moon, the things that existed in the outside world that the lamb had told her about. Persephone wanted to see these places with her own eyes. However, Tartarus restrictions did not allow her to step outside. At some point, Persephone started wondering, maybe is Hades imprisoning me with lies, just like Mother did? She fell in a downward spiral of suspicion that she didn't even know was growing inside her until it was firmly entrenched in her chest. Oh, this poor child stuck in a place like this. You're like a young bluebird trapped in a birdcage being fed lies and deceptions by Olympus. Just as Persephone's suspicions were laying down roots, Mother Earth entered the picture. It was Gaia's curse. Your trait, cold-blooded, has helped you maintain composure. The spring of death is furiously accelerating and enhancing its attributes. The spring of death has been wound past its limit and is starting to overheat. At this rate, the spring may become worn out. Son, how are you? Have you regained consciousness? Yanwu clung to awareness as Cronus' questions rang in his ears. However, the most Yanwu could do was force himself to stay awake and assess his current situation. He couldn't even speak or move. He couldn't even have a conversation with Cronus, which was little more than thinking. Cronus himself was having a difficult time suppressing Gaia's curse and keeping it at bay. Yanwu squinted, his vision blurry and shaking. Mother Earth was smiling. You're going to die now. Yanwu didn't know how much time had passed, but he could see that Mother Earth was still wrapped up in chains. Although Mother Earth seemed to be in a precarious situation, and her soul stone could be ripped out of her body at any moment, she was smiling coldly. Her mouth, which was torn at the corners all the way up to her ears, seemed as though it would swallow Yanwu at any moment. Oh ho! Yes. I may be imprisoned within the emptiness at any moment. I've escaped many hairy situations before, but I probably won't be able to escape the emptiness. However, her twisted lips became even more crooked. You will surely die. Why? Because I'll make sure of it. Like Uranus. Like Cronus. Madness oozed from Mother Earth's eyes. She was determined that she wouldn't suffer alone, and even if Yanwu ripped the soul stone out of her and imprisoned her forever, she was determined to take him down with her. Gulp. Yanwu felt something rushing up from inside him. He swallowed it down, but he could taste a fishy flavor that flowed past his tongue and lips. Typhon's legend has risen. He exhibits strong hostility towards player number, who harmed him. Cisseus' legend has arisen. He exhibits strong ill will towards player number, who devoured him. Helios' legend has arisen. He is protesting that player number should return Cronus to him. Several legends respond to Gaia's curse and are attempting to disrupt your legend. Their strong grudges are strengthening the curse. Gaia's curse was very simple, it disrupted the equilibrium of its target. It wasn't very effective against ordinary players who had nothing to lose, but there was no deadlier curse for godly beings who had achieved transcendence. Gaia's curse scattered the legends that they had built up. While it could not destroy the legends, the curse caused cracks to form. Since legends couldn't be repaired in a short amount of time, as time passed, the cracks would grow and cause imbalance. And if this persisted, the cracks would cover the entire legend and shatter it. It was a way to force a divine being to fall from grace. The higher one's power, the greater the danger. Even if one's legend did not collapse, one's consciousness would be severely damaged, just as what happened to Uranus. Divine beings who struggled through Gaia's curse lived with terrible, debilitating pain for the rest of their lives like Cronus. The leaders of Olympus that followed them suffered as well since the unstable foundation was passed down from generation to generation. Of course, Mother Earth would also have to contend with the consequences. Since she was using all her will and power to enact Gaia's curse, she would fall into a deep slumber until she fully regained her energy. It was a form of suicide attack. It was for this reason that the gods, whose legends Yanwu had devoured through killing them, were now awake. At Mother Earth's call, the gods, most of the Gigantes who were her children, regained awareness and began to ravage Yanwu. Yanwu's legend began to fluctuate. Persephone's legend has risen. Persephone, Mother Earth's previous apostle, also joined in. She was the most outstanding of Mother Earth's followers and the queen of the underworld, which made her the perfect choice to shake Yanwu's legend. Yanwu could barely suppress Gaia's curse, which slowly expanded as it tried to invade the world of Yanwu's consciousness. Typhon's legend welcomes Persephone's legend. Cisseus' legend requests cooperation with Persephone's legend to exact revenge. My children, Swallow him whole. Take control away from him and free me from these chains. Mother Earth woke many legends as she tried to turn the tables on Yanwu. Although she wouldn't be able to avoid a long period of hibernation even if she won, at least she could start anew. Moreover, Yanwu possessed the Sin Stone, which was 2 combined soul stones. If she could take away his Sin Stone, Mother Earth felt that she could shorten her hibernation period. However, unexpectedly, Persephone's legend remains silent. Persephone's legend borrows player number's vision to look at Mother Earth. Oddly, Persephone's legend did not immediately obey Mother Earth's request. Even though the legends of the Gigantes like Typhon and Cisseus urged her, Persephone's legend did not budge. Daughter, what is wrong? Hurry and kill those wicked beings and free your mother. Mother Earth soon realized that something was off with Persephone. She frowned and screamed. After tracing her history, Persephone's legend wishes to ask Mother Earth something. Persephone's legend asks Mother Earth if she ever loved her. What are you trying to get at? Typhon's legend is indignant about the nonsensical question. Cisseus' legend declares that the queen has lost her mind and should be overthrown. Persephone's legend has succeeded in suppressing the other legends. Persephone's legend had an opportunity to revisit her past while she was in the process of being devoured. Persephone's legend declares that she was rescued by Mother Earth as a child, became Mother Earth's daughter, and was set free. Persephone's legend states that she has one question after reviewing her past. I always heard that I was free, but have I ever been free as the daughter of Mother Earth? Persephone's legend continues this line of questioning. Isn't it possible that I lived as a puppet rather than a free individual? Maybe it was a mistake to think that Hades made me into a puppet. Persephone's legend continues her line of questioning. All I wanted was to see was the sky, the earth, the forest, and the river, but I've never seen any of them, have I? Persephone's legend continues to ask question after question. Persephone's legend. Stop! Stop! Mother Earth screamed as she watched the messages pop up one after the other. Didn't I already tell you everything you wanted to know? Persephone's legend is holding back all her questions and asks Mother Earth one thing. Mother, did you ever love me? Of course. Who could love you more than this mother of yours? Your birth mother used you as a puppet and your husband imprisoned you like a bird in a cage. Who opened the door of that birdcage? Mother Earth tried to smile, but she found it difficult to maintain a kind expression with her anger. When Persephone had first met Mother Earth's expression had been benevolent. Persephone's legend is silent for a moment. Persephone's legend poses a different question to Mother Earth. Do you know what my favorite drink is? What does that? Mother Earth was having trouble maintaining her benevolent expression. Persephone's legend asks Mother Earth a question, what's my favorite color? Persephone's legend asks Mother Earth another question, what constellation do I like to gaze at? Ah, dear! Mother Earth was at a loss but tried not to show it. As she glared at Persephone, Mother Earth said in a sullen tone, Dear! Do you have something against your mother? Are you saddened that I couldn't respond to your call for help when this evil child devoured you? It was the same tone that Mother Earth used when she had first visited Persephone. It matched the fantasies of a perfect mother that Persephone had always imagined. Just seeing and hearing Mother Earth's voice warmed Persephone's heart. However, Mother Earth was burning up inside as she tried to keep up the act. All the other Gigantes legends were tied to Persephone's legend, and they couldn't move. This unexpected situation had stopped Gaia's curse, and Mother Earth would not be able to defeat Yanwu if this continued. Mother Earth had to convince Persephone. However, no matter what Mother Earth said or what expression she put on, Persephone's legend did not budge. When Mother Earth was about to say something, Hades' legend slowly raises his head. A legend that had been quiet the entire time now rose. Persephone's legend is startled to see Hades' legend. Hades' legend answers that her favorite drink is flower tea. Hades' legend says that Persephone's favorite color is yellow because it made her think of spring. He says that Persephone gazed at the Orion constellation because she yearned for freedom and passionate love, which the constellation signified. Persephone's legend is silent. Hades' legend looks at Persephone's legend and states, "I know everything about you." Persephone's legend remains silent. Persephone's legend speaks while looking at Hades' legend. "You're such a foolish person." Persephone's legend quietly crumbles to the ground, bringing down all the legends she is connected to. Persephone's legend and the legends associated with her have shattered and scattered. Gaia's curse has failed. Ak. Yuanwu could feel the force pressing down on his neck suddenly release, and his breath returned. As the overflowing, chaotic magic power slowly subsided, his blurred vision grew clear. He saw that Mother Earth was in shock. "No, that's absurd." Yuanwu quickly took advantage and pulled the chain that he held in his left hand. Clatter! Mother Earth hurriedly turned her head to counter Yuanwu, but the chains around her tightened, accompanied by the sound of a pulley turning. Bam! The chains ruthlessly ripped her back and pulled out her soul stone. Yuanwu reached out with his left hand to soul stone. Although he didn't know why things had ended up that way, he was aware that Hades, whom he could consider his older brother, had given him an opportunity. Yuanwu would not lose it. Hades' spirit-eating sword is attempting to devour the soul stone, Luxuria. Your sin stone, Superbia Gula, is trying to merge with the soul stone, Luxuria. Chapter 592, Mother Earth, 8. Chapter 592, Mother Earth, 8. Mother Earth violently struggles against the devouring Soulstone, Luxuria, struggles against merging with the Sinstone, Superbia Gula. No. Not this. Mother Earth struggled until the very end. Gaia's curse has malfunctioned. It is seeking a new target. It has targeted the spellcaster. Gaia's curse has afflicted Mother Earth. Ak. However, it was too late. Sinstone, Superbia Gula, is increasing the efficacy of Hades' spirit-eating sword. Forced combination has succeeded. Sinstone, Superbia Gula Luxuria, is now in possession of 3 qualities. Part of the Sinstone's locked properties have been released. The property, Cardinal Sins, has been released and is taking effect. You are now able to use the property aspects of Cardinal Sins. You are now blessed with the properties of Cardinal Sins. Superbia, Pride, represents the power to overcome everything. From now on, everything will be within your comprehension, from transcendent beings like gods and demons to mortals like players, from the natural laws of the world to inanimate objects like pebbles that roll on the ground. Gula, gluttony, represents the power to devour anything and everything. No matter how much you devour, no matter how much you drink, your hunger and thirst will never be quenched. This drive will become a powerful force and lead you to a higher world. Luxuria, lust, represents the desire to be loved by everything. Regardless of your actions, even those who are hostile to you will inevitably be influenced by you. The 3 qualities of cardinal sins have been inscribed on your draconic factors. The 3 qualities of cardinal sins have been inscribed on your demonic factors. The 3 qualities of cardinal sins have been inscribed on your divine factors. The 3 qualities of cardinal sins have been inscribed on your giant factors. Your spirit has reached the stage of full maturity and has reached its limit of growth. For further development, it is recommended to attempt exuviation and transcendence. Failed to change factors. Failed to change physical body structure. All unsuccessful attempts at change have been turned into latent potential. Your maximum magic power output level has increased significantly. As soon as the Sin Stone devoured the Soul Stone, Luxuria, new transformations took place. The magic source that flowed within Yuanwu began to give off a different feeling from before. It was not a big change, like becoming stronger or more violent, but the change brought something that would make the other bow one's head, chill one's soul, and make one fix one's eyes on Yanwu without realizing it. Hostile forces reviewing their declaration of war against you. Neutral forces astonished. Neutral forces silent. Neutral forces strongly reacting to your sin stone. The Godly Society says that the nature of the cardinal sins is not beneficial to you and advises you not to continue following Lucille's path. The Demonic Society shows a strong interest in the cardinal sins you possess. They look at you with greedy eyes. You were already a huge mutant to begin with, but now you've become a true hybrid mutant. Ha ha ha. Cronus found it so entertaining that he laughed out loud. Since he'd lived on Earth for such a long time, Cronus had no idea about the existence of Lucille. However, seeing the terror of the gods and demons, he knew that things were going to get very interesting. It was entertaining for him to see beings that normally acted in such a lofty and pretentious manner to be so shaken up. It was like watching a monkey in a zoo. Cronus wondered what his son had done to agitate so many beings in the heavenly world, but Yanwu didn't have time to answer him since Mother Earth was reverting to her true body after losing her soul stone, which had been her central processing system. The core of Mother Earth's incarnation has been eliminated. The true body of Mother Earth has manifested. Ack! Mother Earth shrieked, terrified that she was reverting into a conceptual being with an undeveloped consciousness. Her incarnation body immediately collapsed, and in its place, her true body expanded thousands of times in size within an instant and fell to the ground. Thud! The earth quaked. No! Cannot be for me like this. A rotten stench, as if all the disgusting and wretched things of the entire universe had coalesced into one place, rose up in the air as Mother Earth cried out in dismay. After Gaia's curse was deflected, her spirit had greatly eroded due to the curse's penalty, and she was forced to completely revert to her true body. Her situation worsened since she couldn't take her enemies on, and in the end, Gaia's curse completely overwhelmed the conceptual Mother Earth. Yanwu's troops all fell back into the shadows at once, and the troops from Niflheim quickly retreated. Anyone caught up in the stench risked being infected by Gaia's curse. Mother Earth's chagrin thoughts poured out. Her true body, which was still trying to expand, was still tightly restricted by black chains, and she couldn't move at all. A mass of cells tried to stick out in the gap between the chains, but more and more chains quickly wrapped around the gaps one after the other. Open! Holding the chains firmly with his left hand, Yanwu grabbed Vigrid with his right hand and slashed the air in front of him. Emptiness greedily opened its jaws, as if it were ready to eat Mother Earth with great enthusiasm. The emptiness began to absorb Mother Earth with a fierce gust of wind. Mother Earth was becoming desperate. She continued to spread the same thoughts as she tried to survive. Yanwu's chains grew tighter as they slowly pushed her into the emptiness. However, Mother Earth's true body did not easily enter the emptiness, perhaps because she was so large or because she still had some strength left even after succumbing to Gaia's curse. What a bitch! Even though the members of Niflheim tried to help Yanwu, the poison from Gaia's curse was so strong that they could only buff Yanwu or attack Mother Earth with ranged attacks. Hades Legend looks at player number. Hades Legend has come alive. SSS. Oh my! Everyone is working so hard. Suddenly, a shadow that lay in front of Mother Earth rose upwards, and slowly took vague shape, speaking in a deep voice. The shape's intelligent gaze focused on Mother Earth, running its eyes over Mother Earth's true body. A faint sound came from Vigrid once it saw the shape take form. Ha, day? Like his father, Yanwu's eyes also widened in surprise. Something that shouldn't be in this space had appeared, a face Yanwu had wanted to see many times. Hades smiled faintly as he looked at Yanwu. Little brother, you shouldn't be using your strength in that way. Hades had a smile on his face. It was an expression he had not shown often even when he was alive, and his happiness was completely different from the attitude that Hades had shown Yanwu when he was still alive. Hades did not exhibit any gloominess or darkness at all. Hades slowly drew his sword from the scabbard that hung at his waist and swung it. It was the same action that Yanwu had seen in the past when he first entered Tartarus and fought the Titans. Hades had suddenly appeared doing the same movement. Brother, death does not simply mean forcing something to end. It is the power that leads to this underworld, Tartarus. It is the power that leads to the final destination. Hades swung his sword down. Black thunderbolts formed and crashed non-stop from the split space as they cut Mother Earth's true body into chunks. There's a large difference between forcing death on someone and leading one to death. Bang! 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 Bam! If this continues. As Mother Earth's true body was cut up into chunks, the emptiness began to suck her in at a rapid pace. Whenever she clung to the ground, Hades struck the ground and made it crumble. Whenever she grabbed space, Hades struck it and made it shatter. The relentless attacks made it impossible for Mother Earth to hang on to anything. Hades' offensive attacks were much more intense than those of the demons of Niflheim, and he aimed them at Mother Earth's weak points. In the end, Mother Earth shook before she was sucked through a whirlpool into emptiness, like water draining into a sewer. It was an amusing sight. Once Mother Earth was completely trapped in the emptiness, Yanwu sealed the emptiness. Thud! Thud! The entire space shook as Mother Earth trembled and struggled to escape from the depths of the emptiness. Boom! There was utter silence when the opening closed, imprisoning Mother Earth. However, Yanwu's troops and the forces of Niflheim silently awaited Mother Earth's possible, last-minute reappearance with bated breath. She's not coming out? Hormongondra's murmur completely broke the silence. Is it really over? Mother Earth is trapped. Ha! Ha ha ha! Everyone who took part in the fight burst into laughter. Mother Earth has been sealed. Hostile force has lost all its leaders. Hostile force has fallen into chaos. Hostile force has declared their retreat from Tartarus. The Allies have won and seized Tartarus. The incoming messages declared the complete collapse of Mother Earth and the defeat of the hostile forces. Neutral force is silent regarding the outcome of the battle for Tartarus. Neutral force foretells new possibilities regarding the conquest of Tartarus. The Godly Society sends a congratulatory message. The Demonic Society is observing your trajectory while also observing the movements of. Many divine beings are greatly upset at the outcome. They are concerned that a new Lucille might appear and are hostile towards you. Most of the demons declare that they've watched a very interesting game and want to give a significant amount of the laws of causality to the allies. Vimalasatra is engulfed in a strong fighting spirit after seeing your victory. He is thinking deeply about the things he can do to hasten meeting you. Cernunnos closely observes his apostle for any injuries. Finished. Now that the problems with Olympus, which had tormented him for a long time, were finally laid to rest, Yanwu felt the power draining from his body. To get to this moment, Yanwu had had to fight many battles, overcome many obstacles, and wade through a plethora of difficulties. Of course, he still had a lot of work left to do, but he strongly felt that he had passed the crest of a wave. If he continued down the path that unfolded in front of him, Yanwu would eventually reach his destination. Older brother, with his tension rapidly releasing, Yanwu turned to Hades while trying to maintain his composure. Hades looked at Yanwu and smiled, not a casual one, but a deep and sincere smile. It felt strange to him to be called an older brother, but it wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it was so sweet that the word brother lingered in his mouth as Hades echoed what Yanwu called him. I was the first to call you brother, but hearing it from you makes it all the more refreshing. I believed that you'd do well, unlike a good-for-nothing like me. However, I didn't think you'd do this well. Thank you. Why did Hades' compliment make Yanwu's heart race so much? Hades looked proudly at Yanwu, then turned his gaze slightly upwards. Are you happy? Hades' question was not directed at Yanwu. Cling! Cling! The grid broke into small pieces and then took on a human form. Cronus smiled as he looked at his eldest son, the ugly images of his past as an absent father who did not provide his son with love flashing through his mind. Still, Cronus slowly nodded. Of course, I'm happy. I'm glad to see that you are. Hades nodded in agreement. Hades' eyes seemed to possess no resentment or regret about the past. Hades had seen and felt through Yeonwoo throughout this time and had observed Cronus' life and his efforts to protect his children. Second sister hasn't changed. She's the same now as she was before. She has always waited for father's return. It's been like this ever since father left. Please don't be upset or harsh with them once you meet them. Second sister has gone through the worst hardship and is the most pitiful one among us. I understand. I'll keep that in mind. Hades was referring to Demeter, who might have been the starting point of all the events related to Mother Earth. Also, preparing to speak further about the other siblings, Hades laughed and shook his head. Let's end it here. My youngest sibling will take care of the rest. You're speaking like I'll never see you again. When Cronus' voice became gloomy, Yeonwoo stepped forward. If possible, please take charge of Tartarus once again. No. That place is no longer mine. It's your place. Also, as I mentioned before. Hades continued to speak calmly while facing Cronus, who was still looking at him somberly. I'd like to take a rest now. For such a long time, I've been tired. Cronus understood the mental and emotional burden that Hades must have borne during his absence. Hades' 3 older sisters had been in a perpetual state of despair, and Hades' younger brothers ran wild in different ways. Nevertheless, Hades had decided to come down to Tartarus and bear the responsibility of watching over the imprisoned criminals. Hades had carried the burden of his parents and brothers by himself. The tight chains of responsibility were exhausting, and even in the state of death, Hades hadn't given them up. What is there to regret? I rather feel like I'm putting my responsibility onto another, but... Hades looked at Yeonwoo with a slightly mischievous look before he continued speaking to Cronus. Since we have such an outstanding youngest child in our family, please accept this son's shortcomings. Father. Father. Why did this word feel so heavy? Cronus could not say anything further as something in his chest tightened. Thus, after all this, Yeonwoo could no longer hold on to Hades. Bam! The law of causality has exceeded the permitted range. Hades' legend is fading. Hades bowed his head to his father and brother as his legend broke into tiny pieces. Youngest, stay strong and be well. Father, please take good care of our youngest and my other siblings. Cronus nodded his head heavily. Hades smiled contentedly as he turned around slowly, like a man who was preparing to go off on a long journey somewhere. And with that, Hades disappeared completely from the world after leaving his last farewell. Hades' legend is perishing. The throne of death has been fully assimilated with the spring of death. In a world where nothing existed, where it was as white as a blank canvas, Persephone looked around carefully as if she were looking for something. Then, she turned back with a bitter smile. She knew how ridiculous her actions were, but still, she wanted to see him one last time, even from a distance. Persephone knew she was a sinner, and she knew it was too late to ask for forgiveness. She was about to quietly retreat, but then... Have you been waiting long? There was a voice behind her. Persephone turned with startled eyes. Hades was looking at her with a smile on his face. How? I told you. I know everything about you. Hades' smile grew wider. As soon as Persephone saw her husband, the guilt that she felt reared its head even higher. Without realizing it, she took a few steps back. I. As if he were wondering where she was planning to run off to, Hades approached Persephone and grabbed her hand. Persephone's eyes widened even more. Hades smiled warmly, like the warm floral tea she loved so much, like the yellow rays of spring sunshine she loved so much, like the passionate constellation Orion, which she cherished the most. Let's forget the past. Haven't you heard that fighting between couples is meaningless? I've been insensitive, so I haven't been able to touch your heart. Let's start anew and do the best we can from now on. Hades looked lovingly at Persephone and slowly knelt on one knee. Therefore, Hades gently took Persephone's left hand and placed a yellow flower ring that he had prepared on her ring finger. Will you marry this good-for-nothing once more, Persephone? It was a proposal. It was her first proposal. Their marriage had been done in haste, and they hadn't gone through the proper procedures. Now, things were different, and everything was being done in the right order. Persephone looked at her flower ring for a long time with wide eyes, and then she silently hugged Hades. I will. Hades felt Persephone nod her head. He slowly got up and took her hand, and they started walking together. They did not know what was at the end of this world, but whatever it was, as long as they were with each other somewhere, anywhere they would be happy. They both believed it. With this thought, the two smiled happily as they looked at each other's hands and slowly disappeared beyond the white world. Chapter 593, Erebus, 1. Chapter 593, Erebus, 1. As he watched Hades scatter into the light, Yanwu suddenly wondered, how did Hades manage to appear? Yanwu had often thought about using the Summon of the Dead skill to call up Hades, but he didn't want any unforeseen consequences to affect the achievements of the Throne of Death's legend, which used Hades as a foundation. Moreover, Hades had had such a difficult life, and Yanwu did not want to burden him any further. Although Gaia's curse would have negatively affected Hades' legend, Yanwu found it difficult to manifest Hades' legend and way. However, Hades managed to manifest his legend himself and even helped Yanwu imprison Mother Earth. Yanwu hadn't just imagined it because Cronus had also seen Hades. Or is it because of this? Yanwu turned his eyes to the World Tree, which stood majestically. The World Tree was the other side of the world, the central axis of ideas, and the pillar of the reincarnation cycle. Although Mother Earth had infected it, and it had lost huge chunks of itself, it was still immense. Yanwu did not know why Mother Earth had switched from targeting Black King to the World Tree instead. However, it suddenly crossed Yanwu's mind that the tree, which was as mysterious as the Chonggong Library, might have played a crucial part in awakening Hades' legend. Regardless of Yanwu's gaze, the World Tree's leaves continued to gently sway in the breeze. Yanwu stood and looked at the World Tree for a long time before turning around. Once he returned to Tartarus, Valdibish and the ghost giants bowed their heads respectfully to their master and leader. We've been waiting for you. The two dragons sat on the edge of a nearby cliff and looked in Yanwu's direction, but they remained vigilant. The same was true of the Legion of Death, which included Shannon and Han Ryong. The members of Dis Pluto had expressions full of pride since they had managed to take back their hometown. The atmosphere of excitement in the air did not seem like it would subside any time soon. However, in front of the Chan sect and East Demon Army, if you really think about it, we're on the same side. You guys oppose the Gigantes, just like we do, right? Yet. Also, we've just made up our minds. If you want, you can be our king and we Titans will serve you. Trash. If you hadn't betrayed us from the start, we wouldn't have gone through this in the first place. Shut up. When did you ever consider us allies? You. The chaotic scene was like the bickering at a bazaar. It was ridiculous to see the Titans and Gigantes arguing with each other while they were in chains. Erlang Shen, Prince Neza, and Agars laughed at the ridiculousness of the scene. It's a little funny to think how those things had dominated the heavenly world for so long. I don't think we even need to watch over them anymore. Hormungandr, who had descended to Tartarus with Fenrir, clucked his tongue and looked at Yanwu. Our eldest made the decision unilaterally, but you do understand that our society, like the Chan sect, didn't form an alliance with you out of the goodness of our hearts, right? Of course. When Yanwu calmly nodded, Hormungandr smiled as if he thought highly of Yanwu. Good. You're not like the mortals who have nothing much to offer but feel entitled to everything, or like the transcendent beings who put their honor and glory above all else. You're rational and know how to make a deal. In any case, I don't think my view of you is wrong, so let's settle our debts at a later time. Yanwu understood that Hormungandr meant that they would settle things after he stabilized Tartarus, advanced into Erebus, and recaptured Olympus. This meant that Hormungandr did not plan to handcuff Yanwu or hold his time hostage by haggling for better terms. Hormungandra's consideration gave Yanwu no choice but to express his gratitude. Then, Niflheim shall return back to the heavenly world. Hormungandr confirmed that Yanwu understood what he was saying and slowly turned around. Hel reacted as if she had been struck by lightning. Second brother? What's the meaning of this? I haven't even said my greetings to number yet. I have to get his autograph, shake his hand, establish a personal channel, take pictures, and, if possible, get a hug, and. Shut up. You're the main reason we're going back now. We're returning. End of story. No. Wait, just 5 more minutes. No, 3 more minutes. Just a minute. Ack. If I can't get an autograph, then just a handshake at least, or just a strand of hair, eek. Hormungandr swallowed Hel, then opened a portal and disappeared into the heavenly world. The Niflheim members who had accompanied Hormungandr smiled awkwardly. Vark. Vark. Fenrir, the only one of the siblings left, swung his big head from side to side as if he were unsatisfied with being associated with his siblings. To Erlangsen's and Prince Neza's eyes, Fenrir's behavior was no different from that of Hel, and flabbergasted expressions appeared on their faces. Fenrir didn't care and simply stood next to Agar's. What will you do with us now? As the representative of the Titans, Selene knelt in front and looked at Yanwu carefully, her eyes shaking. Now that Yanwu had gotten the upper hand in the war, and their path to Olympus was blocked, the Titans' fate was in Yanwu's hands. She wanted to persuade Yanwu, certain that he was furious with them. She hoped that she could convince him to be a little more lenient, even if he imprisoned her in Tartarus again. Now that we don't have a mother or brother, we have no way to overcome this situation. It's better for us to bow again and wait for the next opportunity, no matter when it may come. They had found a chance after being imprisoned in Tartarus for thousands of years, why couldn't that happen again? Selene had no doubt that a chance would appear if they waited long enough. However, this was the worst-case scenario for them, and if Yanwu wanted anything from them, she and the other Titans would offer it up to him without any qualms if they could get out of the damned Tartarus. You are the successor of Hades, and you also wore the Cronus crown before that, and Cronus was the great king of the Titans. Thus, you are our new king. If your majesty wishes, I, Selene, and the other Titans will worship you as our king and dutifully follow you. Selene and the Titans had been disconnected from Olympus, so they didn't have the most recent news of Yanwu's identity. However, since they knew Yanwu had passed Cronus' test, they were offering their servitude to him. Cronus, who had returned to his Vigrid form, watched everything with amusement. Ha ha ha! Even when I rose to the throne, these good-for-nothings always waited for a chance to blindside me and stab me in the back. It's pretty funny to hear them still talking nonsense. They're taking you for a fool, son. What are you going to do about it? Cronus was implying that Titans did not have anyone else to backstab, so they were now begging his son, who possessed a sparkling and beautiful personality. Yanwu let Cronus' words go in one ear and out the next as he looked at the Gigantes. The Titans were offering to make him their king. If they became his allies and Yanwu could add them to his forces, he would be able to not only recapture Olympus but also form one of the largest and most powerful societies in the heavenly world. Yanwu wondered what the Gigantes would say in response. Would they resist like the deceased Typhon, Persephone, and Mother Earth? Or would they surrender? The Gigantes looked at each other since they no longer had a leader who could represent them. Just moments ago, they had behaved as though they would fight until the bitter end. However, now that the situation had changed, they knew that they did not want to die or be imprisoned. If they begged for their lives, they would always be seen as traitors by others, considering their history of betrayal. Thus, they could not react right away. Still, they really did not want to die, so a relatively quick-witted Gigantes spoke up. "We shall also serve. Save your breath. I've already decided what to do with you guys. I was just giving you the chance to state your last words, but I've changed my mind." Yanwu spoke with a mocking tone, but the Titan and Gigantes only heard him say, "Last words. Why your majesty, our king. Please don't be like that and listen to what we have to say. Do you know what my problems with the three main gods of Olympus are? They've always been too lenient with you. Sparks must be snuffed out before they turn into a blaze." In an instant, a black shadow spread across the ground, and chains shot up from the shadows and wrapped around the Titan and Gigantes' necks and limbs. Clank! "No, no! Help! Save us!" As immortals, the Titans and Gigantes were horrified by the punishment of death. A few even got up and tried to run away, but the East Demon Army and Chan sect didn't even have to act since the chains began to move faster and devoured their targets. The chains flung the Titans and Gigantes into the shadow at random. The bones of the Titans and Gigantes splintered as their bodies folded at bizarre angles. Severed limbs bounced up briefly before the shadow sucked them in, their screams echoing throughout Tartarus. Crack! Crack! Crunch! Your power shadow domain has been given the effect of Hades' spirit-eating sword. The Sin Stone, Superbia Gula Luxuria, reacts strongly. A large-scale devouring is taking place. It's a sad sight to see. Since he knew all of them, Cronus found their deaths a little difficult to watch. Even so, he did not try to stop Yanwu. He'd sat on the throne for a long time and knew that even though it was necessary to be generous to one's subjects, in cases like this, it was more effective to be strict. "We," said, "we'd appoint you as king." Selene, who had toiled as a go-between for Typhon and Gigantes, crawled out of the shadow to grab Yanwu's ankle. However, there was no power in her grip. Half of her spirit body had already been torn off and devoured. Yanwu looked down at her and smiled. "Don't worry. I still have a little bit of conscience left." "You have what? How can you say that with such a straight face?" Cronus looked at his son with an exasperated expression. "I accept your heartfelt wish to appoint me as king." "Oh ho! Ha ha ha! Such a big heart and beautiful conscience you have, son." As Cronus laughed behind him, Yanwu kicked Selene's dying torso back into the swamp of shadows. "All of the energy of the devoured souls has been given to your followers. SSS." Yanwu distributed all the devoured powers evenly among the ghost giant, the two dragons, and Dis Pluto. Yanwu had already reached his limits, and he had no further need of the devoured powers. It was more beneficial to make his followers stronger so they could support him. After he completely devoured everyone, a deep silence descended on Tartarus as if nothing had ever happened. "Pwahaha! It's certain. That guy's closer to a demon than a god." Unlike Erlang Shen and Prince Neza, who could not hide their shock as they watched the devouring process, Agar's had a large smile on his face. The demonic society sends Agar's a message that they should not acknowledge each other from now on. The demonic society states that there is a sky above the sky. The demonic society pretends not to see Agar's. Chapter 594, Erebus, 2. Chapter 594, Erebus, 2. Let's start. When they heard Yanwu's order, the three Cyclops brothers nodded gravely. Their faces were filled with nervousness, excitement, and tension. They had been overjoyed to hear that Yanwu had recaptured Tartarus. However, once they stepped into the temple of the king of the underworld to look for the stone of Castitas, which they'd buried there, they started feeling nervous. They had all but given up the possibility that they would return to this place, and yet they were here. They had placed the stone of Castitas in a relatively open place. It was near the foot of the temple stairs, close to the second bronze brazier on the left. Everyone who watched the brothers find the stone was all exasperated at the discovery that they had hidden such an important item in such an obvious spot. Although the brothers didn't know how to fully utilize the stone of Castitas, the youngest, Arjesh, knew how to extract small bits of the fire from the beginning of time from the soul stone. He had used these for the weaponry and armor he had created for Dis Pluto, and this tiny quantity was enough to make Dis Pluto a well-known and formidable troop in the heavenly world. This was why the Cyclopes had worried that the Titans or Gigantes would get their hands on the stone of Castitas. Things are hardest to find when they're right under your nose, Arjesh said in a carefree manner. Soon, all the observers understood why Arjesh was so confident about the hiding space. Underneath the bronze brazier, Arjesh had installed a complex contraption with a multitude of combinations and movements that had to be done before it would unlock. Only Arjesh could open the contraption and access the stone of Castitas. Rumble. The ground split open, and an old chest shot out. They opened it to see the stone of Castitas resting comfortably inside. That's... Once he laid eyes on the soul stone, Erlang Shen's eyes grew wide. He could immediately cure the Jade Emperor's ailment if he got his hands on the stone of Castitas. Wait. Wait a little longer. Prince Neza placed his hand on Erlang Shen's shoulder, speaking in a low voice. It was only then that Erlang Shen had realized that he had been walking towards the soul stone without even thinking. His face grew red from embarrassment. His emotions had gotten the better of him. While the two leaders of the Chan sect were calming their hearts. So that's a soul stone, hey? It definitely feels different from the one you possess. Cronus glanced at the stone of Castitas and exclaimed. Though the stone of Castitas looked like a normal piece of rock, Cronus could sense something inside it. Thinking that Cronus could provide information, Yanwu cautiously asked Cronus, "How is it different?" How can I explain this? Your soul stones have an evil, subversive aura like their owner, but that stone of Castitas seems to be purifying itself. Hey, why are you looking at me like that, son? Yanwu looked dumbfoundedly at Vigrid. Yanwu had been suspecting that his father lived to tease him, but Yanwu decided to let it slide. He clucked his tongue and shook his head. Nothing. Forget it. You mentioned something about purification. When holy power loses its divinity, it separates into multiple pieces and accentuates one specific aspect. Forget it. Let me put it this way, how did you first feel when you learned how to use your soul stones? It was turbulent. Right. It must have felt like a release. The magic power started rushing out with no end in sight, right? Yes. That's why I had to divert the overflowing magic power to the Philosopher's Stone to gain stability. Yes, that sounds about right. The soul stones you possess are filled with magic power and are extremely active. They seek to be released, like a crazed dog. However, the stone of Castitas is different. It has a tendency to absorb. Are you saying that it absorbs magic power? Something like that. It not only contains magic power, but it also seeks to absorb all the magic power around it. Then, when you mentioned that it purifies. Right. Regardless of whether magic power is murky or derived from spiritual energy, the stone of Castitas will absorb it. Thus, it purifies. It absorbs all kinds of magic power and turns it into the purest form of magic power. However, the magic power it creates as a byproduct is so pure that it's probably poisonous for most living beings. Yanwu's eyes grew wide. After he'd made the Philosopher's Stone and spent a lot of time perusing the revelations, he had accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge about the world. Thus, he knew the property and use of pure energy. To a certain point, the purer the magic power, the more effective it was. However, just like water that was too pure and therefore couldn't sustain life. Once a substance became too pure, it became life-threatening rather than beneficial. The stone of Castitas could create the purest form of magic power, a type that only existed during the beginning of the universe. The stone of Castitas also purifies the power. So, it imbues purity. Yes. Yanwu recalled the first time he encountered the stone of Superbia, pride. Once he got rid of his brother's diary, the soul stone released a tremendous amount of magic power. The suppressive aura of the magic power was just like Superbia's domineering nature. It was the same for the stone of Gula, gluttony. The original owner of the soul stone, Gula, the gluttony emperor, had been influenced by the stone's greed, and he had desired to consume everything. And finally, the stone of luxuria, lust, perfectly exemplified Viera and Mother Earth. However, all three of these cases fell into the realm of cardinal sins. Since the stone of Castitas possessed qualities that made it part of the cardinal virtues, it absorbed rather than released. If the cardinal virtues soul stones are brought together to create a virtue stone, much like your sin stone, I'm fairly certain we'll know what effects and properties it'll have. But for you, you're saying that it's dangerous for me? Yes. The two stones, the sin stone and virtue stone, will be diametrically opposed to each other. Curious to see what would happen, Yanwu reached his hand out to the stone of Castitas. Crackle! A large spark popped from the tips of his fingers, stopping him from getting any closer. He also felt the philosopher's stone shake violently, as if warning him that the stone of Castitas wasn't good for him. Yanwu felt that he had to either follow through with assisting the Chan sect and exchange stone of Castitas for a cardinal sin soul stone or a different cardinal virtue soul stone. Yanwu was surprised by his father's ability to see the essence of a soul stone just by looking at it. Of course, Yanwu did not show this surprise, knowing that he wouldn't hear the end of his father's boasting if he did. Eventually, Yanwu extended his shadows and placed the stone of Castitas inside them before leaving. Yanwu left Tartarus to the Chan sect and Niflheim and headed over to Athena and the others' location. Yanwu had heard that the door to Erebus had just been opened. Oh! Who's this? It's my apostle. I was waiting for you. Hey! Who are you calling your apostle? He's my comrade in arms. This guy is still spewing the same nonsense. Hey! I already called dibs. Ugh! What nonsense! Humans aren't items you can call dibs on. As always, Ares and Hercules argued with each other, exasperating Yanwu. Anyway, something feels different about him today. He's like a shiny object I want to obtain. No, he's shining and sparkling today. They stared at Yanwu as he passed them without a word. They could sense something foreign about Yanwu, a suppressive suffocating aura that also weirdly drew them to him at the same time. Their huge hunger for Yanwu grew even worse. Damn this stone of luxuria, lust, Yanwu realized what was going on and frowned. He had also noticed that the other gods and demons were acting slightly differently around him, but these two had the most dramatic reactions. Their love and desire for you seems to go beyond what is normal between a nephew and an uncle. You're so popular. However, as a suggestion, I feel you should set things straight. I know, father. You don't have to nag me about it. All right. Ha ha ha. Yanwu let out a sigh as he responded to his father's backseat coaching. Right now, he had to focus on saving Hermes and Poseidon and bringing them back. It didn't matter what their relationship had been before. Now that he knew what his ties to them were, it was necessary to tell them to avoid confusion. He also needed to explain what happened to Cronus. Athena stood in front of an open gate, looking exhausted. She had clearly used a considerable amount of her holy power and fortitude to open the gate. Did you just arrive? Yes. I'm a little late because I had to deal with some loose ends. No worries. We're just thankful that you're here. It's something that we should do. I feel bad for making you do this and becoming a burden to you. Yuanwu was saddened yet appreciative of Athena's attempt to welcome him, despite her exhausted state. Unlike her, the other two who followed Yuanwu looked as though they didn't have a care in the world. Yuanwu was exasperated at the sight. Although they had different mothers, they were from the same seed, so how could they have such different personalities? Actually, objectively speaking, there's no reason for you to go this far to help us. Looking at Athena's thin figure, Yuanwu couldn't help saying, "No. The matters of Olympus are related to me." He turned away from Athena's questioning eyes and looked at Ares and Hercules. "Before we go to Erebus, I have something to tell you." "Oh. You've finally decided to become my apostle. Right now, number can tread on you whenever he wishes, so stop spewing nonsense." Of course, he's finally chosen to fight alongside this great. "I am Cronus' son." Yuanwu said the words without any warning. Hercules, Ares, and Athena all cocked their heads, wondering what Yuanwu meant. So, to put it simply, Yuanwu deliberately avoided Athena's gaze and looked at Hercules and Ares, who both had blank expressions on their faces. "I am your uncle." "Hey, what nonsense!" Hercules frowned, ready to shout at Yuanwu for being so ridiculous. SSS. However, Yuanwu released the aura that he had been keeping in check. It was not his magic power, but the aura hidden within Vigrid, Cronus' divine power, which hadn't worked before because the spring of death hadn't been activated. Ares and Hercules were astonished by the divine power and took a few steps back without realizing. Athena slowly moved towards Yuanwu with wide eyes. "Ha ha ha! It's nice to see my grandchildren for the first time. As the former king of gods, I should make a dramatic entrance, right?" Cronus whispered to Yuanwu. Rumble. Cronus attempted to manifest. The grid fragmented into pieces and formed into a human figure. Soon, a middle-aged man with flowing black hair appeared. In an instant, Ares, Hercules, and Athena's complexions grew stiff. They had never seen Cronus in person, only his corpse lying like a mountain range in a corner of Tartarus. However, they immediately recognized their paternal grandfather. Cronus possessed a unique and familiar aura, and his spirit was similar to their own. Gods could peer through the physical body and view the spirit, and they could even see the true self within one's spirit. "Are you Zeus' children?" Cronus' voice resonated within their spirits. The three of them couldn't speak at all. Within Olympus, Cronus was a very divisive character. He had led Olympus during its heyday, but in the end, he fell into madness and collapsed. However, many in Olympus secretly honored him. Athena's generation, who were often dissatisfied with the current state of the heavenly world and had frequent conflicts with the older generation, revered him. For them, Cronus was someone who had only existed in legends. When such an existence appeared in front of their eyes, how could they not be surprised? Moreover, Yuanwu's declaration that he was the son of Cronus still lingered in their ears. Ares and Hercules' complexions turned blue as they recalled all the past statements they'd made to Yuanwu. Uncle. Clee. Messages appeared in front of the two. Player number offers an apostolate to the independent god Ares. Player number offers an apostolate to the independent god Hercules. In an instant, the complexions of the two gods turned pale. Yuanwu looked at them with a vicious smile on his face. Chapter 595, Erebus, 3. Chapter 595, Erebus, 3. Apostles were the shadows of gods and the leaders of a god's followers, so gods took special care choosing their apostles. Apostles became a part of a god's legends, and the reputation of an apostle was a factor when it came to attracting a large number of followers. Also, the powers of an apostle affected a god's future strength and level, so although the standards for choosing apostles varied, all gods were very careful about picking apostles. This was the reason why even though there was a multitude of players and rankers in the tower, there were only a few apostles. It was true that gods strongly desired to interfere in the lower world, but it was this very greed that made them so cautious about choosing their apostles. Sometimes it took hundreds or thousands of years for a god to find an apostle, and there were eras without any apostles in existence at all. However, this also meant if a player with extreme potential and talent showed up, countless gods would rush to try to take that player for themselves. This was why many gods and demons had taken an interest in Yanwu after he customized the martial arts of the one-horned tribe for himself. A player like Yanwu was difficult to find, and they were often prideful and preferred to become transcendents or lords over being apostles. Gods could have as many apostles as they wished, but they usually only accepted one apostle in order to dedicate all their powers to a single person. However, there was nothing stopping them from accepting 2, 3, or even dozens of apostles at the same time. Because gods had to share a significant amount of holy power or give constant blessings for their apostle, most of them preferred not to manage a large number of people. The most would be 3 apostles. Yanwu had taken Doyle as his apostle to manage Arthea, and he'd accepted Valdibish as his apostle to take care of the giants. But now, here he was trying to make apostles out of 2 great divine beings. Ares was Zeus' son, and Hercules was a hero with impressive legends as well. It was rare to take such beings as apostles, even within the heavenly world. Binding such great beings would be hard, even for Yanwu, but it wasn't impossible. Knowing this, Ares and Hercules didn't shoot the idea down right away. Yanwu had swallowed Cronus' giant corpse and defeated the crawling chaos and Mother Earth. Although the level of his soul was mortal, his prowess was greater than that of most conceptual gods. And on top of that, he said he was Cronus' son. That meant his status was possibly greater than theirs and equal to Zeus. Where else could one find a being as mighty as Yanwu? If Yanwu insisted on it, there was almost no way to refuse. Haha, you uncle? Do you have something against me? Ares stumbled over his words and barely managed to speak politely. He had lived recklessly all his life, but he felt that he had no choice but to lower himself at this moment. They could tell from Yanwu's smirk that his offer was genuine and not some trick to scare them. Something against you? Yes, we should try to talk it out. Of course, I have something against you. A lot of things, in fact. He. Then how about we start a deep conversation between a cute nephew and a manly uncle? That's what we're doing now. Why? You don't like it? Yanwu's grin deepened. Ares became tongue-tied. He froze, trying to search for the right words to say. Whoosh! As Yanwu focused on Ares, Hercules suddenly began to run away, each step propelling him forward vast distances. Hey, you bastard! Shit! Ares decided not to think about the consequences and ran in the opposite direction, thinking this was a good idea since Yanwu wouldn't be able to chase after both of them. However, Yanwu just chuckled. Pfft! Poor things! They're only digging a deeper hole for themselves. Cronus shook his head in pity for his grandchildren. ******. Ultimately, Ares and Hercules ended up kneeling on the ground with their arms raised, displaying matching black eyes. Raise your arms properly. When their arms started to lower, Yanwu noticed so quickly that they couldn't give their arms a break. You have appointed Ares as your 3rd apostle. You have appointed Hercules as your 4th apostle. All achievements of the 2 apostles will be bound to their god, player number. Ares and Hercules looked downcast. They had been trying to take Yanwu as their own apostle or subordinate, but their plans had backfired on them. However, attacking Yanwu was not an option. Athena smiled wryly as she watched. She had been thinking the 2 had behaved too thoughtlessly, and she knew they would end up paying for it, but not like this. The famed troublemakers within the heavenly world were meek in front of Yanwu. Only Yanwu could force an apostolate on these 2 and ignore their pride. Anyway, Athena smiled sadly as she turned to Yanwu, who was carefully supervising the 2. Uncle. It was unimaginable. From the start, Athena hadn't been able to turn away from the twin brothers, and she hadn't known why she felt pulled towards them. When Cha Zhongwu had first entered the tower and struggled, it was a complete coincidence that she found him. She'd sensed Alforoni ignoring the constraints of the systema and attempting to descend to the tutorial, and she discovered Cha Zhongwu there. Alforoni acted because of Cronus, grandfather. At first, she'd watched Cha Zhongwu because it was entertaining. She only wanted to cheer him on. Unlike the other novices of the tower who had basic abilities, Cha Zhongwu was completely ignorant in magic. Even so, he pushed himself through the hurdles, determined to obtain the medicine that would heal his mother. He was pitiful, and she wanted to help him. Perhaps that was why she became so involved with the brothers. When Cha Zhongwu and his comrades were brought down by various lords and Yanwu entered the tower, she couldn't help feeling concerned about him. Although he had the same face and voice as Cha Zhongwu, he displayed an entirely different personality as he climbed the tower and defeated his enemies. Her heart had felt heavy as she looked on. In a way, she had been with the brothers from the beginning. It might have been the pull of blood that made her notice them out of all the other players. Still, a thought occurred to her, but she smiled bittersweetly with a shake of her head. Yanwu had gone from a ward she needed to protect to someone who would protect her. Then, acting a bit childishly in front of her youngest uncle, probably all right. It wasn't easy for her since she'd taken on the role of a mature older daughter her entire life. Athena smiled at Yanwu. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. If you obey, I'll cancel the apostolates. After a short period, Yanwu released Ares and Hercules from their punishment. Before crossing through the gate, he dangled this carrot in front of their eyes, and the despondent duo turned around sharply to look at him. You. Me, too. Only if you obey me. If you cause trouble like you've done so far, I won't show any mercy. Yanwu cut off his nephews and emphasized his words. However, that was enough for Ares and Hercules. Their dull eyes were sparkling brightly once more. Ah ha ha ha. Just leave it to Ares, uncle. This is my specialty. You know who I am. Hercules is the one who killed a Nemean lion with a single hand. Leave the heavy work to me. Ares and Hercules pounded their chests confidently. As he stepped through the gate into Erebus, Yanwu thought to himself that it wasn't easy for great divine beings to be so half-witted. Then let's go. This is the hidden stage, Erebus. Warning. You have left the laws of idea. The will of transcendent beings will not have much effect. If you stay too long, your soul will be damaged. It is advised that you leave quickly. It's too dim. Erebus was a lot different from what Yanwu expected. He thought it'd be entirely dark, like the path to the abyss. There was a sky and ground like Tartarus, although the ground was swampy, and he would sink into the muck up to his ankles if he didn't move. Most importantly, this place seemed somewhat familiar. This is the Swamp of Darkness. Cronus muttered in his sword form. It's similar to the Swamp of Darkness. Yanwu had seen it in Cronus legends, and it looked like the place where Cronus had been taken over by the demonism. Was Erebus always like this? No. Erebus is one of the territories of Olympus, just like Tartarus. I remember what it used to be like, a place darker than the underworld where it was hard to tell between the living and the dead. Many divine beings, including myself, dislike coming here. But it wasn't like this. Cronus' voice was heavy. Did it change when the tower swallowed Olympus? How strange. The environment could have changed over time. That's possible. But since I'm being restrained and my holy power is being taken. This is a bit annoying. Athena and Ares didn't look too good either, as if something was binding them. Erebus' environment was straining their souls. A stage that refuses holy power. Can a place like this exist? Of course, there were all kinds of strange things in the tower. After all, it made sense that something like this would exist. This feels like shit. I see why you two were so unwilling to enter Erebus. Like Yanwu, it was Hercules' first time in Erebus, and he didn't look too good either. However, since he wasn't entirely a divine being yet like Athena and Ares, he was feeling less pressure. First, we'll take the lead since we have to guide you. Ares' playful demeanor in Tartarus was gone as he began to walk forward with a stiff face. They were now returning to rescue their relatives, and it was a solemn moment. Slosh, slosh. They slowly plodded forward. Chapter 596, Erebus, 4. Chapter 596, Erebus, 4. The more I look at it, the more this place reminds me of the Swamp of Darkness. Erebus was just like the Swamp of Darkness. Not only did it emit an acrid stench that stripped gods of their divinity, a fog that rose up from the ground threatened to swallow your soul if you weren't paying attention. It wasn't the best feeling to walk on the marshy ground that tried to suck one in, as well. You had to move without rest, otherwise, you would sink into the muck if you stopped even for a little while. While divine beings didn't have to worry about this, their divine abilities didn't work too well in Erebus, and it took a while for their holy power to recover. Most of the beings who escaped to this place grew tired quickly. The more time passed, the weaker Erebus made those inside it. They say Erebus is the grave of gods, it really is. It was already difficult for Yanwu, who was still immortal, so he couldn't imagine how tiring it was for the divine beings. The stronger you were, the greater a toll Erebus took on you. Plod. Plod. Athena and Ares looked exhausted the moment they entered Erebus. The confident Hercules also became quiet after some time. Everyone just silently walked forward. Ares and Hercules tried to search for Hermes and the others even though it was impossible to figure out any direction in this place. Fortunately, they had an artifact that Hermes had given them before they left Erebus that helped them find the way. The needle of the compass in Athena's hand began to spin. It meant one of the gods of Olympus was nearby. Athena quickly released her holy power just as laughter from somewhere beyond rang out. It was a woman's high-pitched shriek that seemed almost mad. Ha! Ha 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 ha! This is... Athena was about to identify the voice when Cronus suddenly transformed into his human form and shouted in a frantic voice. Click! Click! Hestia! Hestia, where are you? Cronus desperately called the name of his eldest daughter. Although he no longer felt the same way, he had once detested Hades, Poseidon, and the others, resenting them for abandoning him. However, there was a child he had never resented and always longed for, his first child. She was the cute and lovely first child that he and Rhea had, the daughter who was always a dependable sister. He missed her so much that he hoped to see her in his dreams, but she never appeared in them. And now, she was nearby. He could feel his heart beating faster and his blood pumping throughout his body even though he no longer had those bodily functions. He felt his breath grow short, and when he finally sensed something, he dashed towards it without any hesitation. Father! He was so quick that Yanwu had to use his sky wings to catch up. Athena and the others quickly followed. Ak! Ak! However, when they caught up, they saw the anxious Cronus being flung around by something. Hestia, it's me. Cronus! Your father is here. Go away. I said, go away. Can you not see me? Your father? A massive monster that spewed hot flames was there. Aunt Hestia. But her transition was slow. How could she have changed so much? Impossible. When Ares and Athena saw their worst fears come true, they grew pale. Transition was a phenomenon also called spirit change, and it was the first strange occurrence that the great gods of Olympus had experienced after fleeing to Erebus. The atmosphere of Erebus slowly drained the gods of their holy power and damaged their divinity. Usually, that didn't harm most great divine beings, and it could be solved once they left Erebus. However, the great divine beings fell into despair when their holiness grew tainted and their spirits began to change. Their souls slowly mutated, and they were at risk of becoming damaged monsters. But that wouldn't be the end of it. They would soon succumb to disease, or their legends would fade away as though they'd been hit with Gaia's curse. These were all fatal. Yanwu wasn't too surprised, since he'd expected that this would happen after hearing of the risks, but it was different to see Hestia's mutated form. Am I too late? He understood why the great divine beings considered giving up their divinity after seeing the strange phenomena. It would be less dangerous if they didn't have their transcendence. Hermes was most likely going through something similar. Hestia. It was a huge concern that Hestia, whose mutation had been relatively slow, was in such a terrible condition. Her appearance as a divine being had disappeared. If her divine powers didn't occasionally pop out, it would have been impossible to recognize her. Cronus anxiously tried to approach her, wanting to help, but Hestia just opened her mouth with an annoyed expression, thinking he was trying to aggravate her. Rumble. Boom. An intense fire that felt hotter than Yanwu's purgatory furnace poured to the ground. Boom. Of course, it couldn't hurt Cronus, and he only looked at her in pity as he stretched his hand out to create a multi-layered barrier that blocked the flames. Athena. Yes, sir. Athena turned to look at Yanwu, using formal speech that she wasn't accustomed to yet. She also didn't know what to do about Hestia. Is there a way to heal or stop the transition process? Not yet. Hermes fell ill when he tried to find a solution. Then there's no other method than to incapacitate her right now. Yanwu clucked his tongue and activated his powers. Sixth step, Dragon Body Awakening. Releasing all powers. Sky Wings. He transformed into a dragon and flew to Hestia. Ah! Athena tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ares and Hercules, who were unable to bring themselves to attack, looked up at Yanwu with surprised eyes. Yanwu plunged down from the sky so that Cronus wouldn't be able to stop him. Hestia discovered him and looked up, spewing a hot breath of fire, but it only left Yanwu covered in soot without harming him. As she focused on attacking him, emptiness opened around her and chains flew out, binding her arms and legs. Crash! Hestia was stuck in the chains before she could resist. Her right arm exploded, and scraps of flesh flew into the air. You! Cronus shouted furiously, but Yanwu remained calm. Father, this isn't the time to be blinded by love. Unlike Cronus, Yanwu didn't have any affection for Hestia. He wasn't like the affectionate Zhongwu, and he found it difficult to relate to strangers or put himself in their shoes. In addition, Hestia was part of the group that had tried to kill him. Poseidon had probably forced her into doing it, but that didn't mean Yanwu was ready to forgive her. She had tried to destroy him and probably thought of it as little more than getting rid of a noisy bug. Yanwu didn't plan on listening to whatever Cronus said. However, if he eliminated Hestia in cold blood, Cronus would be upset. Moreover, Yanwu was an Erebus in the role of Olympus' savior, and he had no plans to hurt Hestia any more than what was necessary. But it's not easy to keep her in check. Hestia thrashed, and the chains clattered on the ground. Was there no way to stop the transition? I apologize. I do not know. Bu immediately responded in the negative when Yanwu asked. Yanwu thought it might have been related to chaos or disorder, but it wasn't the case. He also asked Rebecca, who was the apostle of Cernunnos, a god skilled in various fields. Cernunnos looks at you wordlessly. But like always, Cernunnos just observed him without putting forth an opinion. It would be helpful if Brahm were here. However, his connection with Brahm had been weak for some time. He didn't know what Brahm was doing, but it wouldn't be easy to reach him from here. It's probably best to remove her from Erebus' atmosphere first. Without a solution, he decided to place Hestia deep inside his shadow. A method to easily stop the transition suddenly flashed through his mind. But then, things will deteriorate. Yanwu pretended not to see Cronus, who was glaring at him as if he knew what Yanwu was thinking. It would be easy to take over Olympus if she were my familiar, though. Yanwu shook his head. ******. The residence of Olympus' great divine beings wasn't too far from where they discovered Hestia. It was a temple that looked like the ones in Tartarus. However, seeing the ruined state of the buildings, it was clear how the gods here were faring. Athena, Ares. You're really back. And Hercules too. Just then, Apollo the sun god, who was protecting the temple, rushed over with wide eyes. The blazing red hair Yanwu had seen before leaving Tartarus was dirty, and Apollo's shining eyes were filled with exhaustion. Still, he seemed glad that his siblings had returned. Since you've returned, does that mean? Yet. It's all over, Apollo. All we have to do is return to Olympus. Ah! Finally, those cursed things! Apollo smiled, looking moved. The end to what had seemed like infinite darkness had come. What happened? Did you defeat them? Apollo had a few other divine domains aside from the sun, art, music, poetry, and prophecy. He couldn't see specific timelines and events like the three Norns of the 16th floor, but he could gain a general sense of things. Olympus relied on Apollo's prophecies, but they hadn't been able to see the rebellion of the Titans and Gigantes or their defeat. It was hard to tell whether the eyes of prophecy had closed or if there was some supernatural interference. Apollo was surprised that he hadn't predicted any of this happening. It's all thanks to, Uncle number. When Athena turned to Yanwu as she spoke, Apollo's eyes widened. The mortal he'd saved in the past looked entirely different. It was true he was somewhat interested in Yanwu since Hermes and Athena had been so taken by him, but he didn't know Yanwu would grow so much. There were many things he wanted to ask, but one thing that stood out glaringly. Uncle? What are you? I'll explain later. Where's Hermes? He's inside. But he needs to be stabilized, so it's best no one. Hey! Apollo shook his head, but Yanwu immediately began walking towards Hermes' aura. Frowning, Apollo tried to stop Yanwu. How dare he cut a god off? Even though Athena said the defeat of the Titans and Gigantes were thanks to Yanwu, Apollo assumed Yanwu had only made a small contribution. In his mind, it was impossible for mortals to assist and support transcendence. You arrogant fool! However, Yanwu ignored him and walked toward Hermes' room. Apollo shouted and activated his holy power with a raise of his hand, but Hercules and Ares suddenly got in between him and Yanwu. If you know what's best for you, you'll put that hand down, Apollo. You don't want to die, do you? I know you're worried about Hermes, but I won't allow you to put number in danger. Powerful auras spun around them as they blew away Apollo's aura. You. When the two gods of war who were known for their violence and intensity took Yanwu's side, Apollo froze. He turned to Athena inquiringly, but she was also shaking her head stiffly. I can't allow you to continue that. Stop it now. Even, you. Apollo was confused. Athena, Ares, and Hercules were taking a human's side? The gods who were considered the next supreme gods of Olympus? What had happened in Tartarus? As the standoff took place, someone walked out after hearing the commotion. What is the meaning of this ruckus? It was a man with messy blue hair, holding a trident. Poseidon. Chapter 597, Erebus, 5. Chapter 597, Erebus, 5. Poseidon. Cronus quietly muttered inside Vigrid. Understandably, he was feeling a rush of emotions after meeting Hestia and one of his sons after thousands of years. However, he stayed quiet, deciding this wasn't the right time to show himself. Meanwhile, Poseidon glared at his nephews and niece, then frowned even more after seeing Yanwu. You. He'd never been on good terms with Yanwu, and his glowering expression was fierce. Hello. Yanwu greeted him with a slight bow. How dare a mortal step foot here? Poseidon shouted angrily at Yanwu as always. The raging sound emitted holy power that shook the air. However, to Yanwu's eyes, Poseidon seemed like a small and shabby old man compared to the vigorous appearance he used to have. Was he always this small? Yanwu wasn't simply feeling this way because he was stronger now. Poseidon's divinity had drastically weakened. It was at a level that hardly befitted a great divine being, let alone a supreme divine being. It was so small that it seemed as if he would fall and become immortal soon. Still, his fiery spirit was the same. If anything, it had grown sharper than ever. His glaring eyes weren't too pleasant. For now, I'll consider you Hades' heir, but that won't happen the next time we meet. Poseidon had been powerful and arrogant when he helped Yanwu escape from Mother Earth, but now it was difficult to see any of that strength here. Only his pride remained after his soul had weakened. Decline was the word that described the current Poseidon best. Answer me. Why are you? Yanwu decided it wasn't worth dealing with Poseidon any further. Cronus seemed to want his children to get along, but he didn't have the right to tell them what to do since he wasn't exactly the best father either. Yanwu wanted to ignore Poseidon and just move along since he didn't feel any brotherly love for Poseidon, but that seemed to enrage Poseidon further. Poseidon shouted furiously and tried to stop Yanwu by grabbing his shoulder. He used so much force that his hand would have crushed Yanwu's shoulder if Yanwu weren't so strong. But before Yanwu could block his hand, Athena suddenly appeared by his side to parry Poseidon's hand. Clang! Please stop, uncle. I apologize, but we aren't trash cans for you to release your emotions. What? Poseidon's hand, which held his trident, trembled. You impudent fools are looking down on me until the end. He acted as if he would stab Athena with the trident, but Athena just looked him steadily in the eye. The two already had shaky relations, and the standoff between them was worse than the one between Hercules and Apollo. It seemed as though Athena and Poseidon would begin fighting at any moment. Yanwu tried to enter the hallway to find Hermes' room, but thinking he needed to take action against the rude mortal, Apollo pulled out a ray of golden sunlight and shot it at Yanwu like a spear. I said, stop. Ares and Hercules moved right away. Ares deflected the ray with his sword, and Hercules used his bow to intimidate Apollo. Boom, boom. The temple quaked, but Yanwu just ignored it and stepped into the hallway. He could feel Hermes' energy coming from the innermost room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What a shit show. After a while, Cronus finally spoke up. He was frustrated to see his offspring fighting among themselves when they should have been assisting each other during this dangerous time. He was also heartbroken that this was the fallen Olympus situation. However, Yanwu didn't respond, and Cronus asked after letting out a sigh. The child called Hermes must be important to you? He's been as much of a savior to me as Athena has. Your connections to Olympus already run deep. It just happened that way, I guess. It might be the wheel of fate spinning. Yanwu abruptly stopped in front of a room. He could feel a familiar energy radiating from within. Without announcing his presence or asking for permission, he stepped inside the room. Hermes was lying peacefully on a bed as if he were in deep sleep. Out of all of us, Hermes used his holy power the most and lost his divinity. Athena had explained on the way to Erebus what caused Hermes to fall to a level lower than those of the other gods. When we escaped Mother Earth and forced Erebus open so we could hide here, he sustained the most injuries. While his immunity was at its lowest, he was exposed to various diseases which has resulted in his current state. Once in a while, he would wake up, but now he's unconscious nearly all the time. We don't know what to do. Whenever he woke up, he was always concerned, but he believed you, our uncle, would return to Tartarus to rescue us someday. He believed in you more than he believed in our father. Yanwu couldn't forget what Athena had said. Hermes had trusted him more than Zeus, his own father? Why? Yanwu didn't think they were just words to flatter him. Athena was clearly telling the truth. What had Hermes seen in him? From the first time Yeonwoo had met Hermes at Olympus Treasury, he had always felt grateful for Hermes' trust in him. His heart clenched when he saw him lying in bed with such a pale complexion. "Father, you said the nature of the virtuous stone was to absorb, right?" "I did." Cronus answered hesitantly, then he grew surprised. "Are you going to? Isn't it worth trying?" "It might be possible, but I'm not entirely confident. I'd never even heard of the being called Lucille before." Cronus had never heard of Lucille? Yeonwoo had believed that Lucille had been notorious in the past if he'd managed to shake up the heavenly world, but it seemed that wasn't the case. "And you're probably better versed in me in this field." "I didn't particularly enjoy studying. The reason why I don't like books must be because of you, father. Heroes don't study." Listening to Cronus' shameless answer, Yeonwoo pulled the stone of Casitas from his shadow. The stone shook violently. What an aggressive reaction! Since Yeonwoo couldn't touch the stone directly, he used his shadow to move it onto Hermes' chest. He attempted to connect the stone and Hermes' soul using his shadow. His intent was simple. The traits of the virtuous stone were to absorb and purify. He could use these attributes to use the stone to absorb the energy of Erebus that was harming Hermes, and if possible, purify it to restore Hermes' divinity. However, it was easier said than done. Dealing with a soul stone was a complex matter, and it would be hard to reach Hermes' soul. Even fallen, a divine soul was still divine. Getting through one's consciousness to reach one's soul was something that even supreme divine beings didn't do, since the possibility of becoming lost in someone's world of conscious mind was too dangerous. Trying to connect Hermes' soul to the stone of Casitas was equally dangerous, since the stone might not only absorb the energy of Erebus, but Hermes' holy power as well. Due to these reasons, Yeonwoo's shadow was extremely careful when touching Hermes. He also tried another method to increase the chance of success. "Hermes, if you've been waiting for me all this time," Yeonwoo whispered in his true voice to reach Hermes' subconscious. "I hope you'll trust me this time too." Whoosh! A black-red light flashed around Yeonwoo as his sky wings thrust open. *******. When Yeonwoo returned after finishing the procedure, Poseidon and Apollo were standing far away from Athena and the others. Apollo had already heard about what had happened in Tartarus, and he stared at Yeonwoo with a disbelieving expression. However, he knew he had to trust his siblings, so he tried to shake off his doubt and bowed to Yeonwoo. "I apologize for the misunderstanding." "And, thank you." Apollo's attitude was respectful. "Uncle." Yeonwoo didn't respond and looked at Athena and the others. Athena nodded without emotion. "I explained everything since it was a truth that would be revealed soon anyway." She had told them Yeonwoo's identity as well, which was probably the reason for Apollo's attitude. Yeonwoo turned to Poseidon, expecting a different response, and as expected, Poseidon was glowering at him. "You've come to mock us?" He didn't try to attack Yeonwoo like before, but there was a twisted smile on his face. "So, you saved Tartarus? And eliminated Mother Earth? And you're Cronus' son? Which means I'm your little brother." "Shut up! That bastard was never my father. And a little insect like you isn't my brother." Even though Poseidon knew Cronus was with Yeonwoo, he couldn't stop condemning him. If anything, he spoke more loudly as if he wanted Cronus to hear. "Go away. We never asked for your help, and we don't plan on accepting it. We know, I will take back Olympus. I won't stop you from taking your inheritance, so be satisfied with Tartarus and leave, you outsider." Of course, there was no way for Poseidon to take Olympus. It wasn't even certain that he would be able to ascend to the heavenly world like this. However, he stubbornly rejected Yeonwoo's help. Apollo looked sympathetically at him, but Poseidon had dug in his heels. Yeonwoo didn't know why Poseidon had grown so debilitated or what kind of internal struggles he was going through. "But you must be mistaken about something." A low voice spoke from behind. Poseidon and the others all turned towards the voice, surprised to see Hermes slowly walking towards them. He still looked pale, but he exuded a fierce aura that made it clear that he'd not only been healed, but his divinity had been restored. No one knew how Yanwu had done it. It was certain that Hermes had the same aura that they had. He isn't an outsider. And you longer represent us, uncle. Hermes spoke coldly as if he wouldn't listen to Poseidon any longer. Poseidon's expression turned stiff. You must be mistaken, but I don't have any intention to help you. When Yanwu spoke again, Poseidon turned back to him. What? I'm not a pushover. Why should I help? A corner of Yanwu's lips rose. I can just take it for myself. Poseidon was about to step up with an angry glare when Yanwu shouted. Athena, Hercules, Athena, Hermes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The four gods replied with bows, like subordinates showing respect to their king. I will now take Erebus as my holy territory and Olympus as my territory. The three supreme gods will be removed from their positions, and Zeus will be demoted to a great divine being. The throne that was divided into three after Cronus left will now be reunited as one to be the new throne of the king of gods. They looked surprised to be told to betray their father, Zeus, but they didn't protest and lowered their heads even further. After Zeus had fallen into slumber with the heavenly demon disease, Olympus had walked along the path of destruction. They couldn't afford to allow the situation to go on any longer. Yanwu looked down coldly at Poseidon. Poseidon looked up at him with quivering eyes. Suppress those who resist. Take control of his temple immediately. Volume 7. Chapter 598, Erebus, 6. Chapter 598, Erebus, 6. You have successfully designated the hidden stage Erebus as your holy territory. He really took Erebus as his holy territory. How is that possible? For a mortal. The message that popped up in front of the gods staying in Erebus meant the cause of their suffering disappeared in a flash. By the time the message faded away, the pressure on their bodies was lifted away. Erebus accepts your existence. Erebus accepts your existence. Erebus entirely accepts the subordinates of player number. When their lost divinity returned, they felt the almost forgotten sensation of holy power entering their bodies again, as if they were back in the heavenly world. The gods of Olympus couldn't help but look at Yanwu with fearful eyes. The only reason holy power had returned to them was that the owner of this place, Yanwu, allowed their presence here. But if he revoked that permission, they wouldn't have any chance of victory. They would end up even weaker than when they had been trapped within Erebus. It was clear they were now leashed and chained. The word subordinate was already evidence of that. After Yanwu gave the order to take control of the temple, Hermes and the others moved rapidly to try to convince or suppress the gods of Olympus. Many of the other Olympian gods had followed them to Erebus, so Yanwu's subordinates were busy. The suppressed gods were surprised that Hermes and the others had incited a rebellion, but they were even more shocked to learn their master was immortal. The majority thought that it was absurd for divine beings to work under him, even if Yanwu was Hades' successor. However, when they learned from Ares and Athena that Yanwu had not only defeated Typhon and Persephone but sealed Mother Earth as well, they were completely shocked. However, they had no doubts since Athena and Ares had witnessed it. Demeter and Hera were especially silent after hearing the news, and their confused emotions were evident to those around them. For some time, Poseidon just looked at Yanwu wordlessly. He didn't shout or become angry, he only watched silently. It was impossible to know what he was thinking, but Yanwu wasn't particularly interested anyway, so he didn't return the look. As long as Poseidon didn't bother him, he didn't care what he thought of him, although Cronus was filled with regret over this relationship. Click. When Vigrid reassembled into Cronus, another heavy silence descended on the gods of Olympus. It's been a while. And there are some new faces too. Those who remembered Cronus' tyranny grimaced, but those who only knew of his glory brightened. Of course, none of them could react too obviously. Poseidon, the very god who had pulled down Cronus from his throne, was still among them. Although he had lost a significant amount of his divinity, he still had a substantial influence over Olympus. Demeter and Hera stood stiffly without being able to speak as Cronus looked at Poseidon's cold gaze, and knelt in front of him, lowering his head. Thud. I apologize for the past. Yeonwoo didn't have the courage to watch the rest and left. The other gods all followed him to give Cronus and Poseidon some space to speak. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Quite some time had passed when Cronus returned. Are you all right? Do I look all right? No. If they could let of their long-held resentment so easily, then it wouldn't be resentment in the first place. Cronus muttered sadly. Although the demonism's invasion of his mind was the cause of the sins of his past, in the end, he was still the one who made those mistakes. There were no excuses. If possible, I plan on seeing them many more times. And I'll apologize each time. What if they still don't forgive you? I still have to go. It's my duty. Cronus' faint smile deepened. And this way, at the very least, I'll be able to see my children's faces. I'm just sorry to you. Yeonwoo shook his head at the man who adored the children who despised him. But since Yeonwoo also once treated his father like he didn't exist, he wasn't in a position to say anything. Just then, Athena quietly approached him. The gate to Tartarus has been opened. Yeonwoo nodded in understanding and stood. Realizing Athena was staring at him, he cocked his head. Yes? Do you have something to say? No, sir. It's fine. Athena hesitated, then shook her head. Although she looked fine, just as she'd said, Yeonwoo didn't miss her slightly sulking expression. She was clearly upset. It's because I took Hermes as my apostle too. When Yeonwoo healed Hermes, he had taken him as his apostle since gods had all authority over their apostle, including life or death. An apostleship was necessary to heal Hermes. Since this meant that Hermes would have to give up everything he had to someone else, he had initially refused. However, Yeonwoo had pleaded for Hermes to trust him, and Hermes accepted the offer even though he wasn't fully conscious and allowed Yeonwoo to treat him. Moreover, gods could share some of their powers with their apostles, so Yeonwoo bestowed some magic power through their channels so that Hermes could quickly regain his health. Hermes was now stronger than Ares or Hercules in terms of pure holy power. Of course, when Ares and Hercules learned of this, they continually complained about it. They had grumbled about their apostleship before, saying that it confined them as though they were cattle, but it seemed like hierarchy still mattered to them. Athena was probably a bit upset that he hadn't offered her an apostleship as well. Yeonwoo didn't think becoming an apostle was that great, but if Athena felt that way, that was his error in judgment. Yeonwoo could barely contain his laughter, and he pretended not to notice Athena's gaze as he headed for the gate. She's going to drill a hole in my back at this rate with all that staring. Athena glared at Yeonwoo for a while, then followed him quietly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yeonwoo returned to Tartarus with the gods of Olympus in tow. Ah! I never imagined I'd be this glad to see the skies of Tartarus. It must be true that Mother Earth has been defeated. I cannot feel any of that bitch's holy power. But why are there so many transcendents here? That's Chan Sex Prince Neza and Erlang Shen. The demonic wolf of Niflheim and El Infernal's Grand Duke of the East. Just what happened here? Each god of Olympus had a look of disbelief when they sensed the energies in Tartarus. Who wouldn't be surprised to find familiar faces and renowned ones at that staring blankly at you? Poseidon looked quite surprised this time. The divine beings among the 5 most powerful beings in their respective societies, and their pride stopped them from acknowledging just any person. Seeing them treat Yeonwoo as an equal underscored the fact that Yeonwoo had brought Mother Earth down. In fact, this probably meant that the divine beings considered Yeonwoo superior to Olympus since they were allied with Yeonwoo. It was rare for an individual to ally with a society, even within the heavenly world. When Poseidon learned that Pluto, dragons, and the giants they'd believed had gone extinct were among Yeonwoo's subordinates, he was speechless. He was lost for words at the shocks that came one after the other. The gods of Olympus began to feel brighter after experiencing reality. Perhaps he didn't just claim Olympus, but he might have created a new throne of the king of gods. If he can do that with a mortal's body, he might be able to become an emperor once he's a transcendent. Those casually spoken words caused a flurry of discussion among the gods of Olympus. After Cronus' fall, the gods of Olympus had fallen into the path of ruin and suffered the humiliation of losing Olympus to the Titans and Gigantes. Zeus, who should have been ruling them, was still asleep, so he couldn't lead them at all. It didn't seem like a bad idea for Yeonwoo to be the new leader in this kind of situation. Although he was immortal, the beings of the heavenly world acknowledged him, and he was the child of Cronus and Rhea. There was no problem with his pedigree. Eventually, opinions started to sway towards Yeonwoo. Whoosh! The stairs to the heavenly world, the 98th floor, have been unlocked. A massive column of light dropped from the ashy sky to the temple of the king of the underworld, connecting the skies and the earth. The gods of Olympus were excited. The moment they had been waiting for had finally come. The path to their motherland was open. Athena. Yeonwoo silently regarded the heavenly world, then turned to Athena. Athena was looking at the column of light with eyes brimming with tears like the other gods, but she bowed when Yeonwoo called for her. Yes, uncle. Catch. Athena's eyes widened when she caught the object Yeonwoo tossed to her indifferently. It was a sword made of obsidian, the great holy artifact that, like Kaini, that represented Hades. Why are you giving this to me? Starting from today, you are Pluto's commander. Since you're also a god of war, you'll be able to use these soldiers more efficiently. They are armed with better weapons than they had under Hades, and they're more disciplined now, so they'll be useful in the heavenly world as well. It was only then that Athena understood Yeonwoo's intent. There were still many Gigantes in Olympus. A great war was needed to purge them all. However, Yeonwoo still couldn't ascend to the 98th floor due to the limitations of the system. He was sending Pluto to the heavenly world in his stead, and he'd given Athena command over them. Athena would be the temporary master of Pluto, which would allow her to move somewhat easily from and to the heavenly world. Yeonwoo was taking advantage of the system. Moreover, this would give Athena strength and authority. Even though Yeonwoo would be the one to sit on Olympus' throne as king of gods, he was showing that Athena would be a supreme god. As she was a war god with the domains of wisdom and civilization, there was no one more suited to uniting the divided Olympus and leading them than her. Player number offers an apostleship to the unaffiliated god Athena. Player number offers Athena the position of chief apostle. The chief apostle will be the head of the apostles who lead the followers, and she will closely serve her god by becoming her god's eyes and voice. Will you accept this offer? Will you accept? Athena's eyes widened at the message, then looked determined when Yeonwoo asked again. Even with her head bowed, her holy power grew as sharp and firm as a spear and a shield, as it used to be. I will obey the words of my god. Death to the enemies, and fight for the allies. With Valdebicia's bellow, all of Yeonwoo's subordinates stomped and raised their weapons high into the air as they began to cheer. Thump. Death to the enemies. Thump. Fight for the allies. Chapter 599, Erebus, 7. Chapter 599, Erebus, 7. Before Athena and the others stepped into the column of light, Agar said with glinting eyes. You want some help? The Grand Demon Duke of the East licked his lips with his bright red tongue in amusement. Even though Mother Earth has been defeated and the leaders are dead, reclaiming Olympus won't be that easy. Make a wish for me to help you. Who knows if luck might be on your side. Athena didn't even respond as she frowned and walked past him. The devil's words were sweet, but you had to see the hidden poison, especially when the words came from a divine being who slowly made their contractee go mad and led them on the path to destruction. Athena knew that Agars tempted people into contracts like this and took their souls in the end. Moreover, Agars likely didn't want her but desired her channel as chief apostle. "We'll be back." Athena bowed to Yeonwoo and led the gods of Olympus and soldiers of the underworld up to the heavenly world using the column of light. Whoosh! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You are attempting to possess the chief apostle. Yeonwoo closed his eyes and focused on the channel that connected him to Athena. Possession was simply sharing the view of an apostle. It wasn't like a manifestation, which took over the apostle's will. He planned on watching Athena reclaim Olympus and assist when needed. Athena's only thought was to win and offer the victory to Yeonwoo with her own hands, although Yeonwoo couldn't tell whether it was because she knew he was watching or because she was elated to be back in her motherland. "This is the 98th floor, the gate of the heavenly world." The light faded away, and Yeonwoo could see countless marble temples below Athena's feet. It was Olympus. Armed gigantes watched them from temples and fortresses, as if they had been anticipating this moment. However, anxiety and fear were apparent on their faces. To them, it probably seemed like hundreds of attackers had suddenly appeared through holes in the sky. "You are currently trespassing on the holy territory of the godly society. The gods have sensed the presence of unidentifiable trespassers. The gods have activated a defense system to defeat the trespassers. Has requested the help of their allies. Has refused the request for help. A new battle has broken out between the two forces. The battle to recapture Olympus is beginning." Athena instinctively chuckled when she saw the gigantes. She had been defeated by that? It was hard to believe. At the same time, she could feel how powerful the strength Yeonwoo shared with her was. A mighty magic power spun inside of her body and created holy power. With this, she had not only regained the divinity she'd lost in Erebus, but even grown stronger than before. She moved without any hesitation, and with Aegis in her left hand, she blocked the powers and attacks falling onto her. She focused magic power into the sword in her right hand, and the weapon Yeonwoo had given to her made a loud ring. Clang! Athena swung it up and down with the power she'd gained from becoming Yeonwoo's apostle, Sword Thunder. Although she hadn't trained in it yet, the large amount of magic power and holy power that she focused into it made the sword radiate with heat and light as if it would explode any moment. Rumble! A black-red column of light landed in the middle of Olympus, brighter than the column of light they'd used to return. Barriers and protective systems in the air shattered, and other defenses fell apart even before they reached the light. Athena didn't stop there and swung the sword again and again. She activated Sword Thunder indiscriminately in the land of Olympus and scorched the earth. Boom! 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 Athena, that crazy bitch! Is she planning on destroying the entire holy territory like this? What are the soldiers doing? Stop them! Those suspicious-looking, take care of those suspicious-looking bolts first, Stop it! Stop it now! Athena dropped an onslaught of sword thunder bolts to the ground until her magic power and holy power ran out. She behaved as if she didn't care about Olympus being destroyed because if she tried to preserve the city, it would stretch out the time it would take to take it back. That would only result in more destruction, and the best option was to discourage her enemies with an overwhelming display of power. Fortunately, Athena's strategy worked, and the gigantes were instantly in chaos. Even though their commanders ordered them to raise their spears and cast magic, the soldiers lost their morale. Fear began to spread among them, and some even abandoned their weapons and attempted to run away. Pluto entered the battle at that moment. No matter how many attacks dropped from the sky, the infantry would decide victory. Furthermore, Pluto was the best of the best. They had fought countless battles and won just as many. None had crossed death's door as many times as they had in the last 100 years. To them, the gigantes were only children trying to dress up as adults. At this rate, Athena will take all the credit. I won't lose to her. Ha ha ha. I, Ares, will show how I obtained the title of Butcher. Hercules and Ares quickly followed Dis Pluto onto the battlefield. They hunted down the commander-level Gigantes to destroy morale even further. Explosions rang throughout the battlefield. Hermes shook his head as he looked at his excited brothers, and he lightly waved his hands in the air. The ground began to shake, and boa constrictors popped out, snatching up Gigantes one by one. He couldn't let the others take all the credit either. As the apostles performed impressively, Apollo and the other gods who were reluctantly working with Yanwu jumped onto the battlefield with their spirits running high. "We can't lose to them. Let's take Olympus from these creatures." Only Poseidon looked down from above with an expression that was hard to read. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "Why you can't come in here, Ak?" The very first place Athena and the others attempted to take was the center of Olympus, Omphalos. It had originally been Zeus' holy territory, but the Gigantes were now using it as their base camp. They had to reclaim this place first before Yanwu could designate Olympus as his holy territory. Desperately requests help from their allies. Desperately requests help from their allies. Ignores the request for help. Has declared a dissolution of their alliance with. The alliance between and has ended. Requests the assistance of other godly societies. The neutral force stays silent. The neutral force stays silent. The godly society gives their statement: "We support all activities of player number and also positively accept the new system he has established in Olympus. However, we express concern about the restoration of the throne of the King of Gods, which has a history of causing chaos in the heavenly world, and we request a closer look." The demonic society expresses their support of giving up its holy territory and becoming a government in exile. Searches for mercenaries. Vimalasatra positively reviews the commission. However, his condition is that must become his subordinate. Refuses and the commission has been cancelled. Cernunnos rejects the message of commission. Has fallen into despair. Fear fills the holy territory of. The allies of have split apart. Athena and the others mercilessly defeated the Gigantes. Asgard, those damned assholes. Asgard had behaved as if they would give everything they had to support Olympus, but now they turned their backs on the Gigantes, leaving them feeling betrayed. When the other societies looked away, the Gigantes grew despairing, and when Malak no longer treated them as a society and El Infernal showed the intent to swallow them, they lost the strength to feel angry and only felt powerless and frustrated. The societies of the heavenly world had to be strong in order to be acknowledged and maintain their system. Besides, many already looked askance at the Gigantes for having the support of Mother Earth. Most beings thought that things had worked out for the better. Of course, Yanwu had become enemies with many societies in the battle with the crawling chaos, but no one helped the Gigantes because they didn't see anything in it for them. In the end, the Gigantes were destroyed without having a chance to put up much of a fight, and Athena received messages that Dis Pluto had taken control of various hubs. The western directional tower has been successfully dominated. The eastern fields of Oniroy has been claimed. No external societies are attempting to invade the holy territory. The earth of Thanatos has just been subjugated. Battles are taking place in 13 holy territories. 8 will be conquered within a few hours. You've all worked hard. Keep it up until the end. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The performance of Dis Pluto is outstanding. Fight streaks through the holy territory of. Death spreads through the holy territory of. A new, impressive legend is in the process of being written. At the very least, we must protect this place. In the Hall of the King, where Zeus and the other brothers once ruled over the universe, Aet looked at Athena, the other apostles, and Dis Pluto as they surrounded him. He was ruling the Gigantes in Typhon's and Persephone's absence, and he was trying to protect the throne, but the fear in his eyes was apparent. That damned bastard! Wait, Ares! Why? Ares had once lost to Aet, and he turned his head to look at Athena, who was preventing him from reaching Aet. Athena gave the sword she was holding to Hercules and stepped forward. Today is a glorious day since the throne of the King of Gods is returning after thousands of years. This is the location where we will hold such an important ceremony. We can't spill blood on a holy day and place like this, can we? That's true. Ares nodded in agreement and stepped back. Athena stepped past him, moving to the throne. Aet looked up at Athena with shaking eyes. What are you trying to? What else? Athena smiled coldly as she stretched her hand out. Bugs should be exterminated. She activated Sword Thunder on the tip of her fingers. It tore through the holy power and divine abilities Aet set up around himself for protection. Athena gripped his face and crushed it. Crack! She pushed Aet's head all the way down to his seat as if it were a can being crushed. There was a sorrowful scream as pieces of flesh and bone burst out. However, not a single drop of blood fell to the ground since Sword Thunder evaporated it. Athena swung her hand to sweep away 2 of the 3 thrones. In the future, only the new King of Gods would sit here, so the other thrones were unnecessary. You have won the battle to recapture Olympus. The owner of the great holy territory has changed. The godly society greets a new supreme god. Chapter 600, Erebus, 8. Chapter 600, Erebus, 8. Oh ho! So he's finally taken Olympus as well, Prince Neza exclaimed in astonishment as the messages in the sky, and Erlang Shen nodded nonchalantly. They had expected this victory ever since Yanwu became Cronus' successor and defeated Mother Earth, but they were still surprised to see him become a supreme god of Olympus. Olympus divided the throne of the King of Gods into 3 so there wouldn't be another tyrant like Cronus. But will that be inevitable now? Erlang Shen's eyes darkened. Although each of the brothers had wanted to take their share, the pressure of the other societies who didn't want the creation of another Cronus had also been a large part of the decision to split up the throne. Zeus had wanted to take the throne for himself, but since they had to sort out the confusion as quickly as possible, he was forced to share it with his 2 brothers despite his frustration. However, his new brother, Yanwu, had now unified the throne. What kind of expression would Zeus make when he learned of this? During his slumber, Olympus had been destroyed, and the throne he thought would last forever had been taken from him. However, he couldn't do anything since this was the law of the heavenly world. It was inevitable that your position would disappear if you didn't protect it. There might be a fight with Zeus soon. Erlang Shen liked Yanwu, and he felt pulled towards him. However, as a leader of the Chan sect, he couldn't react positively to the united Olympus. The power that Olympus had was equal to that of the Chan sect. He was worried about the possible birth of a new Cronus, and he secretly hoped Zeus would wake up to create some internal strife in Olympus. Of course, only after the stone of Casidas comes over to us, as promised. Apparently, Yanwu had used the stone of Casidas to treat Hermes and other gods poisoned by Erebus curses. Now that it seemed to truly have the potential to treat the heavenly demon disease, Erlang Shen desperately wanted it. But anyhow. Erlang Shen turned inquiringly to Prince Neza, who had suddenly spoken up. Legenza must be in a tight spot now. Erlang Shen nodded in agreement and smiled wryly. The companion they had left behind in the heavenly world was probably jumping up and down in frustration. Legenza was busy supporting the 2 from the heavenly world, but now he would have to clean up after Asgard. It was probably the same situation that Yanwu's allies, like Niflheim and the East Demon Army, were facing. Even if Asgard was no longer part of the hostile alliance, the others couldn't allow Asgard off the hook so easily. Right now, Asgard was probably running interference to appease Yanwu's allies. Of course, the allies were probably planning to take as much as they could from Asgard. The other societies who were watching might try to take some benefits as well. Legenza would have to work his brain quite a bit for these tough negotiations. He's been complaining about hair loss recently, and his head will probably be shiny and bald by the time we get back. Haha. Prince Neza burst in laughter as he thought of Legenza, who was probably glaring at them right now. A corner of his lips rose as he said, "Anyway, since we helped them reclaim Tartarus and restore Olympus as promised, the time to request our share has come. Indeed. What do you think? Any chances of victory with number? Aren't you wiser than I am when it comes to war? That's true. Still, the enemies we'll be facing from now on won't be easy. Erlang Shen nodded heavily. The matters of the Chan sect had to do with their long-standing enemies, the Ji sect, and Pandemonium. Pandemonium was too small to be called a society, but their manpower couldn't be underestimated. The 7 demon kings who ruled over Pandemonium included the Great Sage, who was another face of the heavenly demon, so there was no need to even describe their strength. Their oldest, the Bull Demon King, was so strong that even Cronus hadn't had the confidence to fight him in the past. He had awakened from a piece of the beginning, and despite that, he was still quite active, which put a lot of pressure on the Chan sect. It was hard to tell whether Yanwu could handle him. Just from the way he took Olympus, it's no exaggeration to say number is a monster, but the heavenly world is swarming with monsters greater than him. In the Chan sect alone, there was San Huangwudi, the West Empress Dowager, and other beings who called themselves elders and had no interest in the tower. There was also the Trinity Wonder, who had set up the tower. There were already a handful of beings who were on the same level as Yanwu, or possibly even stronger. And of course, there was Alforoni, who was like a wall blocking the heavenly world. Erlang Shen hoped Yanwu would be able to stand against the Bull Demon King. After Athena restored the throne, she left it empty. Since Yanwu couldn't ascend to the heavenly world, she prevented anyone from approaching it. However, she took care of internal affairs in Yanwu's stead and immediately got to work. She moved forward with the punishment of the traitors who assisted the Titans and Gigantes while giving orders for the collapsed holy territories to be restored. She also went to the underground prison of Omphalos herself. It was where the elders of Olympus had been locked up for treason after they resisted the Titans and Gigantes. If the elders had used their full strength, Olympus wouldn't have fallen so easily to the Titans and Gigantes, but because Mother Earth was on their side, the elders were able to use their powers as well as they wanted to. This was because most of them were Mother Earth's children. There was also the fact that most of them had already forgotten how to use their powers because they were conceptual beings. Creak. Athena opened the iron door and was greeted by a massive hall. However, she didn't see any traces of the elders, even though she'd been told that they were inside. There wasn't a single humanoid figure in the hall. Instead, there were many rays of light of different shapes and sizes. Instantly, various voices whispered in her ear. "You are? Who is this child again? She looks familiar." "Idiot! Have you already forgotten? She's Zeus' eldest daughter." "Oh right. I forgot because of my long slumber. Why is Zeus' eldest daughter here? What about the Titans and Gigantes?" "Athena. Why are you here?" The voices were so disorganized that it was hard to tell how many there were, as if numerous mosquitoes were buzzing in her ear. Some voices were pure chaos and couldn't finish their sentences. However, unlike the crawling chaos and Mother Earth, most of the voices were controlled, so they were intelligible. These were the elders. Since they had existed even before Olympus had been created, they eventually forgot their own existence over time and only the barest of their consciousness remained. Thanatos, Ker, Momus, Potnia, and the real Nemesis and Nike. Athena quietly paid her respects to them. "A daughter of Zeus, Athena, greets the elders." That's enough with the pleasantries. Outside? Tell her stories of the outside. The fact that you're here must mean something has happened again? They had been awakened from their deep sleep to become the laws of the universe and had been forced here by the Titans and Gigantes. The only thing they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. Athena told all the elders they were all free now and explained the reclaiming of Olympus in simple terms. The elders hadn't shown much emotion when they had been locked away, but they seemed to brighten at the news. "That's truly a relief. Now I'll be able to sleep peacefully again. This world is too small. Cronus' son was born in that faraway place and returned here? Is this what the Moirai mentioned? The Moirai were the three goddesses who looked over fate. They were similar to the three Norns on the 16th floor, and they were known in the heavenly world as well. Had they prophesied something about Yanwu? Before Athena could ask, someone spoke up. Athena. You must have come here yourself to wake Zeus, right? Yes, that's correct. Athena bowed politely. Although the Titans and Gigantes had taken over Olympus, they hadn't been able to eliminate Zeus because they couldn't find him. His rooms were hidden so carefully that they had believed he wasn't even in the heavenly world. But Athena knew better. Zeus' rooms were right beneath their noses, below the Elder's prison. The only reason the Titans and Gigantes hadn't been able to find it was that it couldn't be opened without the permission of the Elders. Now that they had reclaimed Olympus, Athena wanted to see Zeus. She needed to tell him the truth. It would be a bolt from the blue for him, but she considered it a duty she had to do as his eldest daughter and Yanwu's chief apostle. Zeus, that poor thing. The heavenly demon was the problem. Yes. We'll open the path, go on in. Thank you. Athena bowed to the elders and began to walk towards a stone door. Yanwu had healed the poison of Erebus, which had seemed untreatable at first. Athena thought that he might also be able to cure the heavenly demon disease, and she wanted to see Zeus and confirm his symptoms up close. However, when she stepped into Zeus' bedroom for the first time in thousands of years, Athena stopped and gasped. The bed where Zeus was supposed to be sleeping in was empty. As if there had been no one there in the first place. What? Yanwu's eyes widened at the message he received from Athena. Zeus had disappeared? I apologize. I don't know what happened. The elders don't have any idea either. I'll look into the situation and contact you with more details soon. Athena's voice was trembling, which was understandable since her father had suddenly gone missing. He might have tried to escape from the Titans and Gigantes, so they needed to find him as soon as possible. Nothing good would happen if the other societies caught wind of this. Yanwu ordered Athena to carry out a close examination and, after he closed the channel, he turned to see Cronus, who had a stiff expression on his face. This fool, where would he? Cronus felt guilt toward Zeus, so he seemed very anxious at the news of his disappearance. Yanwu couldn't do anything other than say it would be all right. However, later that evening, Yanwu learned that Zeus wasn't the only one who had disappeared. The Yellow Emperor from Chan sect, Odin from Asgard, and from Dilmun, and the other creator gods from each society had all disappeared without a trace. They were all divine beings who suffered from the heavenly demon disease. Chapter 601, Heavenly Demon Disease, 1. Chapter 601, Heavenly Demon Disease, 1. It began when news of Zeus' disappearance arrived from Olympus. At first, they were going to keep it a secret from the rest of Yanwu's allies because nothing good would come from others knowing this information. But if the other societies accidentally found Zeus first, the consequences would be too great. When Hermes said it would probably be better to ask the other societies for help, they decided to tell Nibelheim, the Chan sect, and the East Demon Army. These societies were some of the largest in the heavenly world, and Olympus hoped that their networks would help them find Zeus soon. Of course, it meant they would be in debt to the other societies, but it was better than losing Zeus to the other societies at some unforeseen time. However, when they shared news of Zeus' disappearance to the rest of the allies reactions were completely unexpected. The Chan sect seemed to be the most perturbed. Just a moment. Erlang Shen's expression stiffened as he left the conference room. He soon returned with shocking news. I received similar news from Three God Mountains. The Emperor is missing. Both Zeus and the Jade Emperor were gone? Something disturbing was going on. Anxiety spread through all of them. ****. The The Godly Society searches through their database to confirm the Allied forces' request. The first thing the Allied forces did was to ask Malak for help. Although some would say that it was dangerous to expose your vulnerability, Malak and El Infernal were unique societies within the heavenly world. Malak represented absolute good, which meant that they were considered an inflexible society that didn't know how to negotiate or be flexible. However, this also meant Malak would never betray others or break their promises. Although they didn't ally themselves with other societies and always walked alone, they did anything they could to maintain order among the other societies. As a result, the heavenly world always depended on them to arbitrate or run interference. Moreover, because Malak's motto was peace, stability, and love, they were willing to step up in situations like this. Malak was clearly aware of the severity of the situation because they quickly began an investigation. However, considering how delicate the matter was, it took time to search for information. The Godly Society has confirmed that similar incidents have occurred. The affected societies include, and other similar incidents are being revealed. The Godly Society has uncovered a grave problem and determined that a more in-depth investigation will be necessary. An official request for assistance has been sent to other societies. The result was shocking. The Godly Society secretly wishes to contact your allies. Will you accept? You have accepted. Michael, an envoy of, is descending. Everyone was surprised that an envoy would descend. Michael himself. What has happened? They're probably mad because of what happened with Gabriel. I hope there isn't any tension or a fight. Woof. Puppy, you're right. Things are indeed playing out in an amusing manner. Agars and Fenrir laughed as they talked. Michael was an archangel, a position that was second only to that of the celestial scribe, Metatron, and Michael was extremely influential, with many loyal supporters in Malak. In fact, based on his physical strength alone, it was possible that his status was higher than that of Metatron. He rarely left Malak because he was an extremist who detested evil and sin, and yet, he was coming as an envoy? Those who knew Michael's character expressed concern. Michael only acknowledged the god he served, and he lived by the personal motto "The only good demons are dead ones." It was obvious what such a being would do down here, especially considering his hate for Yanwu, who used Gabriel to make the fruit of good and evil. Boom! When a blinding white lightning bolt landed on the ground, a beautiful man with bright red lips and multiple pairs of wings appeared. The Allied forces fixed their eyes on Tartarus. The Allied forces fixed their eyes on Tartarus. The Allied forces fixed their eyes on Tartarus. The demonic society carefully observes the actions of the Godly Society. Baal fixes his eyes on Tartarus. The Allied forces and El Infernal paid close attention to Tartarus to observe every single movement that the famous Michael did. I didn't know so many beings would be interested in my actions. The beautiful man who was so fair that he seemed to glow smiled coldly and looked up at the sky. Because he spoke in his true voice and not his physical voice like Agar's did, his words were imbued with strong holy power that shook Tartarus. Then, Michael spread his arms apart like a singer acknowledging a request for an encore and shouted, "I must live up to the expectations, no?" He suddenly disappeared. Flash. Number. You. Ares and Hercules, who were standing by Yanwu's side, instinctively stepped forward. It was obvious where Michael was headed. Clang! Clang! Ares' blade and Hercules' axe crossed in the air. Michael stood in front of them with a cold smile, pushing a blazing spear against the two weapons. Oh ho! I did hear Zeus' two bravest sons are now apostles, but it's another matter to see it for myself. Michael grinned, his expression contrasting against Ares and Hercules' stiff expressions. But you're too cocky. Michael moved forward and began to raise his spear, pushing back the combined strength of two of the most powerful warriors in Olympus with his brute strength. Hercules, who was confident he was second to none when it came to pure strength, was especially shocked. With a cold smile, Michael thrust Ares and Hercules away. Spark! The tip of the spear swung up with a ringing sound as sparks flew. Michael rapidly spun the spear. Boom! The spear's fiery attack exploded out as though it were a cannon, and Ares and Hercules didn't have a single chance to counterattack. With each swing of the spear, it was as though thunder boomed right beside them. Ares and Hercules managed to fend off the attacks, but the impact still sent them flying back, leaving a trail of blood. Their hair grew disheveled, like lions' manes, and their clothes ripped. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Michael tossed the two pests away and immediately opened a space behind Jianwu to sweep his legs. Rumble! However, a large, black-red bolt hurtled down from the sky and flicked away Michael's spear attack. Jianwu quickly brandished Vigrid, slicing the black-red bolt as the blade approached Michael's neck. Clang! However, before Vigrid reached its target, the spear popped up to block it. Jianwu's eyes widened at the strength he could feel pushing against Vigrid. Had Michael always been this strong? Jianwu realized that Malok might be more powerful than he'd believed. A new emotion began to bloom in his heart, competitiveness. The desire to fight with Michael awakened inside him. The enemies Jianwu had been dealing with weren't really rivals but archenemies he had to defeat. It hadn't been about gaining victory but the necessity of killing his enemies. For the first time in a long while, his instincts as a martial artist flared up. Jianwu quickly began an onslaught of attacks to see the power of Malok, whom he'd never challenged before. 8 extremes of sword thunder activated one after the other. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With each swing, Vigrid blazed with black-red bolts and fire that threatened to swallow Michael. Most divine beings would have tried to evade these attacks, but Michael easily deflected them and even made the occasional counterattack. The gods and demons watching the fight ended up being the ones injured by the attacks, and they were forced to move back as the area around them was ruined. When sword thunder reached the 5th extreme, Michael's spear pierced through the fire to reach Jianwu's throat. Jianwu swung Vigrid down to deflect it and the two began another battle of strength. Vigrid and the spear clashed, each trying to break the other. It was a fierce standoff, and neither party held back. Do I need to combine before fighting? Jianwu briefly considered combining with Cronus. Since he started this fight, he wanted to take it to the end. However, the only thing that prevented him from doing so was the fact that Michael probably had some secret weapon. Dying. At that moment, Jianwu's heart began to beat wildly. The Philosopher's Stone was throbbing. His eyes narrowed. I heard you have the most pieces of my foolish older brother. I can see why. Michael stopped fighting after sensing something and grinned as he looked at Jianwu's chest. Jianwu's eyebrows furrowed. Older brother. Oh, you must not know because you're immortal. Michael looked into Jianwu's eyes and smiled toothily. Lucille. My twin left behind the thing you have next to your heart? Jianwu hadn't been expecting that information at all. The Lightkeeper who had once put fear into the entire heavenly world, Lucille Lucifer was Michael's twin brother? Despite his shock, Jianwu managed to understand why Michael was so strong even though he didn't have a special divinity like a conceptual god or a creator god. I think that's enough, you unwelcome visitor. Just then, an arrow condensed with demonic energy fell in between Jianwu and Michael. It had a life-threatening, destructive strength, and Jianwu and Michael pushed each other away to escape it. Standing in the spot they had just vacated was Agar's, who had manifested in his true body. Hundreds of pairs of black wings fluttered beautifully in the air. I've always said that it is mine. Only I can taste it. With a cold smile, Agar's licked his hand, which was filled with black demonic energy. His eyes were sharp, as if he could hack Michael apart just by looking at him. Stop being so annoyed. Michael was about to tell Agar's to go away when he realized that Erlang Shen and Fenrir had joined Agar's to surround him. Jianwu's subordinates also appeared and glowered at him. In the sky, Bu/Faust's wide eyes were blazing, as if he wanted to rip Michael to shreds. All the allied forces carefully observed Michael. The godly society advises Michael to stop. Even Michael wouldn't be able to deal with all these beings at once. How boring. You beings have nipped the first fun I've had in a while. Michael snorted in dissatisfaction and stuck his spear into the ground. The blazing fire was extinguished. Then, as if nothing had happened, he rubbed his hands together with a brazen smile. Shall we talk now? Chapter 602, Heavenly Demon Disease, 2. Chapter 602, Heavenly Demon Disease, 2. The gods and demons all looked at Michael with flabbergasted expressions. How could he manage to be so shameless and pretend that nothing had happened? Was he simply confident in his skills, or did he consider Malak to be that superior? It was hard to know what made him so self-assured, but the gods and demons couldn't start an argument with him. Michael's personality was famous, or rather, infamous within the heavenly world. Arguing with him would only bring on a headache. However, there was one thing they overlooked. Michael's reckless personality was well known within the heavenly world, but there was someone worse than him. As soon as Michael and the other divine beings turned around, a powerful, thundering boom rattled the sky. Rumble! Michael quickly shifted to the side, but a bolt of sword thunder had already slashed through his right wing. The severed wing fell to the ground, but the light that flashed after the attack made it disappear. Michael was forced to retreat far away with a stiff expression. SSSS. Yanwu planted the steaming vigrid into the ground and smiled coldly. Did you think I would gloss over things if you said we should talk? You must think I'm a pushover. The eyes of the other gods and demons widened in surprise before they shook their heads. They were now familiar with Yanwu's temperament after spending so much time with him. The apostles finally seemed satisfied. Agars and Fenrir burst into laughter. Yes. If I have to choose a creature who is madder than I am, it would be you. Of course. No doubt about it. Ha ha ha. Woof. Woof, woof. Agars and Fenrir's loud chatter annoyed Michael, but he suppressed his irritation and quietly glared at Yanwu. Then, he smiled in amusement and wet his lips with his cherry-red tongue. Can I consider your action as a gesture of disrespect to Malak? You mean Malak is disrespecting me? If you had wanted to speak on equal footing, then Metatron should have come down himself. However, the fact that a mere envoy would even dare pick a fight like this. How else should I react? Should I take it as Malak disrespecting Olympus, the giants, the dragons, and my allies? Michael finally understood what Yanwu was saying. Yanwu wasn't just anyone. He was Cronus' rightful son and a supreme god of Olympus who now sat on the new throne of the king of gods. He was a king whose subordinates were the forgotten giants, the new master of the dragons, the successor of the Black King, and a god of death and fight. It was an endless list of descriptions and titles. There weren't many in the heavenly world who could compare to him. Although Yanwu hadn't transcended or exuviated yet, he could try it any time he wished, so that wasn't a problem. In fact, as Yanwu implied, his status and influence in the heavenly world weren't insignificant. Michael's rude behavior as an envoy mocked not only Yanwu but the allies who acknowledged him and worked with him. If all of his allies decided to find fault with Malak due to this, Malak would have no excuse. Although Malak possessed clues about Zeus' whereabouts, if Yanwu decided he would just get rid of Zeus' position and forget about him, there was nothing Malak could do. Is this what Malak intends? Yanwu didn't let go of the topic, and Michael was silent for a moment before he came forward and bowed. I apologize. I must have been blinded by the thrill of seeing such a strong person for the first time after leaving my society. However, this is all my fault and has nothing to do with Malak. Yanwu's eyes flashed. Michael's confident attitude changed in an instant, and it was a rare sight for such a prideful being to bow to someone else. It meant Michael knew when to act and when to retreat. I hope your Majesty is generous enough to forgive me. However, if this apology is not enough. Michael's eyes darkened. Please allow me to pay for my sins with this. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly ripped off his left arm. Spurt! It was over before anyone could stop him. The gods and demons all looked taken aback. Even if an arm could be regenerated with holy power, it would mean losing that holy power. Furthermore, it would take a significant amount of time to regrow an arm, and it was a serious injury, even for a divine being. However, Michael didn't even blink an eye. Yanwu couldn't say anything further now that Malak had gone to this extent to make amends. Metatron of the Godly Society implores you to forgive the insolence of his envoy. Yanwu clucked his tongue when Metatron apologized and turned around. He attacked on his own and tore off his arm on his own. Based on how he does things, he must be crazy. For sure. The rest of Yanwu's companions smiled at Agar's response and nodded in agreement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What a guy! Cronus laughed in disbelief as he watched Michael silently receiving treatment from Erlang Shen. He had an opportunity to test my abilities and observe the relationships among our allied forces, so it wasn't all for nothing. True. Cronus agreed with Yanwu. Even though Michael seemed like a competitive and violent being, Cronus could see that, in reality, Michael was as cool-headed as he was strong. That celestial scribe guy probably had something to do with it too. Each person who has inherited the position of Malak's scribe has always been famous for his slyness. In my prime, there were many times when I wanted to open that guy's head and see what was inside it. Of course, just because Metatron's orders were involved, it didn't mean Michael was simply a puppet. The fact that he could execute these orders and even sacrifice an arm made it plain that he was as sly as Metatron. If he's got both brains and brawn, that makes him quite the adversary. Son, you're going to go through a bit of trouble to become the king of gods. To gain the throne of the king of gods, one had to be qualified. It meant not only ruling Olympus but also gaining the respect and admiration of other societies. It went without saying that it wasn't an easy task, considering the pride of the divine beings. Anyway, be careful. Guys like that aren't easy to deal with. Yanwu nodded. More importantly, what are you going to do about that hideous thing in your hand? It's weird carrying it around. Are you going to give it back? Why would I give it back? Yanwu smirked as he looked down at Michael's left arm in his hand. The Power Hades spirit-eating sword has been activated. He devoured Michael's left arm through the teeth in his left palm. The arm of Malak's strongest being made the holy power inside him multiply. Every little bit helps. Tisk. How can a guy like you be my son? Arg. Poor bastard. I've got to reap something from what I've sown. You smartass. Yanwu and Cronus bickered as they entered the temple of the king of the underworld. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thank you for waiting. Michael appeared with a bandaged left shoulder. Since he had sworn to show respect to Yanwu, he was now speaking formally, and it was impossible to find anything wrong with his behavior. I shall skip the trivial matters and get to the point. Michael spoke impassively, his expression solemn. His tone was cold, as if he didn't feel any emotions. Yanwu thought this was probably Michael's true personality, and his previous attitude had only been an act. 47 other organizations have gone through the same thing that Olympus and the Chan sect have gone. And of course, Michael's eyes darkened. All the missing are suffering from heavenly demon disease. As expected. Hey! Erlang Shen and Prince Neza stiffened, and Yanwu's apostles seemed to be deep in thought. On the other hand, Agars and Fenrir seemed amused. Even though they were all allies, there was still a gaping difference between gods and demons. 47 wasn't a small number. It meant that half of the godly societies, particularly the famous ones, had been affected. Will you tell us which organizations have been affected? Erlang Shen asked with a composed expression, but Michael shook his head. I cannot tell you exactly who have been affected or who has disappeared. No one wishes to reveal their vulnerabilities. Of course, information about those present will not be leaked either. Is it just the godly societies that have been affected? That is also something I cannot confirm. Michael shook his head again, but everyone already knew the answer to this question. If the demonic societies had been affected as well, El Infernal's Baal and Niflheim's Loki would have disappeared already. However, everyone waited. After our investigations, we discovered traces of those afflicted by heavenly demon disease being transported to the same place at the same time. Is that true? Where? We aren't completely certain, but the coordinates seem to point to the Chonggong Library. Everyone's eyes widened. The Chonggong Library was where all knowledge and events of the universe were recorded. All gods, demons, dragons, and giants wanted to enter, but the honor was only given to a few. However, all the gods suffering from heavenly demon disease had gone to such a mysterious location. Furthermore, everyone here knew who was at the library, which was why they all turned to look at Yanwu at the same time, even Michael. Out of all the beings of the lower world, the heavenly world, and even outside the tower, the only person who has recently visited the Chonggong Library was you, King of Olympus. Yanwu's eyes darkened. The celestial scribe ordered me to ask you directly if there is anything you suspect. Yanwu finally understood why Malak had sent Michael as an envoy. They could have sent a report through a message or even sent a messenger to explain. However, the fact that they had sent Michael and paid the price of the laws of causality meant Malak was keeping a close eye on this incident since it was related to the heavenly demon. Everyone suffering from heavenly demon disease possessed high divinities with the power of creation. They had also been seriously injured by the heavenly demon. Since all of them are involved, the celestial scribe is worried that the heavenly demon is trying to influence the heavenly world once more. They were asking Yanwu to reveal anything he knew. Agars and Fenrir had realized that the situation wasn't entertaining anymore because their expressions had turned stiff as well. As he looked at others, Yanwu gave a short answer, "No, nothing. However, I can say with confidence that the heavenly demon isn't trying to influence the heavenly world." Michael's eyes darkened. "May I ask why you think that?" Metatron awaits player number's response. There's not much to it. If the heavenly demon wanted to do that, he wouldn't have to resort to schemes. Yanwu grinned. He can destroy the heavenly world with just a single wave of his hand. Everyone stiffened. Metatron presses his lips together at player number's response. "I'm sure nobody will deny the fact that the only reason why gods and demons are still in the heavenly world is that the heavenly demon went easy on you." A heavy silence settled over everyone. Chapter 603, Heavenly Demon Disease, 3. Chapter 603, Heavenly Demon Disease, 3. From what Yanwu remembered, the heavenly demon was all-powerful. He was someone who trapped all the gods and demons in the tower and even locked the Black King up in emptiness. Why would such a being have to scheme? It was very improbable. Why would he go through all the trouble? If the heavenly demon were really scheming something, there was only one reason for it: boredom. It was possible he had grown bored from being locked up in the Chonggong Library all this time and decided to toy with the heavenly world. But the heavenly demon wasn't a child. Would he really do that? The probability was very likely. Yanwu grimaced as he thought of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon that Yanwu had met in the Chonggong Library was so free-spirited that it was hard to believe he had bound himself by the laws of nature on his own accord. The heavenly demon was the type to ask questions later, and he did things without thinking of the consequences, as long as he thought it would be fun. Fun. He was like a curious monkey. In fact, he was the leader of the monkeys. His aura was stronger than the one Yanwu had sensed from the Monkey King's exuvie. Now that Yanwu thought about it, the heavenly demon was indeed someone who would play with the heavenly world because he had nothing else to do, so he couldn't guarantee that the heavenly demon wasn't behind this. It's possible with him. Yup. Definitely. He might have thought it was funnier because of the after effects of the heavenly demon disease or whatever it is. Cronus nodded in agreement, thinking of the heavenly demon he had once seen from far away during his youth. But he's from Earth? How is that possible? From my memory, he has always existed for ages. Has he completely surpassed all time and space? As Yanwu silently listened to Cronus' questions, the divine beings who were waiting for him to respond glanced at each other anxiously. Are you saying this incident is not related to the heavenly demon at all? Yanwu snapped to his senses at Michael's question and nodded. He had considered the possibility that the heavenly demon might be the culprit, but he eventually changed his mind. He didn't think the heavenly demon would be that foolish or short-sighted. The heavenly demon has already been merciful by trapping the gods and demons on the 98th floor. Isn't that correct? The gods and demons couldn't reply. Their pride would be hurt regardless of the answer they gave. Then why do you think the creator gods headed for the Chonggong library? That is? Was there something Yanwu knew? Michael's eyes widened, and the other gods and demons focused on Yanwu as well. Metatron hurries player number's answer. Something I wouldn't know. Metatron is silent. Michael furrowed his brows. Asterisk. I shall await the day we meet again. In the end, Michael's visit ended without any gains. But it won't be too long since you have part of my twin. Just as when he had arrived, Michael got on Yanwu's nerves when he left. We realize business isn't finished, but we must return as well. Erlang Shen and Prince Neza also stepped out of the temple with constrained expressions. Now that their leader, the Jade Emperor, was gone, they couldn't stay here. It's a shame I can't see how far you go with my own eyes. Prince Neza seemed genuinely crestfallen. He had become a true supporter after seeing Yanwu's radical acts. We still have the alliance. And I still need the Soul Stone as well. Yanwu didn't plan on cutting off ties with the Chan sect, so he left room for further relations in the future. Erlang Shen and Prince Neza nodded in satisfaction. Their business with the 7 Demon Kings wasn't over yet. After finding the Jade Emperor, they could resume anytime. They followed behind Michael, quickly returning to the heavenly world. Number. You guys should leave too. After receiving Yanwu's permission, Ares and Hercules brightened and bowed in gratitude. Even though Yanwu was their king, Zeus was still their father, so they couldn't ignore his disappearance. Hermes also bowed in gratitude and ascended with all the soldiers of Olympus to the heavenly world, leaving only the minimum number of forces to protect Tartarus. A society without a supreme god. That will be quite interesting too. It could be dangerous, like with Mother Earth, but Yanwu wasn't too concerned. The relationships of the allied forces were solid, and with the disappearances of the creator gods, no one would try to go after Olympus. Even if someone tried to attack Olympus, Yanwu could always just manifest using Athena's body and defend it. But they're leaving with their apostleships intact. Cronus muttered as he watched Ares and Hercules disappear through the column of light. Yanwu smirked quietly. He pretended he didn't hear, and Ares and Hercules did the same. Asterisk. Now Tartarus has been dealt with. Yanwu glanced through the suddenly empty temple and Tartarus. It had been busy just a few hours ago, but now it was deathly silent, as if the noise and people had only been a dream. This was probably what Tartarus was usually like. It was a quiet world of death where time seemed to have stopped. In fact, it was like death itself. Although he now ruled over death, this stopped world didn't suit him. Agars thumps his chest for attention now that the interrupters have gone, saying he will stay here with you. Fenrir wags his tail, wanting you to pet him. Of course, Yanwu could still see Agars and Fenrir back in their child and puppy forms waving to him in the distance, but he just ignored them. Is it just me now? His thoughts headed in another direction. He had entered the tower for only one reason, but he had many goals. He had crossed them off one by one, and now, there were only 2 left. One of them, finding Zhongwu's soul, would take a while because he had to examine the secret of darkness a little further and look into the sea of time, but the other goal was different. Eliminating Alforoni. Yanwu's eyes narrowed. Whenever he attempted something, whether it was exoviating or saving his brother's vestige body, Alforoni always got in his way. In the past, Alforoni had even blocked his father's path. If Alforoni hadn't stopped Cronus, or if he had just listened to Cronus and allowed him to return with Zhongwu, none of the events that happened would have transpired in the first place. It might be a decent thing to live up to your convictions, but forcing them on others wasn't acceptable, especially in a closed place like this tower. Yanwu needed to find a way to defeat Alforoni. Once he brought down the being that divided the heavenly world from the lower world, he would have to make a path to the higher floors. You've made your decision. The grid's sword form scattered and Cronus appeared. Yanwu nodded heavily. It's time to get Alforoni. Makes sense, since your strength and power are considerable now. Cronus nodded in satisfaction. Since he had also suffered from Alforoni, he was enthusiastic to pay everything back. However, I have one concern. What is it? Killing Alforoni is one thing, but I don't know how the heavenly demon will react. The heavenly demon? Why? Because Alforoni is the heavenly demon's son. What? Cronus' eyes widened. It was his first time to hear anything about the heavenly demon having children. However, Yanwu still remembered the words the heavenly demon said to him when they were bidding farewell to each other. Oh, right. If you see my son again, tell him I'm sorry. At the time, Yanwu hadn't been sure who the heavenly demon's son was, but now he was certain. After seeing Cronus' memories, he realized that the energy he felt from the heavenly demon was similar to that of Alforoni. Alforoni only had powers related to light. Since the heavenly demon was the being who symbolized light, it couldn't be a coincidence. Moreover, the heavenly demon's dejected expression when forcing Alforoni from the Chonggong library and Alforoni's fury reminded Yanwu of how he and Cronus used to be with each other. Yanwu calmly explained his theory to Cronus, and Cronus clucked his tongue after laughing in disbelief. If you felt that way, it must be true. The higher your position, the more sensitive you become. I'm sure your instincts are right. Cronus' eyes narrowed. The heavenly demon's son, then I suppose we must consider the heavenly demon's reaction as well? It meant if Yanwu and Alforoni clashed, Yanwu might have to stop at capturing him alive. But would it even be possible to capture a being like Alforoni alive? The difference between assassinating someone or kidnapping them was too vast. Well, whatever the case, it won't be late to be worried about the heavenly demon after winning. Right? Yanwu nodded. As Cronus said, they wouldn't be able to solve this, no matter how much they thought it over. Cronus turned to Yanwu and glared at him. More importantly, when are you going to introduce me to your comrades? We've been fighting together all this time, but they have never greeted me, you impudent bastard. Yanwu scratched his cheek with his thumb. When he thought about it, it was true he had disrespected his father. But he felt awkward and shy about introducing his familiars to Cronus like this. Above all, it'll be a pain if that guy. Before Yanwu could finish his thoughts, his shadow abruptly opened next to him and Shannon popped out. Swish! Shit! Yanwu instinctively covered his face, full of foreboding. As if he were intent on proving Yanwu right, Shannon prostrated himself on the floor with his head down. Death Lord Shannon is paying my damn respects to Grandmaster. Chapter 604, Heavenly Demon Disease, 4. Chapter 604, Heavenly Demon Disease, 4. Haha. That's what happened? Cronus' laughter could be heard all the way to where Yanwu was. Considering how despondent Cronus had been not to reunite with Poseidon and his other children because of their fight with the Demonism and Mother Earth, it should have been nice to see him laughing so cheerily, but why was Yanwu feeling so annoyed? And he stabbed him in the back, just like that. That poor gluttony emperor thought he was helping a cherished subordinate all along without knowing he'd be backstabbed and killed? Yet. But he deserved it. Since Nike is saying that, he must have been a really bad guy? Yeah. Even KRRNG knows? In the past, he used to. Nike and Nemesis had emerged for the first time in a while, and they seemed full of joy as they spoke to Cronus. And obviously, most of their topics were the things Yeonwoo did. Shannon even composed a theme song? Shannon did? Cronus' eyes widened. Shannon, who was standing next to them and occasionally adding his 2 cents, stood up straighter and replied loudly. Yes, sir. I sure did. What is it? It's a bit embarrassing, but I will do it for you, Grand Master. Stabbing in the back, what a fun song. Ah! The beat and the rhythm are both brilliant. If some alcohol and food were added to the mix, they would look like men at a company dinner trying to impress their boss. Yeonwoo became filled with more and more disbelief. Why were they flattering Cronus and calling him Grand Master? Because Cronus was his father? No. It was clear they were doing it with the intent to tease him, and his father was enjoying it as well. Seeing both Han Ryeong and the elusive Rebecca enjoying themselves with Cronus made Yeonwoo feel confused as to who was really their master. Just then, Yeonwoo felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around. Boo nodded at him wordlessly. Clatter. Clatter. There's no one I can trust but this guy. Yeonwoo let out a deep sigh. Asterisk. All of them are quite nice? Cronus smiled in satisfaction, having enjoyed himself for the first time in a long while. Yeonwoo just stared at him. It looks like you want to tell me a lot of things? No. It's all right. Yeonwoo knew better than anyone else that things would only get difficult for him if he complained. It was obvious that Cronus was waiting for him to protest and grumble. But about Nemesis and Nike? Cronus grinned as if he knew what Yeonwoo was thinking and changed the subject. They sleep quite frequently these days, don't they? Yes. Mythical beasts are creatures that live and die because of dreams. But dreams are made up of desires, whether an individual is aware of them or not. The stronger you become, the thinner that line becomes, and in the end, the possibility of a beast becoming synchronized with their owner becomes higher. Yeonwoo nodded heavily. He had been thinking this as well. The trial of the 11th was to awaken your own beast, which meant all players who cleared the 11th floor possessed one. However, although Yeonwoo had met many players, he hadn't been able to see most of their beasts. This was because most players hatched their beasts too quickly since they wanted to move on from the 11th floor, leaving them with a beast that couldn't assist them later on, or else, they consumed the beasts to make up for the magic power they lacked. Even if none of those two descriptions applied, most beasts were synchronized with their owners as their owners became stronger. Currently, this was the situation with Nike and Nemesis. Yeonwoo had given them free will and a safe haven, the Philosopher's Stone. But now that he was on the verge of exuviation, the two beasts were completely disconnected from the world of dreams. Yeonwoo didn't even dream anymore, and so Nike lived in the fire that burned his enemies to ashes while Nemesis slept inside the shadow that crept over the ground. These two properties were now Nike and Nemesis themselves. As time went on, the beasts would become completely synchronized to fire and shadow, but Yeonwoo didn't want to lose them like this. Nike was another part of himself, and Nemesis still desperately yearned for Zhongwoo. Cronus could sense Yeonwoo's feelings. I think it would be nice for me to connect them to the real ones later on. He was referring to Nike, the goddess of victory, and Nemesis, the goddess of revenge. Then that means those grannies are probably treated as elders now and bored with all the time they have on their hands. We can say it's a present from the new king. And if they don't listen, we can just force them. An apostle position should be enough, don't you think? Yeonwoo's eyes widened, but he soon grinned. Only his father could think of something like this. However, he could also see Cronus' hidden purpose. The elders were the great divine beings who existed before Uranus had waged war in the heavenly world. They were so old that they were now like conceptual gods, and it was no exaggeration to say they were the root of Olympus. They might be weak, but having their support would make it easier for Yeonwoo to rule Olympus. Cronus had come up with an idea that could directly connect Yeonwoo to the elders. Essentially, I've forced Zeus and the others down to get to where I am. There wasn't a lot of resistance since he'd come into the position after defeating the Titans and Gigantes, but the supporters of the three brothers could rise up against him at any time. Furthermore, Yeonwoo was in a strange situation where, despite being a supreme god, he wasn't actually sitting on the throne. Although Athena was ruling in his stead, there were limits to what she could do, and the elders could take over the things that she couldn't do. Yeonwoo came to a sharp realization that Cronus was trying to help him. And you need to strengthen Vigrid now? Yeonwoo cocked his head, not understanding Cronus. Cronus smirked. You're confused? Yes. Vigrid is already impeccable, isn't it? After the Spring of Death was activated, Vigrid already showed the value of a great holy artifact. In fact, since Vigrid could be said to be Cronus himself, it was so much more than that. It could be called a great divine being in itself. Why would it need to be strengthened? If that were the case, there was only one way to do so. It needs to be combined with the Spring of Time. If Yeonwoo combined Vigrid with the pocket watch he had left behind with Ananta, Cronus would stand again. However, Yeonwoo didn't want to think about that right now. If he tried to force the time of spring out, Zhongwu's vestige body might be ruined. There was no way Cronus didn't know about this either, so he was likely speaking about a different way of strengthening Vigrid. Although I created Vigrid, this isn't the final form I planned. It's only partially complete? Ah! Only then did Yeonwoo realize what Cronus was trying to say. After Cronus had fallen to earth, he wanted to become transcendent again and restore his lost divinity to take back the throne of the King of Gods. However, he hadn't been on earth long enough to restore all the divinity he had once possessed, and he created Vigrid instead. That meant Vigrid was the product of only the legends he had collected on earth. Technically, yes. Vigrid doesn't contain legends, they're closer to folklore or myths, heroic legends that are of a lower grade. Heroes needed to gather faith and raise the level of their souls to be called a god, so folktales couldn't be compared to legends. You're telling me to change the folktales inside of Vigrid to legends? Correct? Cronus nodded heavily. You've absorbed my physical body, which means the legends that were inside it have now combined with your legends. Then if I input all your legends into this, Vigrid will take on a new shape. And I'll be quite different as well? It meant Cronus would be fully resurrected. Yeonwoo shivered instinctively. If he combined with the strengthened Vigrid, how far would his strength reach? Do you see your father's greatness now? Cronus saw that Yeonwoo understood what he'd been trying to say and smiled. Although Yeonwoo had disapproved of his father's past choices, he begrudgingly nodded and acknowledged this time. Vigrid isn't a real name. It was just a false name to hide its true names. But even among those, there is only one true name? What is it? Scythe? Scythe. Yeonwoo remembered seeing this name among the many names of Vigrid. Scythe was the great holy artifact Cronus had cherished when he was still king of gods. It was said that Gaia had forged it from adamant when she gathered the first metals of the universe. It was a weapon that could slice through anything in the world, even your opponent's time to make it pause and lead them to death. It was also the scythe that Cronus had used to slash the demonism in the world of his conscious mind. I heard Zeus and the others destroyed it and scattered it throughout the universe because it was ominous, but there's no reason why I won't be able to recreate something I've already created. Yeonwoo could feel Cronus' eyes glinting. Although Cronus had given up on satisfying his long-held grudge after Yeonwoo and Zhongwoo were born, he would be able to resume it now. And that will be enough to deal with Alforoni. Yeonwoo felt a hole appear in the wall that seemed impossible to break, allowing light to shine through. I believe so. The only way to cut his light is with scythe? Cronus clenched his fists. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Henova diligently worked on the large statue that the martial king had requested. As it was the request of the great king of the one-horned tribe, he had to fully concentrate on it, so he had temporarily closed down the smithy. He didn't even know how much time had passed as he focused solely on the statue. Hey! What an impressive guy! Do dwarves all have a one-track mind? Should I ask him to make me one after that's finished? How's this pose? My eyes! How about you suck in that stomach first? Son of a bitch! Ouch! Anyhow, I thought our leader was doing something unseemly at the beginning. But looking at it now, it seems even more unseemly. Ha ha ha! You're right. And it's ugly. Yet. Ugly. Eek. What is it? Eek. K-King. Who's ugly? I. K-King. We were only. Good, I happen to feel bored right now. I'll make you even uglier. Come on. The tribe members giggled over the statue and made snide comments, but no one doubted Henova's ability. As always, it was a peaceful yet noisy day, when the martial king greeted a visitor. It's been a while, master. It was the skinny man wrapped in bandages, faceless. Then, Faceless suddenly twisted his head at an odd angle like a doll and spoke in a thick voice that was different from the dark voice he'd been speaking in. Or should I call you brother? It was the voice of Flank, the spear god. Chapter 605, Heavenly Demon Disease, 5. Chapter 605, Heavenly Demon Disease, 5. What a hideous monster! The martial king's reaction after seeing Faceless was straightforward. How could so many souls be stuffed into a single body? It was a ridiculous sight. I heard you caused some trouble, and I wondered how you did it. The martial king crossed his arms and scoffed. It had been early in the morning when he heard that there was a trespasser in the village. At first, he wondered what kind of crazy guy was causing trouble before the sun was even up, but now, he was glad that he'd have a chance to have some fun for the first time in a while. The one-horned tribe had ruled as the strongest race in the tower for a long time, and countless clans and rankers had challenged their position. Of course, they were all defeated, but even battling the one-horned tribe was considered a great honor among martial artists. Also, the guests of the one-horned tribe were known to improve significantly, so the entrance to the village was always bustling. It was tradition for one of the tribe members to step out to deal with the visitors and accept the deserving ones, with the rest kicked out. However, at some point, that tradition began to fade away, and it completely disappeared. In fact, this coincided with the time that the martial king came into power. Because he was called the strongest king ever in the history of the one-horned tribe's kings, the difference in power between him and his challengers was too wide. There was no way the arrogant martial king would be satisfied with just anyone. Why would you take in those things that don't even amount to the bottom of my shoe? If they can't land a single strike at me, kick them out. His words eventually became the reason that most of the annoying flies were shooed away. The number of guests was drastically decreased, and only those who were truly acknowledged could enter the village. As time went on, hardly any guests arrived. As a result, the martial king had been interested to hear that a visitor had arrived. He thought he'd have some entertainment, but he never imagined he'd come face to face with a monster like this. So, you want me to return your horn? The martial king treated Faceless like a stranger. He didn't treat the being as his younger brother or his disciple anymore, only a monster stuffed up with grudges. That was all Faceless was. I have the right to request it, don't I? Back when Chang'e Wado was still active, the spear god had given up his horn in exchange for the one-horned tribe's help against Red Dragon. To the tribe members, giving up your horn meant giving up your identity as a one-horned tribe member. Because it meant that you'd let go of all authority and responsibilities as a tribe member, it was considered a humiliation. But Faceless was now shamelessly asking for it back. The request was so astounding that it wasn't even funny for the one-horned tribe. Request? How? You didn't fulfill your end of the bargain. I requested the one-horned tribe to participate as an ally, and you promised to do so. However, you ended the war as bystanders. I was the one who defeated Ismenios in the end. That's a separate matter. You didn't carry out the promise you made to Chang'e Wado. And if I say no, I'll put in a formal request to the elders. The request was becoming more ridiculous. You think the geezers will listen? A few will. You've already made arrangements with a few of them. There are quite a few who are dissatisfied with you. On the outside, the one-horned tribe seemed like a strong and stable clan centered around the martial king. Since everyone was light-hearted and only sought a higher level of martial arts, it appeared as if they didn't have any problems. However, there were divisions among the tribe, just like any other society. It was because the one-horned tribe was an alliance of 50 main families under their common ancestor, Shea Haujintian. Recently, a few of those families had been feeling threatened. The head elder, the martial king, and even Fanti and Edora, who were growing at a fast pace, were all part of the Cheongram family. The Cheongram family's power had surpassed the others by now, and protests and complaints were inevitable. It was only that no one brought it up because the martial king was still in power, but it was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Now that Faceless was poking his nose into the matter, a few of the elders who weren't loyal to the Cheongram family were clearly tempted. The martial king crossed his arms. He was still smirking. Okay, fine. And if you get your horn back? What will you do after that? I'm sure that's not the end. I will wage war. War? Against who? You, of course. The martial king was speechless. I must take that throne you're sitting on. The martial king's eyes widened in surprise, and he soon burst out laughing. What? You? This position? He continued to laugh, but Faceless remained composed. I am also the son of the former king, so my lineage is unquestionable. After I take back my horn, I will have the proper qualifications as well. Then, I will challenge you for the position of tribe leader. The method to become the king of the one-horned tribe was simple. First, you needed to be a member of the families that had the blood of Shea Haujintian, and second, you needed to be the strongest out of all of them. No matter how many parties or supporters you had, in the end, the position of the tribe leader was decided by pure strength since the one-horned tribe was the first group to create martial arts. A tribe leader had no choice but to accept challenges by his relatives, as long as there weren't any issues with their lineage. It was the very first rule of their tribe, survival of the fittest. Only the strongest were valuable, and they deserved to take everything. Again, there are many elders who are dissatisfied with you. After I become king, I don't plan on having any children. I can't, anyway. That meant that the king would come from another family. As long as Faceless promised this, there wouldn't be much difficulty for him to return as flank. Faceless eyes flashed through the bandages. What will you do, brother? The provocative question made the martial king grin. Bring it on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Faceless made an official request to the elders, the martial king was alerted by the urgent voice of the psychic medium. It's a trap. I know. Their goal is to get a one-on-one meeting with you. They will try to assassinate you there. Obviously. You. The psychic medium's voice turned sharp. She was always composed, but as the same divinations repeated in the past few days, she grew more anxious as the time approached. On the other hand, the martial king was indifferent, as if it weren't any of his business. My wifey's voice is shaking. It's been a while since it's been like that. In the past, you used to do that when we just held hands. These days, you've gotten so old. Hey! The martial king was cut off mid-sentence, but he grinned. Wifey. What? It sounded like she was trying to suppress her anger because her voice was rough. Don't worry too much. In the end, she exploded. You idiot! How can I not? I'm the martial king. I'm Neu. The psychic medium was silent. Her husband had always been too confident. This was the reason she had fallen for him, but at times, she despised it. He never cared when she worried about him. You said I'm destined to die, right? The martial king could clearly picture the psychic medium's face as if she were in front of him. I guarantee that won't happen. When Faceless left, he was smiling. Did he know that the martial king was also smiling as well? And it hadn't been a smirk, but a genuine smile. It had been too long since he'd had a challenger. After the Summer Queen died, the martial king had been living in boredom every day, so this was the first fun he'd had for a long time. The only entertainment he had was listening to the news about his disciple causing trouble somewhere. I have to also break destiny in order to be called the martial king, isn't that right? The martial king's eyes flashed as he smiled mischievously. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yanwu immediately began preparing to create scythe according to Cronus' guidance. What do I need to do to strengthen the grid? First, you need to gather materials. Materials. You already have the contents. You have all my legends, and the springs are running more smoothly than before. Then, I need a vessel. Correct. Since he already had everything, all he needed was ore for forging the grid. What was the original material you used for the grid? I mean, scythe. What else? Adamant. I knew it. Yanwu sighed. Adamant. It was the strongest and most magical material in the world. Because he had once acquired it to create Kaini, he knew better than anyone how rare it was. Is the adamant that you need adamantine nova? Of course. If it's not nova, what else could it be? Cronus spoke as if adamantine nova were a common mineral that was easily acquired. Yanwu felt like Cronus' common knowledge was way above his. Because he had sat on the throne of the King of Gods for eons, his spending habits were too extravagant for Yanwu to comprehend. How much do you need? In comparison to Kaini? Kaini? That thing the Cyclops made for Hades? Yes. Son. Yanwu waited. A helm made up of a combination of other metals and a scythe created purely of the material, how much more do you think? Yanwu didn't reply. 10 times. You need at least that much to even attempt to change the grid. Yanwu covered his face with his hand. He would need to spend more than he'd expected. With his hand still over his face, he stood up, and a red portal appeared below his feet. Where are you going? Adamantine nova won't just drop from the sky. It did for me. Just what kind of life did this man live? That might have been because there were abundant resources during your era, but there's no way Olympus and I can afford it now. And adamant isn't a material you can obtain that easily anyway. I did hear something about that. I'll have to look for someone who has adamantine nova or knows where I might find it. Who is it? Muttering the name of the Gumiho who was who knows where, Yanwu stepped inside the portal. Anastasia. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Master? I'm not sure, but she's probably on the 11th floor. She said something in passing about needing something related to dreams. But why are you, what? Say that again? Sorry, but don't say anything about how I helped you find her, I might die this time. Fortunately, after contacting Victoria, Yanwu found out where Anastasia was. This is the 11th floor, the Gate of Dreams. The 11th floor was incredibly peaceful, as always. It was warm, as if his soul were being embraced, a feeling that he hadn't felt before. The shackles of the legendary beasts rise upon sensing the presence of a powerful being. The demonic beasts confirm the presence of a powerful being and take shelter. All mythical beasts hold their breath in your presence. However, the mythical beasts couldn't say the same thing when Yanwu showed up. Mythical beasts were more like spirits than physical beings. Because they were more sensitive, his sudden intrusion made them fearful. To them, he was like a massive tsunami heading their way. Hey? What's wrong? Chen. Get a grip. I think my egg is going to crack. The players who were focusing on the trial of the 11th floor were confused by the sudden reactions of their beasts. Yanwu knew that it wasn't good for him to stay on this floor too long, so he planned on leaving as soon as he took care of his business. However, one particular message had stood out to him among all the others. Legendary beasts. Aren't they all dead? Han Ryong had killed the 4 legendary beasts during Chang'e Wado and Red Dragon's War. Did new legendary beasts appear after he had left the stage? He could feel something suddenly coming his way. Space opened directly in front of him. I was wondering who it was. You again. Anastasia was glaring at Yanwu in annoyance when suddenly, the grid transformed into Cronus, who looked at her with surprise. Aren't you, Popo, Ria's pet? Chapter 606, Heavenly Demon Disease, 6. Chapter 606, Heavenly Demon Disease, 6. Anastasia looked flustered. It was a sharp contrast to the cold or angry reactions she always had. Cronus didn't know anything about that, and he walked around Anastasia, examining her carefully. I'm pretty sure you are. Anastasia turned away and avoided Cronus' gaze. Sweat beaded on her forehead. You are, right? She didn't reply. There's no way you aren't. Cronus tried to look into Anastasia's eyes, but Anastasia continued to turn her head in the opposite direction. Cronus looked confused about her behavior at first, then he grinned. Pa! He held his right hand out, and Anastasia's hand immediately responded. So, you are. Cronus smirked as he looked at Anastasia's hand on top of his palm. Anastasia paled, and she turned to look at Cronus stiffly, like a robot that hadn't been oiled. Are you really, Lord Cronus? Who else could it be? Impossible. Anastasia looked extremely shocked. She had believed Cronus was dead. Then, realizing that someone else was watching her, she carefully asked Cronus another question with a tight face, then what about that that guy? Anastasia barely stopped herself from saying bastard, but her hope that Yanwu had nothing to do with this was crushed immediately after. My son. At that moment, Anastasia saw a dreadful sight behind Cronus. It was Yanwu, who was smiling evilly at her. ******. You have entered the tower's outer district. It's not much, but please make yourself comfortable. Anastasia led the father and son to her residence in the outer district. After Yanwu saw the intact roof and streets, he asked, looks like things have already been restored, Popo. If you hadn't left the place in shambles back then, it would be even more vibrant now. Anastasia felt anger rising to her head when she thought about what had happened then. Yanwu had caused a significant amount of damage the last time he came to the entertainment district to look for her. She was involved with many places here, and she ended up spending a lot of time and money to restore everything. Moreover, it wasn't easy to lure back visitors after all the ruckus. In the end, she had gone through a lot of effort to find her disciple, and she even lost her adamantine nova to Yanwu. Her anger boiled over when she thought about it because there was nothing she loved than indolence. And now, Yanwu had learned the one name she never wanted anyone to know about. Although she wanted to tell him to shut up, she couldn't because Cronus was looking at them. Who would have imagined Yanwu's true identity was that? On the way, Anastasia had listened to a brief summary of what had happened from Cronus. Cronus and Ria's son? It was unbelievable. And on top of that, he had become Olympus' supreme god? She did sense that the energy of the heavens and the tower system had changed recently, but she hadn't known it was due to this. Even though she had left, she had once been affiliated with Olympus as well. Her surprise was evident. At the same time, she wondered why it had to be Yanwu and cursed her misfortune. She didn't know what to feel. She was glad her old master had returned and Olympus had returned to normal, but she also felt like she would be led around the nose now. I apologize for what happened back then. Anastasia paused as she served Cronus tea and refreshments. She frowned at Yanwu's sudden apology. Her distrust in Yanwu was still too great. And her instincts didn't betray her. But... Anastasia paused. Have you forgotten to call me Appa, Popo? You. Or you can call me Master, Popo. UF. Anastasia ground her teeth. The tray in her hand snapped in half. What are all those? Cronus was about to drink the tea Anastasia placed in front of him when he suddenly asked about the children peeking at them from behind the sliding door. When the children's eyes met his, they jumped in surprise and hid themselves. Anastasia said with a light sigh, "They are fairies." Fairies? Cronus' eyes widened slightly. Then, he smiled. So that's why they have the same scent as you do. You have the same hobbies as Rhea. Anastasia lowered her head. She was silent for a moment. May I ask how you've been all this time? She nodded and began to speak. It was a voice that was different from the usual, calm and composed one she had. The children who assisted her seemed taken aback by this side of her, and their eyes turned red at the solemn atmosphere. When Lady Rhea first tried to leave to find you, the wolf, and I tried to stop her. Anastasia said that at the time, she didn't think Rhea was in her right mind. Cronus nodded in understanding. He would have felt the same if he'd been in their situation. Pulling out his springs to descend to the world below was something only he could do. Reincarnation was a subject that even divine beings didn't truly understand yet, which was why the gods of Olympus had perceived Cronus' death as a real one. In fact, it was rather incredible that Rhea didn't believe he was truly dead and tried to find him. Although Anastasia was trying to say it as nicely as possible, she had probably thought Rhea had gone crazy from seeing her children dethrone her husband. After all, it would have been odd if Rhea had been in her right mind despite that. However, Lady Rhea reassured us and said she'd return soon. Then, she left the tower. And you guys were left in the heavenly world? Yes, eh? You must have suffered quite a bit from some disgusting fools. And no, sir. Sure. Cronus snorted. Being a divine being didn't mean you were of superior character. Once, Cronus had believed the opposite was true. As the son of Mother Earth, he'd lived as a prince of Olympus and had even become the king of gods. He had thought it impossible for divine beings and mortals to be on par with each other. Divine beings were holy and supreme, and they were superior to all. However, after he fell to earth and lived multiple lives, he realized that he had been wrong. In the end, everyone was the same. Everyone wanted to have more and climb higher. Of course, there were some beings who were truly worthy. There were many beings who were righteous and deserved to be respected. However, there were even more greedy hyenas who tore at each other to grow more powerful. Cronus had seen this too many times, and it was obvious what Anastasia had experienced in Cronus and Rhea's absence. She had chosen to leave the heavenly world without knowing what to do. To Anastasia, Rhea was more than a master. Rhea had been everything. Rhea had given Anastasia love and taken care of her like a mother. How hurt had Anastasia felt when Rhea disappeared, leaving her alone in this cold and vast world. The happy memories and emotions of the past would become injuries that hurt her, and she must have tried to search for other things to fill that void: drugs, alcohol, carnal activities, staying idle despite the power she possessed. Cronus could see that Anastasia must have lived with a great deal of pain. How is Pepette? The wolf is doing well. Unlike me, she believed in Lady Rhea. Before leaving Olympus, Rhea had said she would return someday with Cronus. Is that so? Cronus smiled sadly as he tapped his teacup. If he had a physical body, he would have liked to get drunk. During times like this, his spiritual body wasn't enough. But, Lord Cronus. Yes. Go ahead, Popo. Even though it was a coincidence, meeting like this is fate. Is there something you'd like to ask me? Anastasia glanced at Cronus, as if she were feeling embarrassed about what she was about to say. She was slightly blushing. Go ahead. At Cronus' soft urging, she forced herself to speak. My name, Popo. Popo? What about it? Would it be possible for you to stop saying that? Cronus' eyes widened, and he burst out laughing. Then, with an angry face, he turned to look at Yanwu and shouted. Yanwu! Stop teasing Popo about her name. Popo is embarrassed. My Popo! He seemed to be scolding Yanwu, but he was emphasizing Popo the entire time. Lord Cronus! Anastasia's face was now entirely red. Stop calling my Popo, Popo. Only I can call her Popo. You know Popo is embarrassed. What a wretched personality you have. Isn't that right, Popo? Anastasia was speechless. Ha ha ha. Cronus' laughter boomed and Yanwu shook his head. He was the one with a wretched personality? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Cronus managed to settle down after some time. During that time, Yanwu organized his thoughts. He didn't know that Victoria's master, who was such a powerful person, would have such ties to him. At the same time, he was beginning to understand many things, such as why Cronus didn't know how difficult it was to obtain adamantine nova. All he had to do was ask Anastasia. Furthermore, considering how Anastasia liked to collect artifacts and valuables, she had probably done the same thing in Olympus, too. She had likely brought back precious treasures without him having to lift a finger, and he would have been quite grateful to her. What about Phrygia, the one Anastasia called a wolf? While questions spun inside Yanwu's head, Cronus sat down so they could talk. Although I've been making teasing her, Popo isn't a pet. She's more special than that. He told Yanwu to treat Anastasia with care. Yanwu thought it was ridiculous that his father would say that, but his eyes soon widened at what Cronus said after. She is your mother's shadow. What? Your mother made her by sharing her holy power. It was an unexpected statement. Your mother enjoyed these things. She liked taking care of things and raising them. Do you remember? Yanwu nodded. On Earth, Rhea had enjoyed raising plants despite their poverty. She often took in stray cats and dogs as well. The reason why Popo raises these fairies and spirits and takes care of the legendary beasts on the 11th floor is most likely due to your mother's influence. This entertainment district, for example, is where pitiful creatures who have nowhere else to go gather, as well. I heard she's called Great Mother here? Yanwu recalled how Anastasia had taken care of Victoria even though she grumbled that her disciple didn't listen to her. Also. Just then, Cronus suddenly spoke through the mind so only Yanwu could hear. I think she's hiding something. Keep a close eye on her. Yanwu's eyes narrowed. What do you think it is? I don't know. But I'm certain it has something to do with your mother. Yanwu's expression tightened. Cronus suddenly shouted at the sliding door. Popo! The door opened, and Anastasia, who had been waiting outside, bowed after she entered. Yes, Lord Cronus. She didn't try to show her face because she didn't want them to see her red eyes. Just as she had told Cronus about her life, Cronus had also told her what happened to Rhea. She had been quietly calming her emotions outside, although it had been a struggle. There's something I want to request. Can you do it? What's mine? Anastasia paused to catch her breath and continued in a polite voice. What's mine is yours and young master number S. It's no longer unnecessary to say master. It's all in the past. Anyway, we want to restore Scythe, and we need your help. You need adamantine nova, is that correct? Yes. Dare I ask how much you need? As much as possible. Anastasia sighed as if she had been expecting this answer. Then, she bit her lower lip. This place is different from the outside world. Resources are limited within the tower, so I might be able to obtain one or two, and I cannot guarantee the price either. Is there no other way? Anastasia thought for a moment and nodded. The wolf happens to be doing business, so I will summon the creature. Chapter 607, Martial King, 1. Chapter 607, Martial King, 1. Pepet? Yes. I've always known that child is resourceful and talented, but she's gone into business? Cronus' eyes widened. She's added to Ria's inheritance, which means she now operates a substantial business. Yanwu's eyes lit up as he listened to their conversation. Then by the table is... The wolf the two were referring to was probably the leader, Frisia. Yanwu smirked. Who would have guessed that by the table, which not only has a network in the tower but across multiple universes and dimensions, would have such an origin? Yanwu was once more reminded of how influential his father and mother had once been. Back on Earth, he never imagined they were anything more than a normal family. Of course, even though his mother and Frisia had a previous relationship, he couldn't take advantage of it. He could only appeal to Frisia's mercy. If Yanwu could rely on by the table, he would be able to obtain adamantine nova from outside the tower. Then, I'll be relying on you? At Cronus' request, Anastasia nodded and slowly got up. Although she and Frisia had an antagonistic relationship, Anastasia had no doubt that Frisia would be happy to receive this news. Wow, he's so handsome! The Martial King grinned as he looked at the newly completed statue of himself. His shoulders straightened as he observed the statue's dignified posture, which seemed to symbolize a great monarch leading his clan to glory. The statue's shoulders are wider than those of its subject. The chin is too narrow, and the bridge of the nose is higher too. Who would realize this statue is our tribal chief? And why is it so big? Isn't that just a waste of space? Unlike the proud Martial King, the head elder adjusted his glasses as he criticized the statue. When he saw Hanova coming down from the statue, the head elder asked, "Hanova, I understand that you need to take some artistic liberties, but don't you think you've gone too far? You've also gone way over budget." "Hey, old fogey! What are you talking about? What artistic liberties? Anyone can easily see that it's me." The Martial King loudly voiced his opinion, but the head elder paid no attention to him. Puffing on a pipe, Hanova simply shrugged, not even bothering to make excuses. "I'm only doing what I was asked to do. The person who paid me so generously is standing next to you, so ask him." The head elder's eyes narrowed as he glared at the Martial King. "You bastard chieftain! I should have known you were up to no good when you asked for additional funds with some bullshit reason about additional expenses." "Humph! What do you mean up to no good? Head elder, watch your words. Who do you think I am, huh? What do I represent to this clan, Who has led this tribe to prosperity? Am I not even allowed this? Did you know that you are doing things that even the great Shea Haujintian didn't even do? Since Shea Haujintian didn't do it, I'll do it." The Martial King made a loud ahem before puffing up his chest. As usual, the head elder suppressed his desire to tear off the Martial King's face. What could the head elder do? No matter how much the Martial King's behavior annoyed him, the Martial King was the tribe's chieftain, even if he didn't act that way. Today's statue was a prime example. It had been a long time since the One-Horned tribe settled in the tower, and they had produced countless chieftains. However, none of them had dared erect a statue of themselves. No matter how strong and great they were, none of them could even match the achievements of the tribe's founder, Shea Haujintian. However, the Martial King had disregarded this precedent so easily. What else could it mean other than the Martial King was bragging that he was better than his ancestors? Naturally, the tribe members simply reacted with a "Hey, what an ugly and interesting statue. The head elder believed that anything related to the tribe had to be discussed first and proper procedures followed, but the martial king had arbitrarily and unilaterally made his own decision. If he's not a tyrant, who else could be one? Moreover, not all opinions within the tribe were favorable towards the martial king's decision. Several families, including the Bixian family hostile toward the Cheongram family that had produced the martial king and the head elder, expressed their dissatisfaction. However, since the martial king had such a huge influence within the tribe and tower, their dissent was not overt and didn't amount to much of a dispute. However, the dissenters were a powder keg that might explode at any moment. Even a spark could set off a chain reaction. This little kid knows this too, so why, unable to comprehend what the martial king was thinking, the head elder furrowed his brow as he looked at the martial king. The head elder decided to get straight to the point. You've heard that Flank's status was restored this morning during the elders' conference, right? Oh, that. It's all you can say. The creases deepened on the elder's forehead. Normally, the head elder was known for his calm personality, which was why he gained his nickname Philosopher, but it was difficult for him to remain calm when it came to the martial king. Can you really refer to it as that? You know that he's ranting all over the place saying that he's going to take your place, right? The martial king laughed bitterly. Old fogey! Why are you laughing? Does the head elder consider his words a possibility? Of course not. How could I consider an insignificant individual like Flank a danger? Then, doesn't that answer your question? You also know that it's not that black and white. The head elder was going to continue and say that Flank was clearly setting up a trap. It was the same thing that the martial king's wife, the psychic medium, had said. Why else would anyone insist on a fight with an obvious outcome? It was too suspicious. Of course, underhanded actions like this were usually ignored since head elder knew just how much of a monster the martial king was. In fact, the martial king had always destroyed any challenge thrown his way with overwhelming power. However, the present situation was different due to the psychic medium's prophecy. The head elder knew just how important and significant the prophecy's words were, so he could not overlook even the smallest detail. In the end, the angered head elder scolded the martial king for a long time. The martial king covered his ears with his hands and continued admiring the statue as if nothing was going on. When the head elder's breathing started to grow a little rough, the martial king finally responded. Are you done with your scolding now? You bastard! The head elder seriously contemplated slapping the martial king, who had on a carefree smile. Even in this situation, the martial king couldn't take his eyes off of the statue that was his spitting image. At least, this was what he thought. As soon as he regained his status as a member of the tribe, Faceless immediately challenged the chieftain's throne as he had threatened. The duel for the throne was one of the One-Horned tribe's rituals, and only those who were victorious were entitled to the throne. So far, the martial king's power and skills were so overwhelming that no one had ever challenged him. Since they hadn't had a big event in a while, the members of the tribe grew excited. Despite the ritual's name, the duel for the throne did not take place in a solemn atmosphere. The event was more like a festival. If a new king was crowned, it was a joyous occasion to see a strong leader emerge. If the current king held onto the throne, then it meant that he was reaffirming his qualifications. This was welcome news as well. With Shea Haujintian's blessing, the king and the challenger would both participate in a sacred duel, and there was no festival better than this. Of course, not all members of the tribe were happy. Brother, how did this happen? Edora's frown deepened as she hugged her sword, divine evil, tightly. As she continued to follow Yeonwoo's orders to rise up the tower and serve in Arthea, Edora received the news from her tribe and felt a deep sense of gloom. A duel between the martial king and Faceless, a clash between her father and her uncle. Edora had only good memories of Flank from her childhood, and discovering that things had deteriorated to such a state was depressing. She hoped that the duel would not turn into a bloodbath. Fanti felt the same, and he had not spoken much since he stepped foot into the village. I don't get it. To be honest, you're the smart one between us, right? Fanti's voice was subdued. He continued, even though I'm dumb, I do know one thing. Uncle is now our enemy. Slowly and bluntly, Fanti said, if our uncle only wanted the throne, I would have cheered him on. If our uncle wanted to prove his martial arts against father, I would have cheered him on. I would have understood our uncle's feelings better than anyone else. Fanti was still greedily eyeing the position of chieftain. In fact, Fanti desired to surpass his father one day. But our uncle is not like that. He mixed himself up with the wrong things, and he's done things that could have harmed the tribe. He has let go of the pride of being a martial arts warrior. Furthermore, he's been secretly working on developing a drug. I can't forgive him for that. Fanti still had not forgotten what Doyle had said to him before he came here, the Black Prince isn't the only one Faceless is involved with. He's mixed in with quite a lot of unruly characters. Among them, anyway, be careful, Fanti Hyung. It's likely something will happen. I'll continue to keep an eye on you, as well. We'll prepare to intervene if necessary. However, at the time, Fanti flatly rejected Doyle's offer of assistance. The tribe handled its own affairs and would never allow outside interference. However, this did not mean that Fanti had ignored Doyle's words. On the contrary, Fanti had been on high alert for any external influences in the tribal village. Fanti had already told the members of the Cheongram family to be on the lookout for unwanted guests on the outskirts of the village, just in case. If they tried any tricks, as Fanti expected they would, Fanti and the Cheongram family would immediately subdue them. Moreover, Fanti was confident that he now possessed the power to execute his plan and protect his people. You're correct. Edora nodded but looked at Fanti with curious eyes. She wondered when his thinking had grown so mature. After struggling outside the village for a period, Fanti had lost much of his immaturity. He was grown up enough to be the head of a family. The siblings grew quiet, staring intently at the entrance of the village. He's coming in now. At Fanti's words, Edora's eyes turned to the direction that Fanti was referring to. Faceless slowly made his way down a path, heading towards the siblings, his skinny body wrapped in bandages. With every step he took, the dark and ghastly fighting spirit that Faceless emitted grew stronger. No one would have recognized the once arrogant and confident flank. In addition, those who followed behind Faceless were familiar faces to Fanti and Edora. So, it's true. It seems that Zhang and the Baixian family have attached themselves to the other side. They weren't the only ones. The Changyue family, the Jikum family, and the Shinyo family had also joined in. Although the overwhelming power of the Cheongram family had suppressed them, the families that gathered behind Faceless were all influential ones. They had not tried anything in a while, and it seemed that they'd been busy plotting against the Cheongram family. Edora could not quite understand their decision. It was understandable why they would support Faceless, but they also had to be aware that Faceless didn't stand a chance of winning against the martial king. Were they not concerned about the oppression they might face after the duel was done? No, more than that. They wouldn't have been able to avoid Mother's gaze, right? What method did they use? The power of Edora's sight was already close to that of a god's, but Faceless was still shrouded in mystery to her. As she wondered about this, Faceless already reached the martial king. A current of tension flowed between the two. However, their auras were completely different. Faceless' aura was like that of a sharp sword, whereas the martial king's was relaxed. "Have you been all right, bro?" Faceless asked in a hoarse, halting voice that made one shiver. The martial king merely smirked as he glanced at Faceless and the elders of the various families behind him. "Well, I slept deeply last night. By the way, what are those things hanging behind you? So cumbersome and gaudy." "Thankfully, there are many people who support me. It's not like we're fooling around to find out who's the neighborhood leader. Your actions are laughable." Only an idiot wouldn't know whom the martial king was speaking to. Naturally, the faces of the elders standing behind Faceless flushed with embarrassment. Some were about to argue with the martial king about his choice of words. Anyway, the martial king completely ignored the elders' reactions as if he couldn't care less and waved his hand at Faceless. "Come on. Let's finish this quickly so I can go back and rest." It was clear that the martial king did not care much about his opponent. In an instant, through the bandages, Faceless' eyes gleamed coldly. Then, the corners of his lips rose. "I agree with that sentiment as well, so let's start." At that moment, the elders of the Bixian family turned and shouted, "The duel for the tribe's throne is beginning. Everyone, back up!" Boom! 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 The war bell rang out as if someone had been waiting. The members of the One-Horned tribe began to retreat to secure space for the duel. Chapter 608, Martial King, 2. Chapter 608, Martial King, 2. "Elder brother, I was wondering about something." "What?" Everyone had retreated to leave the two in an empty space. Faceless smiled as he stretched before their fight. The martial king had an annoyed expression as if he would rather be anywhere else but where he was. Unfazed by the martial king's expression and with a cold smile still on his face, Faceless continued speaking calmly, "In my entire life, I never thought that I would be able to stand in this position." The martial king didn't reply. "In other words, to me, you are the sky. My family considered me quite talented, and the adults had high expectations of me. I could have seen you as a rival like my brethren, but you were as bright as the sun. Standing next to you was enough for me." And, behind his bandages, Faceless' eyes curved. It was the same thing for Sin as well. Sin was the nickname that the spear god Flank called the sword god. The sword god was the first disciple that the martial king had taken under his wing, hoping to awaken the yin sword. However, Sin was an ex-disciple now. "That guy was completely intoxicated with your dazzling presence, and he always stated that he wanted to be just like you. I was the one who advised him to learn martial arts, but it was your path that he pursued. In the end, you still cast him off." Faceless' eyes shone brightly, contrasting against his ghastliness. "It wasn't just me and Sin. Most of the guys who pursued martial arts in Chang'e Wado were like us. There were those who looked up to and admired you, those who were frustrated by your existence. You left a very strong impression in more hearts than you think." The martial king frowned. He had planned to calmly listen to what Faceless had to say since those might be his last words, but he soon grew annoyed at the nonsense Faceless was spewing. The martial king leaned on one leg and cocked his head. "So? What are you getting at?" "Of course. You're always the same." In an instant, Faceless' eyes gleamed with a dark green color. "My point is simple. You have a huge following that is eager to see you." "Husband, back away!" The psychic medium cried out in a hurry as if she had discovered something, but Faceless had already started clapping loudly. The martial king sensed all the bandages around Faceless' body loosen. Bam! The martial king's world was instantly thrown into chaos. By the time he regained his bearings, the martial king realized that he was no longer in the One-Horned tribe's training grounds. He was in a world where everything was grey. All he could see were hills crowding densely along the endless horizon. Flank now stood where Faceless had been. Furthermore, he looked completely different. His body was large, with copper-colored muscles that weren't inferior to Fanti's. In his right hand, he held a black spear about 3 meters long, and in his left hand was a spear of about 1.5 meters long. This was what Flank had looked like at his peak when he had still been the spear god. Even within the tribe, he had no equal other than the martial king and the head elder. Flank had returned to his former self, the one who had helped Chang'e Wado become the top clan. For the first time, the martial king's eyes, which had only shown signs of being annoyed, calmly settled. "I didn't notice it at all." It was no small matter that the martial king couldn't see through Faceless' plans. Although the martial king appeared surly and indifferent to the duel, he had in fact concentrated with all his senses on Faceless. The psychic medium had done the same thing as well. As she maintained the village's barrier from the spirit pond, at the same time, the psychic medium closely monitored the sentiments of the village and all the tribe members. She particularly made sure to keep an eye out on those who might have a grudge against the martial king. Furthermore, her eyes could not easily be avoided. Although she hadn't reached the level of the 1,000 Li eyes that Alforoni possessed, she could confidently state that she knew almost everything that occurred in the tower. In fact, the psychic medium had witnessed Faceless secretly contacting several elders in the tribe, including those of the Bixian family. However, his actions were not proof that he was stirring up a rebellion, so she left it alone. Furthermore, she closely monitored Faceless up to the time of the duel, and she even checked to see if he had a dangerous object on him. And yet, even with all this surveillance, Faceless had easily dragged the martial king to another place. Faceless had not used magic since the barriers of the village forced visitors to release magical spells that might harm the tribe members. In other words, Faceless had achieved this feat with the skills he had learned and the powers he had acquired. Regardless, no matter what method he used, one thing was certain: this was most likely the trap that led to the prophecy of the martial king's death. "Is this an illusory barrier?" the martial king asked, looking at the grey world that surrounded him. There was no sign of concern on his face. Although it was a great feat to achieve this while avoiding the psychic medium's eyes, the martial king had already suffered through many traps during his lifetime. Faceless, or rather, the spear god, nodded with a confident smile. "It's similar. Do you know of the other world gods?" "Vaguely. The Black Prince borrowed some of their power after coming across them by accident." "The Black Prince?" At that moment, a black mist rose next to the spear god and took on the form of a human. "It's been a while, Martial King." He was one of the 9 kings and the head of the Dud Brethren. He laughed happily. However, his eyes glittered fiercely, as if he would swallow the martial king whole at any moment. The martial king looked ready to snort in exasperation at any moment. "Is everything all right with your nose?" "Yes, but now that you mention it, the only complex I've ever had was about my relatively flat nose, but thanks to you, I got a reason to raise it in the air. I always wanted to thank you. I never thought that an opportunity like this would come by." "Ha ha ha!" The Black Prince burst out laughing, clearly enjoying the moment. How could he not be overjoyed? He had finally obtained the chance to get back at the martial king, who had stomped on his pride in the past. The spies who infiltrated the cave of Yanek weren't only supposed to dig up blood tear stones but also to contact the beings located deeper below. The real goal was to go to the demonic sea through the Central Bureau, to meet the kings that resided in the demonic sea, and to borrow their powers. The Black Prince didn't think that the pool of players available to him would help him take control of the tower, and he realized that he wouldn't be able to deal with Alforoni and the transcendent beings in the heavenly world. As a result, he decided to borrow other powers. His decision had been the right one, and as a result, he managed to meet the rabbit, one of the kings of the demonic sea. He obtained the powers that he wanted, one of which was the illusory barrier. Using the blood essence from the demonic sea as a foundation, the Black Prince could build an illusory barrier that marked out an illusory world within a designated area. He was creating his own holy territory within the physical world. And also, the illusory world was Faceless' holy territory. Although the Black Prince had obtained the power, he didn't use it because he decided that it would be more efficient for Faceless to do it. His reason was simple: the others I've partnered with also feel the same way. SSS. A black mist like the one that the Black Prince had appeared out of bloomed and encircled the martial king. The black mist slowly took the form of humans, who drew their weapons and pointed them at the martial king. Each of the human forms exuded a strong killing intent. Some of them were not inferior to the spear god or the Black Prince. There were 99 of them at first, but when the 100th mist bloomed between the spear god and the Black Prince, the sword god appeared. With the 4 swords of his past life floating in the air, the sword god opened his eyes. "Do you like the stage we set for you, master?" the sword god asked, raising his voice and using a tone that harkened back to his days as an ignorant disciple. "Humph!" The martial king could help chuckling in exasperation as he looked at the faces in front of him, including the sword god, spear god, and black prince. All the faces were all familiar. At one point in time, he had defeated them. They all harbored a deep resentment towards the martial king. "How the hell did you assemble such a pile of trash? I must say, you're very talented. It wasn't too difficult. When I stated that I would fight against Master, everyone offered to help of their own accord. Some even opened their chests and pulled out their own hearts. All the beings that appeared in the illusory world were the strongest ones that the sword god had absorbed through his cannibal skill. I'm confident that this will be a fun game for Master as well. Do you want to know something?" "Yes? Don't you know that no matter how much dust you collect, once someone blows on it, it all disappears?" At the martial king's arrogant remark, the spirits all frowned at once. However, the sword god was quiet and unperturbed. "I know. You know? Yet you still did this. Of course, you know that it won't end with just this, right?" The sword god slowly raised his right arm. At that moment, the bracelet around his wrist unwound and took on the shape of a spear. It was the divine weapon that the sword god had once called Gungnir. The sword god took hold of Gungnir and stabbed it into the ground. Gungnir has been activated. Gungnir was known as the divine weapon used by Odin, the supreme god of the godly society Asgard. It was not limited to divine retribution or thunder. Otherwise, the sword god wouldn't have loved and valued it so much. Gungnir's true power was that it enforced the laws of Asgard in the lower world. The illusory world has received a new quality. The law of causality has been received. The law of causality has been received. The rank of the illusory world has been forcefully increased. The rank of the illusory world has been forcefully increased. The illusory world has created a connection to the heavenly world, and Asgard is exerting direct influence. Boom! As the illusory world trembled wildly, it began to fill with divine power. Heimdall, a god of Asgard, has designated the player flank as an apostle. Heimdall is descending. Baldur, a god of Asgard, has designated the player Sakandal as an apostle. Baldur is descending. Once all 100 spirits were designated as apostles, the gods of Asgard borrowed their bodies and descended into the illusory world one after another. Amid the countless flickering effects lit up the illusory world, the sword god said coldly to the martial king, "Master, you will not make it out of here alive?" Thor, a god of Asgard, has designated the player Sin as an apostle. Thor is descending. Crack! Crack! Crackle! The sword god's body started flashing and crackling with Thor's yellow lightning. Chapter 609, Martial King, 3. Chapter 609, Martial King, 3. The godly society Asgard has established a great holy territory. I don't recall having significant contact with most of you, right? The martial king looked at the gods with an exasperated expression. There were hundreds of them. The situation was bordering on the surreal. The gods must have used up a considerable number of laws of causality to create a great holy territory in the lower world. It would have taken the godly society at least a few hundred years to save up. Moreover, this was all just to assassinate the martial king. The martial king was left speechless, and all he could do was scoff. However, the gods of Asgard were all serious. Martial King, Neu, the leader of Asgard ever since Odin fell asleep, Thor borrowed the sword god's body to speak. Our society has no specific grievance against you. You are a descendant of the great Shea-Haujintian and a talented entity in your own right. Although you possess the power to contend against the gods in the heavens, you have accepted your limitations as a mortal and understood your level. You have correctly chosen to stay in the lower world? Mortal? Limitations? Level? The Martial King's eyes narrowed. However, Thor continued speaking loudly, adding greater energy into his voice without acknowledging or caring about the Martial King's change of expression. However, this does not mean that you are free from wrongdoing. Number. You have allowed the great sinner, the one you call Cain, to run wild. Your crime is considerable since you allowed this to happen. The godly society of Asgard holds you accountable. It was only then that the Martial King understood the circumstances of this sudden attack. He smirked and chuckled. He did not know what had happened between his disciple and the godly society, but he understood that the godly society was focusing their anger on him after Yeonwoo slapped them around. Ah! Damn it! I've really been away from the game for too long. How did my presence become so insignificant during my long break? I'm being dragged into a fight like a third-rate character who's riding on the coattails of his talented disciple. The Martial King still took pride in being an active martial artist, and the implication of Thor's words was humiliating. The fact that he'd been taken as a hostage to lure his disciple fueled his anger. The Martial King cocked his head in a more disrespectful manner. As the Martial King was fuming, Thor continued to speak, using vocabulary that grew increasingly more complex, his tone stern and lecturing. However, the Martial King had already stopped listening. To him, Thor was just like a barking dog. Hey! The Martial King cut Thor off. What? Are you done barking? How could you use such vulgar? Anyway, shut that mouth of yours, and let's get started. Bam! Thinking that he had endured enough, the Martial King stamped hard on the ground. With the instincts of a warrior, Thor quickly moved back and applied more power to his lightning bolt. Since Thor was borrowing the Sword God's body, the Sword God's consciousness quickly reacted to Thor's shout and shot out the 4 swords in the air. Boom! 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 Lightning wrapped around each sword, which displayed its mighty power. The Sword God's attack was something that even most gods were reluctant to face. Phew! Phew! As if he were chasing away a flying insect, the Martial King gently waved his hand and knocked down the incoming strikes. Then, he suddenly appeared right in front of Thor. Flinch! Thor was startled. He never expected that the Martial King would move so quickly and was startled. However, Thor's reflexes soon kicked in, and he threw out a punch, condensing his energy in his fist and exploding it out. The blast shook the great holy territory. Whoosh! Swoosh! However, with great ease, the Martial King maneuvered through the explosions, grabbed Thor's wrist, and pulled him in. Like a howling wild beast, Thor's energy rumbled and growled as it climbed up the Martial King's back. However, the energy was not strong enough to break through barriers along the Martial King's skin. Such power! Infuriated that the Martial King would dare compete with him in strength, Thor tried to set the Martial King straight, but when he found himself being dragged away, Thor's eyes widened. How could the Martial King contend with him so easily? He was one of the strongest warriors in the heavenly world. Thor's thoughts were interrupted by a strong shock in his stomach. Oof! The Martial King had swung his knee and connected with Thor's solar plexus. Thor felt such excruciating pain that he wondered if his spirit had been permanently damaged. As Thor's mind went blank. That sounded good. Whoosh! Martial King chuckled as he twisted Thor's wrist back and attacked all of his vulnerable points, philtrum, solar plexus, and the lower part of the abdomen. Now, let's sound the drum. Bam! 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 The Martial King's movements were neat and efficient. However, their effects were deadly. Thor's flesh exploded, his bones shattered, and his legs flew off. The Martial King demonstrated his proficiency in using a tremendous amount of divine power. Thor didn't counterattack since he couldn't even tell what was happening the entire time he was being beaten up. He was preoccupied with simply protecting his body, and the battle had revealed the huge difference in skill between the Martial King and Thor. Thor? You bastard! How dare you! The other gods could no longer stand still and observe. They rushed towards the martial king in a single file. Bang! Still smiling, the martial king slammed his foot on the ground. A layer of earth rose from the shockwave, countless grains of sand scattering into the air. There was a tremendous amount of force compressed into those small grains of sand, making them as dangerous as a formidable weapon. Many of the attacking gods succumbed and exploded from the bombardment. The martial king reached out and gripped Thor's face. He could see Thor's wet eyes filled with astonishment between his fingers. Crack! The martial king didn't want to hear what he had to say, and he exerted strength and smashed Thor's head into pieces. Bits of flesh dripped to the ground. The martial king was facing an enemy who had descended into the sword god, but even though the martial king had taught and nurtured the sword god as a disciple, he did not hesitate at all. Even after defeating Thor, the martial king still had a cold expression. The aura and energy he exuded were so bloody that the remaining gods were frozen stiff. They could not even bring themselves to move forward. The martial king's gaze turned to a different direction, a faraway hill. Phew! Bright yellow condensed energy gathered, and Thor appeared once more. Thor's complexion was a little paler than before, but he looked relatively intact. How is your mouth? Are you still going to run it? Thor kept his mouth shut after the martial king spoke with a cold smile. The other gods that had exploded and reappeared were also silent, shocked that a mortal could possess such an overwhelming ability. A monster! Only then did Thor realize what kind of being he had messed with. Since the martial king was Yeonwoo's master, Thor had planned to use him to oppress Yeonwoo. However, Thor soon realized that he had made a grave mistake. He had ignored the martial king simply because he was a mortal residing in the lower world. Thor clenched his jaw. He couldn't retreat, and unlike Yeonwoo, the martial king was alone. On the other hand, Thor's allies were overwhelming in number, and inside the Great Holy Territory, the descended gods could revive as many times as they wanted. In the end, whoever lost would be the one who collapsed from exhaustion. Such an existence must be eliminated. If the martial king is already this strong now, if he achieves exuviation or transcendence, we will have no place to stand. Once he sorted out his thoughts, Thor slowly took out Mjolnir and rushed towards the martial king. A thunderbolt that Thor had set to its maximum grew high in the sky. Though he had been careless before, this time around, Thor would not take anything for granted. If this doesn't work, then I'll use that as well. From now on, the martial king was now the god's common enemy. Wish! While hundreds of powers were poured out towards the martial king. Vivasvat, that bastard! Why isn't he coming? He acts so full of himself all the time, but whenever I need him, he's nowhere to be found. So useless! Even though the situation had reached a boiling point, the martial king thought about Alforoni's glaring absence. However, he immediately pushed aside his thoughts and clenched his fists. All right. Let's do this. I've always wanted to do some god killing, too, you know. Bam! After a great force that shook the Great Holy Territory to the point of collapse. As the martial king dealt with Thor and Mjolnir, Heimdall spear god approached the martial king from his blind spot and stabbed a spear deep in the martial king's left calf. The Hydra's poison is spreading rapidly. The curse of Gaia is taking effect. As soon as the martial king was trapped in the illusory world, the village was thrown into chaos. Hey? What is this? What did they do to the duel for the throne? The tribe members had been ready to enjoy the duel with a light heart, and now, they were filled with surprise. A huge, dome-shaped barrier had appeared over the arena, and even though the head elder and the other elders swung their weapons on the barrier with all their might, the barrier only absorbed the energy of their attacks. No one could see what was happening inside, so they had no idea what was going on. Even faceless supporters, like the Baixian family, grew frustrated as they frantically ran around, trying to figure out what was going on. Baixian family head. The head elder shouted roughly as he stepped forward. All the tribe members stared at the head of the Baixian family, whose complexion had turned ghastly pale. "You're going to have to explain what the hell is going on." I believed what Flank was saying. The head of the Baixian family hastily tried to come up with an excuse. The duel for the throne was a sacred tradition. It was unthinkable to sully it. Even the head of a large family would not avoid severe punishment. Even a great family's head was nothing compared to the martial king. If the head elder and the other tribesmen blamed him for what just happened, he would not escape great punishment. However, the head of the Baixian family did not have a chance to speak further. At that moment, bam! 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 Explosions resounded at the outskirts of the village, and 4 pillars of fire soared up to the sky. As the barriers protecting the village and the defensive systems shattered, everyone felt the cycle of qi, which had smoothly circulated within the village, grow twisted. "Fanti! I know, hurry!" Edora hurriedly called out to Fanti before leaving her seat. They did not say much to each other, but the two already knew what the other was going to do. Fanti made his way towards the outskirts of the forest, where the enemies were infiltrating them. Edora headed for the spirit pond where the psychic medium was. The fact that the barrier had suddenly broken meant that someone had covered the psychic medium's eyes. Mother is in danger. Edora held divine evil tightly and cast magic spells with all her might. "What is this?" When Anastasia sought her urgently, Frisia thought that Anastasia was just being annoying. Recently, she had been growing busier. Along with the world of the tower, where she did most of her business, there were many disturbances and conflicts taking place throughout the universe and other dimensions. The causes of these disturbances and conflicts were different, but the biggest culprit was the reorganization of the entire universe around the world of the tower. Frisia had been summoned while conducting an investigation on the reason for the reorganization. If Anastasia weren't a major shareholder of By the Table and a close friend, Frisia would not have come. A single line in Anastasia's letter asking her to come had convinced Frisia. "I found Cronus." Frisia knew right away that Anastasia was telling the truth. "It's good to see that you're doing well, like Popo. I feel at ease." "Are you really, Cronus?" Frisia's eyes fluttered behind her wooden mask. "Who else could it be?" "Ah!" Frisia briefly exclaimed out loud before she crumpled to the floor and burst into tears. Long after Rhea had given up her divinity to search for Cronus, he had finally come back. Cronus had also told her that Frisia's investment, Yanwu, was his and Rhea's son. Frisia could not help feeling a rush of emotion. They conversed for a while. "Are you talking about Adamantin Nova?" "Yet. I think I have to remake Scythe. I need as much Adamantin Nova as possible. Will there be any issues?" Cronus did not miss the embarrassment that flashed across Frisia's eyes. Frisia hesitated instead of giving a quick answer. It was a completely different expression that one would expect from the person who led By the Table. After a gentle sigh, she answered, "Adamantin Nova's main materials, like blood tear stones, are very difficult to find in the tower and even in other dimensions and the entire universe." "Hey? It's that special?" "There may be another reason, but from what I know, the lack of blood tear stones and adamantin is due to an organization buying everything that's put up for sale on the market. They also pay a high price." Cronus and Yanwu's eyes widened. It was true that adamantin was a precious ore, but it was still something that could not be easily handled since it could cause a serious injury and tremendous damage. Who was? Which organization? At Cronus' question, Frisia's sigh deepened. "It's the Sea of Time." Yanwu instinctively jumped up from his seat. "Hyung! We have a problem?" Yanwu's channel with his apostle suddenly opened. It was Doyle. Chapter 610, Martial King, 4. Chapter 610, Martial King, 4. They made such a ruckus before. I'm not sure what Faceless and the Black Prince have been up to since. The Spring Queen, Waltz, listened to Troy's message as she watched the scene from afar. She was looking at the village of the one-horned tribe. She wished for the village's destruction several times a day, and finally, it was being destroyed with the help of a foreign being. Please give us your order? For Waltz, the whole thing seemed too surreal. So? Don't you want to see the martial king die? Will you act or not? If not, I guess you'll just have to live your pitiful life the way it is. Ha ha ha. The words Faceless had said to her were still ringing in her ears. He had told her that he would kill the martial king in front of the one-horned tribe members. Faceless also claimed that he would make the martial king walk into a trap with his own 2 feet and that the tribe members would not be able to do anything about it. Furthermore, the martial king would be entering an inescapable area, and there was no way that he would be able to come out alive. Of course, Waltz did not believe what Faceless said. The martial king that she knew would not allow himself to succumb so easily. Otherwise, Waltz would have killed the martial king by now. All right. If you don't believe me, then watch us. Afterward, decide whether you want to join in or not. It's your choice. What do you have left? Pride? Do you need such a thing? Your mother already abandoned you, no. Before Faceless left, he offered Waltz and White Dragon the chance to observe the situation before deciding on their participation. Faceless stated that he would prove to them that his plan was foolproof. Waltz accepted Faceless's offer. She had nothing to lose. Arthea had already isolated White Dragon on the 76th floor as they took over control of the lower floors. White Dragon was constantly battling with the Fantasy Regiment and felt more besieged with each passing day. In such a dire situation, a gamble was necessary. And now, Faceless was proving that his words were not an exaggeration. Waltz realized that the time had finally come to take a risk. Queen? Troy and her other followers stared at Waltz with burning gazes. Finally, Waltz slowly removed her invisibility magic and commanded her squadron, begin. We shall execute your order? We shall execute your order? White Dragon immediately started taking action. Hey! What's going on? Shay, who had been drawing on paper with her crayons, stopped what she was doing and cocked her head at a sudden aftershock. She realized that something strange was happening in the village, so she ran to the window. Was it fireworks? She could see the sky light up brightly. She recalled that it was the day for the duel for the throne. She heard that there would be a festival, and she had wanted to participate. However, she ended up playing alone at home because outsiders were not allowed to attend the festival. She was told that she could go at dinner time when the event was over, and she was already planning to pick out an outfit later with Edora. However, the effects she saw did not seem to be a result of martial arts. She was a quarter dragon, and her biological mother was a witch who had been blessed with mana. Thus, her sense and talent for magic were already developed. The phenomena she saw was definitely magic-based. In fact, they even exuded holy power. For a moment, Sha grew pale. Her eyes trembled. She felt a dark foreboding. Goosebumps appeared all over her skin as little by little, the memories she'd almost forgotten began to rear their ugly heads. She grew strangely cold. Be Brahm! She called out for her maternal grandfather, but he wasn't home. If only he were here, she would not feel so scared. Although she smiled most of the time, she sometimes experienced traumatic episodes. Whenever this happened, Brahm would silently hug her, and without understanding why, she would feel at ease. I'm scared. She looked around. She felt as if something invisible was approaching her. The house that had always felt cozy and peaceful now felt cold and gloomy, like a monster that might devour her at any moment. The aftershocks at the outskirts grew more intense as time went on. The ground rumbled loudly, and at some point, a hot gush of wind swept through the forest. Magic fields full of murderous intent started to appear here and there. Without realizing what she was doing, Sha sat down, covering her ears with her hands and shutting her eyes tightly, thinking that this would stop the invisible monster from finding her. She desperately wanted whatever fearful thing that was outside to pass by and leave her alone. She had finally found a place to call her own, and it was a place where she had a lot of family and friends. She wanted to hold on to this peacefulness somehow. However, she was weak and thin, and there was nothing she could do. She could only tremble and suppress the sound of her breath. However, despite her best efforts, the invisible monster seemed to home in on her and arrive at her front door. She recalled a fairy tale that Uncle Yeonwoo had told her long ago about 3 little pigs. A wolf disguised as the pig's mother went to the pig's house to catch and eat them. She felt that she was one of those little pigs with the wolf outside the door. When the little pigs realized that the wolf had arrived, they had grown terrified. Who did they look for? Rumble. Bam. Mom. When there was an explosion near her, Scha's panic and fear reached a climax. However, all of a sudden, Scha felt a warm hug, stronger than Yeonwoo's and warmer than Brahms. The hug was also soft and fragrant. It was a familiar hug that Scha missed very much. She had not felt this touch and warmth in a long time. A hand gently caressed Scha while telling her that everything would be fine. Mom. Scha opened her eyes wide and raised her head. The soothing warmth disappeared. There was no one nearby. Scha immediately turned her head to the bed where Ananta lay. Scha was certain that she had felt Ananta's touch, but Ananta was still comatose, as usual. Was she mistaken? However, Scha felt a warm wind blowing around Ananta. Moreover, the pocket watch by Ananta's bedside was vibrating violently. However, Scha's thoughts were interrupted. Boom! Scha! Mr. Fanti! As he rushed to protect Scha, Fanti's expression changed. He had always told Scha to call him brother or uncle, but she never listened. However, Scha always called Adora sister. Of course, it was not the time to be concerned about such petty things, so Fanti controlled his expression while making a mental note to resolve this matter later. We should get out of here first. What happened? I'll tell you the details later. Hurry up and get your mother. Damn it! Fanti suddenly grabbed Scha's hand and pulled her into his arms. Bam! The house exploded, throwing Fanti and Scha out. Fanti tumbled on the ground as he held onto Scha. He had raised his barriers at the last minute, but the explosion was so sudden and the impact so great that his body screamed in pain. Mister, are you okay? Mom. Fortunately, Scha was unscathed. She remembered that Ananta was still in the house and lifted her head. Fortunately, Ananta and her bed looked intact despite the explosion, thanks to the protective magic that Brahm had put in place over his daughter and granddaughter. However, the explosion had shattered Brahm's protective measures, and there were strangers standing near Ananta. Is this the right person? The coordinates sent by the spy, Hyena, pointed to this location. The Spring Queen, Waltz, quietly nodded in response to Troy's response. Hyena was the codename of the spy that had given detailed instructions on the village layout, the arrangement of the tribe's forces, and the political situation of each tribal family within the One-Horned tribe. Although their identity was unknown, Hyena clearly had a fairly high position in the tribe, considering the quality and quantity of the information they provided. Thanks to this, White Dragon completed their invasion very smoothly. At this moment, White Dragon's troops were advancing along the paths that Hyena had marked out, preparing to destroy the village. Waltz was sure that no matter how powerful the One-Horned tribe was, they would not escape a major blow. It would be the worst damage that the One-Horned tribe had ever experienced since their founding or the birth of the tower. However, Waltz personally despised Hyena. After all, Hyena had sold out their tribe due to his own resentment and greed. No. Hyena also provided information on people related to the Shadow King. If things go smoothly and we exert influence over the One-Horned tribe, it won't be a bad idea to support Hyena as their next king. With cold eyes, Waltz reached out to Ananta. Waltz heard that Hyena had a very big grudge against Yeonwoo. One of the conditions of her participation in this operation was to deal with tasks related to Yanwu, which suited Waltz well. Rumble. However, before Waltz could lay a finger on Ananta, a red lightning bolt smashed down on her. Ugh! Waltz quickly raised her defenses, stacking several layers of magic shields around herself. However, the blood-red lightning bolt crushed her shields and barriers before hitting the floor, its impact pushing Waltz back. There were deep grooves where she had stood. Crazy bitch, who are you thinking of touching? A frowning Fanti appeared where Waltz had stood. Blood-colored lightning bolts leaped up and down along his skin, growling like beasts. His power was truly overwhelming. Waltz stared at Fanti and the suffocating force that made her heart cramp with a stiff expression. His destructive power was considerable, and Waltz recognized its martial arts origin and skill, blood lightning. It was also called the blood lightning of justice, and it was the martial arts skill created by the head elder. How are you, related to the head elder? What about that ancient fogey? To Fanti, all the adults in the tribe were fogies. The martial king was the old fogey, while the head elder was the ancient fogey. I'm asking you a question. I am his one and only student. Enough. Waltz frowned. You're the head of White Dragon, right? I remember seeing you a few times. By the way, Fanti bumped his fists together and increased the blood lightning to its maximum. It was bad enough that you set your dirty, half-blood feet in our village, but now, you've gone even further and tried to harm someone that I'm protecting? I'll tear you apart and kill you. Bam! After pushing off the floor, Fanti pounced on Waltz. Queen! Hey! How dare you! Two players who served under Waltz jumped in. You worthless fellows should know your place. SSS. The two were torn to shreds by the blade of Fanti's hand. Nothing was left of their bodies. The blood lightning surrounding Fanti was intense and destructive, tearing through everything it touched as though it were equipped with vicious, serrated teeth. Bang! Soon Fanti's destroying mountain fist collided with Waltz's half-dragon palm. A plume of dust rose up as energy shaped like petals shot up while a blood-red lightning bolt pounded the ground. Did you call me a half-blood? Waltz glared menacingly at Fanti as if his remarks hit a nerve. Seeing her reaction, Fanti smirked and mockingly called out, Yet! Half-blood! You don't even have a horn, so if you're not a half-blood, what are you? A disabled idiot. Waltz raised her power to the maximum. The afterimages of her hand instantly filled the air as she tried to grab hold of Fanti. Boom! 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 Shay, I'll try to buy some time for you, so get your mother and head out of here? Fanti's voice rang in Shay's ears. It wasn't just for the sake of arguing that Fanti had provoked Waltz. He did it to draw her attention solely on him. Once the alarm magic had been triggered, Brahm would have immediately come, but he was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, Fanti had a difficult time contacting Yanwu. In order to keep the defenseless Sha and Ananta safe, Fanti had to make sure that they escaped to a safe place. Luckily, Sha had a mini teleport scroll for emergencies just like this. Unfortunately, Sha's legs were frozen in place. It seems that you're the Shadow King's nephew or daughter. You'll have to come along with this grandpa. Troy stood in front of Sha as the corners of his mouth rose. He tried to put on a warm smile, like a friendly grandfather, but his actions only frightened Sha even more. In fact, at that very moment, Troy was thinking, jackpot. If he could secure this child, he would be able to avenge all the humiliation he'd suffered at the hands of Yanwu and Arthea. Don't come near me. Boom! Boom! She cast all the magic spells that she learned so far, but her spells helplessly crumbled before they even reached Troy. Such a disobedient child. Cute, very cute. You seem to have some talent, so I might raise you as my disciple. Of course, I will have to erase everything in your head. Laughing viciously, Troy reached out for Shi. Mom! Sha instinctively shut her eyes. She needed another miracle to happen, like the time Yanwu saved her from Agar's. Right then. Boom. With a tearing sound, Troy's hand stopped before it could reach Shi. Troy's shaky eyes looked down. A sword had pierced through his side and was now sticking out of his neck. Troy slowly turned his head. Get away from my daughter! Ananta growled with wide eyes. Chapter 611, Martial King, 5. Chapter 611, Martial King, 5. Ananta? At some point during her deep slumber, she heard a voice calling her name, a name she had long forgotten. Ananta, listen to my voice? At first, Ananta thought she wasn't hearing it correctly. Please, Ananta? She thought she was hallucinating. She thought that she was being tormented by the deep feelings she had for him again. After all, he was no longer of this world. He had crossed a river, and he could never return. Because of that, although she longed for him, she also detested him. Hey, stupid! Do you need to suffer so much heartache and trouble over someone like me? Knowing that he had already crossed a point of no return, she decided to disregard the voice. She tried to fall into a deeper sleep. She didn't want to be bothered anymore. Leave me alone, in peace, she thought. Do you recall the first time we met? However, the auditory hallucination continued. We fought each other like we were prepared to die at any moment. Afterwards, Valdibish would make us lemonade, and we would just drink and talk about how refreshing it was. The voice whispered memories that only she and the dead knew. But, to be honest, his lemonade was pretty bad, right? If she had hands and ears, she would cover her ears with her hands. And, remember that time? However, there was that one time when I was pickpocketed. I lost my money, and while I was in shock, you calmly organized what I had to do? She could not stop herself from listening. At that moment, I thought you looked pretty cool. She enjoyed it too much. There were many moments like that. Even if you weren't part of my team, we often bumped into each other. Soon, we spent a lot of time just hanging out with one another. She loved it so much that she felt as if her heart would beat again. Hey, tell me, honestly. I thought it was just a random coincidence that we met, but it wasn't random at all, right? It was all planned, hey? The auditory hallucination's voice also teased her in a mischievous manner. This is why being a popular guy is hard. Although, looking back on it now, I really enjoyed the time we spent together. It was a lot of fun. His warm voice seemed to melt her frozen heart. You were always honest with me? Each time, memories that she had buried at the back of her mind emerged, one by one. It would be great to go back to that time. If time were like a clockwork spring, I would wind it back to that time. As each memory appeared in her mind like a photograph, her feelings of longing started welling up. You probably feel the same, that's probably why you haven't been able to wake up? Then, the hallucination said in a gloomy voice, I understand. It was the same for me. I wanted time to pause and remain there forever. Those days were the most gruesome and hardest of days, but they were also the most enjoyable. I didn't want to leave them. The voice comforted Ananta. But then. However, Ananta? The auditory hallucination was trying to help her wake up. Time can never be turned back? It explained where they were in relation to time. It has already passed. No matter how much you run away from reality, and no matter how much you long for it, that time won't return? Each word pierced Ananta's heart. It hurt her so much that she wanted to scream. But no screams came out. Let's bury all the days when we suffered. Isn't it just as important to create a happy and enjoyable future? The auditory hallucination's voice caressed her wounds to help them heal. Unexpectedly, her pain eased little by little. Ananta started to see something. We have a daughter now, don't we? At that moment, Boom! Ananta felt as if the world was collapsing around her. When she lifted her head up, he was there. It was the face she'd seen in her dreams. Cha Zhongwu smiled as he looked at her. How long will you stay asleep when your daughter is crying her heart out for you? Ananta was in her world of consciousness. Cha Zhongwu's spirit body had constantly beat on her consciousness to rouse her, and she finally responded to his voice. When Cha Zhongwu realized that Ananta had woken up, he teased her again. He had often done this when they climbed the tower together. Ananta's eyelids trembled as she recalled that time, her eyes involuntarily growing wet. However, Ananta smiled broadly instead of wiping her eyes. It was not like her to cry at such a time. She pouted and grunted out, "You're one to talk. You're right. It's not the olden times when child-rearing was the sole responsibility of the mother. Based on the standards of today's world, I'm a horrible dad, aren't I?" Cha Zhongwu slowly reached out to Ananta. "All those things that I didn't know about in the past, the things I took for granted, can you help me start over? From now on, I can do well?" Ananta looked at Cha Zhongwu's hand quietly. She had desperately wanted to hold it before but couldn't. She was about to grab his hand, then she quickly pulled back. "No." "Hey?" For the first time, a look of embarrassment appeared on Cha Zhongwu's face. Ananta felt a sense of satisfaction. "Wasn't I the one who waited anxiously for you all this time? Did you think I'd just shout hooray and grab your hand because you chose to return? Wake up! Well, then, what should I do?" Ananta had once missed his love and attention, but things were different now. Ananta was now dismissing him, and Cha Zhongwu was clinging to her. I wonder. Ananta?" As Cha Zhongwu sweated profusely, not knowing what to do, Ananta walked far ahead. Cha Zhongwu didn't dare grab her, so he scrambled around, unsure what to do. At that moment, Ananta's steps stopped for a moment. With a sulking expression, she glanced back. "I'll think about it." Then? Just when Cha Zhongwu was about to say something. "Mom!" a voice rang out. Ananta and Cha Zhongwu lifted their heads up at the same time. Both of their expressions grew stiff. "Get away, from my daughter! Get away, from my daughter!" Ananta coldly shouted out as soon as she woke up. Perhaps because it had been many years since she'd fallen asleep, her body felt slow and creaky. Her dragon human mana, which had always overflowed with magic power, was now little more than a stream. Her muscles were weak and damaged, leaving her without much strength. If she opened her status window, it would probably look very bleak. There wasn't a single part of her body that didn't hurt. Ananta had picked up a sword randomly from the ground and plunged it into Troy, but even doing this was difficult. However, Ananta didn't care about her condition. She was full of anger. Her daughter, they were trying to harm her daughter? How dare they? Although she was not her biological daughter, she was the daughter of Ananta's heart. Ananta loved Sha more than anyone in the world, and she would not allow anyone to harm her. When she thought of how she continued to sleep as her child was in danger, Ananta detested her own inaction. Didn't this mean she wasn't qualified to be the child's mother? Cha Zhongwu thought the same thing about himself. He had become a father whose existence his daughter didn't know. Even though he couldn't hug Sha or stroke her head, Zhongwu would not let his poor child get hurt again. It would be different from now on. If he couldn't become a father and protect his daughter, if he couldn't protect his family, how could he be called someone's dad? The two of them had shouted at the same time, with one heart and one mouth. Mom? Dad? Sha's eyes widened when she saw the mother she'd always hoped would wake up in front of her. She was doubly surprised to see the figure behind Ananta. It was a person who resembled Uncle Yanwu but had warm eyes. He had shining armor and pure white wings. He was someone who was trustworthy and dependable, someone who would provide safety for her. Sha instantly recognized him. Mom! Dad! Smiling and crying, she called out to the two of them. Her trauma disappeared as if it had never existed. Daughter, wait a minute. Mommy will save you. Daughter, wait a minute. Daddy will save you. Ananta and Cha Zhongwu spoke at the same time with the same tone, looking at Xia with love and affection. How dare you touch my daughter? How dare you touch my daughter? When Ananta lifted her head and looked at her enemies, her demeanor changed. Her eyes shone fiercely. I will make you regret your actions. I will make you regret your actions. Bam! The two moved at the same time with the same actions. Cha Zhongwu, who was within Ananta, helped her make up for her physical weakness and depleted magic power. There was no awkwardness in their movement. At one time, they had been the last two dragon humans in the world of the tower, and it was possible for them to move with one mind and one will. *T. Damn it! With his chest torn open, Troy quickly retreated, bleeding profusely. He had luckily turned before the surprise attack and prevented his heart from being stabbed, but his current condition was close to death. However, Ananta would not let him go. Hyena had claimed that Ananta was in a vegetative state. Did they hide that she had awakened? Regardless, Troy understood that it was necessary to escape first. However, Ananta was too fast. Her dragon wings, which had suddenly appeared on her back, angrily flapped, and the sword that she held radiated a chilling light. It's like the sky wings and wave of light. As soon as Troy remembered Heaven Wing, whom he had once seen, his world turned upside down. He immediately lost consciousness after being blinded by a flash of white light. This was the last thought of the great villain called Hawkeye. He wielded great power and did whatever he wanted, as evidenced by his constantly changing affiliations from Red Dragon to Black Dragon and finally, to White Dragon. Bang! The beam of light from Ananta's sword spread like a spider's web in all directions, sweeping away all their enemies. SSS. A gust of wind blew. Ananta glared at the survivors, surrounded by embers and black ashes fluttering in the air, flashing her draconic eyes at the center of the windstorm. The expressions of the White Dragon players and rankers stiffened. Warnings blared in their minds. They had offended someone they should not have. What is this? How? It was an aura that was very familiar to them, since they had received orders from the Summer Queen while working in Red Dragon, and it was something they did not want to recall: dragon fear. It was the unique aura of the dragon species that stimulated the primal fear ingrained in all the species of the world. The air sizzled. The players felt short of breath and suffocated. With expressions of disbelief, they could not say any words. The world stood still. Furthermore, behind Ananta, who had taken control of the battlefield, there was another figure. It was Heaven Wing Cha Zhongwu's spirit. You all are ready. You all are ready? To die, right? To die, right? The second hand of the pocket watch that hung around Ananta's neck spun wildly as if indicating the remaining lifespan of the intruders. Tick. Tick. Chapter 612, Martial King, 6. Chapter 612, Martial King, 6. Let's finish as soon as possible. Although Ananta completely overwhelmed her enemies, she didn't grow overconfident. Because Walpurgis Nacht had hunted her down for such a long time, she'd learned to dissect her situation soberly and rationally. As she saw it, in her current condition, it would be impossible for her to engage in a long, drawn-out fight. No matter how much Cha Zhongwu's spirit spread his sky wings, which amplified her magic power, there were limits to this method. Moreover, Cha Zhongwu's spirit body was not complete, and as time passed, the risk that his existence which hadn't even been fully restored might scatter. Ananta made it clear that she wanted to take swift action, and Cha Zhongwu replied in the affirmative, raising and spreading his sky wings. The dragon fear exuded by the two dragon humans intensified, backed by a powerful force. They quickly bounded towards their enemies, who were frozen in place. White Dragon was an offshoot of Red Dragon, which the Summer Queen had ruled, and they were vulnerable against the aura of a dragon. Whoosh! Whenever Ananta swung her sword, wave of light exploded out from her blade. At one time, Heavenwing had reigned over various rankers and the 8 clans with his numbered skill. The skill erased the clan members of White Dragon one by one. Damn it! How can that bitch use Heavenwing's skill? We need to retreat. Many of the clan members backed away. They had only wanted to take advantage of a chance to counterattack and not be pointlessly swept away like the ashes of a roaring fire. You idiots, what are you all doing? We need to stop her no matter what. If you retreat, we're all done for. Fight. Do whatever you can. Unlike the clan members, White Dragon's leaders wanted to stop Ananta at all costs. They instinctively knew that if they missed this chance to attack, there would be no second chance. It was only a matter of time before the situation in the One-Horned Tribe's village reached Arthea's ears. White Dragon's leaders knew it would be over once reinforcements arrived, so they had to somehow get rid of or capture Ananta. Fortunately, some of the rankers with scanning abilities noticed that Ananta's internal state didn't match her outer appearance. Her reserve of magic power was very low, so they clenched their teeth and redoubled their efforts to catch her. The war with White Dragon began. Damn it! Suspending her clash with Fanti, Waltz frowned when she realized that things were not going her way. Despite her personal grudge against the One-Horned Tribe, she was not a fool who would misjudge the flow of combat. If she were that foolhardy, Arthea and the Fantasy Regiment's constant attacks would have already destroyed her and the clan 100 times over. She had learned from her mother, the Summer Queen, to be cold-blooded and analytical enough to quickly draw the right conclusions. She had long ago determined that the attack on the One-Horned Tribe would end in failure, but she'd joined in order to secure Ananta and Sshi. Although she was engaged in battle with Fanti and his Blood Lightning, she had decided not to retreat so that she could buy time for her side to conclude their operation. However, Waltz never thought that Ananta would wake up. Waltz did not know how Ananta did it, she was even freely using Skywing and Wave of Light. Ananta's overall physical condition did not seem very good since her complexion was pale and her breath was ragged. However, Ananta firmly held her ground, and it seemed more and more unlikely that the situation would change. However, even if Waltz wanted to use her full force. Rumble. Bang. Fanti rained down blood lightning after blood lightning as if mocking her silly thoughts. The wall of blood thunder, which was the constant barrage of blood lightning, was known to split and crush everything it touched, and it was about to reach Waltz. In an instant, flower petals made of high-level energy bloomed around Waltz's body. A multitude of pale pink afterimages appeared. Waltz utilized 9-step transformation, creating afterimages and clones with every 9 steps, to avoid Fanti's blood lightning of justice. However, the power of the blood lightning exploded on the ground and spread in all directions, causing a chain of explosions. 9 of Waltz's clones disappeared in an instant. Fanti rushed through the stinging dust and black ashes in the air like an angry bull and grabbed Waltz's slender body. Ugh! Realizing that she had made a mistake and left herself open, Waltz quickly tried to escape Fanti's grasp. She knew better than anyone that she had no chance of winning if she fought Fanti using brute strength. Waltz collected energy in the palms of her hands and beat Fanti's back. Bam! Arg! Fanti ignored the attacks raining on his back, which were strong enough to break his spine. He hung onto Waltz and rammed her into a nearby tree, a sacred one that had stood tall in the village for hundreds of years. The sacred tree snapped from the force and fell to the ground. Waltz lost her breath, and the energy that she had gathered instantly released. Fanti did not miss this opportunity. He put strength into his arms to completely crush Waltz's waist and ribs. He did not even have time to utilize blood lightning. Crack! Crack! Waltz felt the strange and excruciating feeling of bones and organs being crushed inside her body. She could not even scream, and she did not know if it was because her vocal cords had been snapped or if her lungs could not expand. This sudden muteness gave her tremendous psychological pain. She could feel herself passing out. No. Waltz clenched her jaw. When that didn't work, she violently bit her tongue. The smell of blood spread in her mouth, and she was in so much pain that she thought she had bitten through her tongue. However, this drastic action helped her regain her consciousness. How much I've sacrificed to get to where I am. She was biting down so hard that her jaw started to crack. Mom. Dad. Waltz could not forget. One by one, the images of her parents, who raised her in a slum, started popping into her mind. She recalled how no one would approach her because they considered her too dirty. She remembered how she could not even give her dead parents a proper burial. She had been too consumed with escaping the one-horned tribe members chasing her. And now, she couldn't even take the slightest bit of revenge on them. She couldn't allow herself to fall so easily. Apart from her personal grievances, Waltz also wanted to maintain the Summer Queen's dying wish. Although Waltz wasn't certain that her mother had left her an inheritance, Waltz was still thankful to the Summer Queen for giving her a new lease on life. She couldn't throw her life away like this. Waltz gave up struggling against Fanty's crushing force and focused solely on squeezing out her last drops of energy to create a mana circle. She didn't care if she ruined her physical body. Waltz just needed a handful, just a handful of magic power. Flash! A blinding blue light rose like a spear toward Waltz's eyes. It was exploding light, and Waltz poured all her life force into a handful of her remaining magic power to amplify it, like the last flickering moments of a candle's flame before it disappeared. For a brief moment, her internal strength increased explosively. Waltz did not care if her previously uninjured areas were damaged. She was dead set on escaping Fanty, who was still holding onto her tightly. Whoosh! A powerful magic field formed and rose from the two's struggle. The magic field crackled as it started growing larger. Soon, Waltz began to gain the upper hand. From the start, Waltz had a slight martial arts advantage over Fanty. Moreover, once she decided to consume her life force, Fanty couldn't keep up. You fucking bitch! Fanty screamed in annoyance. With an expressionless face, Waltz threw Fanty off. She would only be able to take Ananta and Sha with her if she could get rid of the nuisance in front of her. She would recoup and mend her body later. However, since she used exploding light, she only had a year or two of life left, but it was enough time to fulfill her revenge. The One-Horned Tribe had a forbidden Tendan martial arts skill which had overwhelming destructive power, even as it put the user's life in danger. There was a chance that Fanty would use this skill, but Waltz had already used exploding light, so there was no turning back. Mother's dying wish. Right now, only the thought of avenging the Summer Queen remained in Waltz's mind. Bam! Fanty vomited blood as he tumbled to the ground. In a flash, Waltz flew towards Sha. Ananta noticed her movements and quickly blocked Waltz's path using sky wings. I'll have to kill you first. Get away from me, you bitch! Just when the two women were about to attack each other. Rumble! Suddenly, darkness fell from the sky like torrential rain. Waltz immediately realized that it was an attack aimed at her, and she pulled back. At first, she'd planned to parry the attack, but the incoming force was stronger than she had anticipated. Boom! As Waltz expected, as soon as the black darkness exploded on the ground, it melted everything it touched. Waltz couldn't see the bottom of the holes that the darkness created. It was as if they were abysses. It was a terrifying sight, and Waltz looked up to see where the darkness had come from. Ananta also hurriedly raised her head. They soon saw the source of the attack, Yanwu, who was riding his bone dragon. Young? For a moment, Ananta stood stunned and wide-eyed when she saw the figure who looked like Zhongwu but with a completely different aura. Then, once she heard Cha Zhongwu's words, she clenched her fist. Ananta had been listening to Sha from time to time in her sleep. Yanwu had saved her and her daughter. He was also the person who brought Cha Zhongwu back. She felt a sudden sense of relief. On the other hand, Waltz's expression stiffened. Waltz recognized the bone dragon that Yanwu was standing on. It was the Summer Queen, the remains of her deceased mother. Wasn't it too pitiful that her mother couldn't even sleep comfortably after closing her eyes? Waltz grew angry at Yanwu's vicious act. Unconcerned about Waltz's thoughts, Yanwu descended from the dragon with his arms crossed. Domain Declaration. As the shadows spread across the ground, Yanwu's legion of undead souls rose one by one. The domain Bina has been declared. Pluto had gone to Olympus along with Athena, and the ghost giants had been mobilized to restore Tartarus, so Yanwu's forces were mainly made up of Bufaust's undead. However, this legion alone already boasted a considerable amount of power, and White Dragon quickly fell into chaos. They had already suffered a lot of damage from Ananta's wave of light attacks, and they couldn't avoid further injuries from this. Moreover, the White Dragon members found it difficult to shake off the vines that had risen from the shadows and wrapped around their ankles and limbs. The shadow was so swampy that it even seemed to suck their legs in. Damn it! Arg! Magic! My magic doesn't work! High above, Bufaust's inferno sight looked down at everyone, forming a large barrier over a huge area. As long as they were inside, it was impossible for the members of White Dragon to escape. Any attempts to use magic would instantly be cancelled, and there was nothing else to do but panic. Bufaust had not only absorbed the knowledge of the tower but also the Emerald Tablet, and by now, his magic ability level was so high that no player could fathom it. They were already like rats trapped in a pool of poison. Waltz clenched her jaw. As soon as Yanwu had revealed himself, she knew that everything was over. However, she tried to stubbornly refuse this reality and tried one last counterattack. SSS. All of a sudden, the bone dragon suddenly swung its wings and flew towards Waltz at a high speed. Waltz's expression stiffened, unsure what the bone dragon would do. As Waltz gathered magic power in her fist, the bone dragon suddenly became engulfed in light as it polymorphed. Once she saw the face of the polymorphed bone dragon, Waltz's expression stiffened even more. She never thought she would see it again. Mother! Waltz was dumbstruck. She couldn't understand what was going on. Extending her hand, the Summer Queen sent out a flurry of attacks towards Waltz without hesitation. The strongest flame-based magic, Hellfire, rushed towards Waltz. Chapter 613, Martial King, 7. Chapter 613, Martial King, 7. Whoosh! You're here! An exhausted Galliard watched Yanwu land on the ground. His body was covered in injuries from dealing with the attackers, and he was pale at the thought that Sha had been in danger. Yanwu nodded solemnly. Galliard explained the situation in a voice filled with guilt. As you can see, things aren't going too well. Thankfully, things have gotten easier now that you're here, but I still don't have the face to look at you. No. Thank you for what you've done. Please rest. Yanwu patted Galliard's shoulders and looked around. However, his expression was a lot tighter than usual. Although he had experienced many things in the tower, he had never been as angry as he was now. This was the only place in the tower that he had fond memories of. Even though most of those memories were of him getting beaten up, it was the place where he had met his gruff but caring teacher and had accepted Sha and the sick Ananta-like family. It was a place he could call home, since home didn't even exist on Earth anymore. He had never imagined it would end up in this state. When he had first received Doyle's message, he hadn't been too concerned. But when he heard the rest of the news, there was no way he could stay still. We have sensed movement from the guys that have been quiet all this time. Now, all of them are acting strangely. The Chest of Souls, the Dud Brethren, and even White Dragon, they're all moving in a very discreet manner, so it's hard to tell, but it seems like they have some connections inside the One-Horned tribe. The fact that the One-Horned tribe had a traitor wasn't something that could be easily glossed over. Immediately after Doyle contacted Yanwu, another apostle, Athena, contacted him. Uncle, Asgard is making strange moves. There are rumors spreading fast that they've cut off all communication in the heavenly world and closed off their society. I'm in the process of confirming it, but please be careful nonetheless. Both Faceless and Asgard were acting out? Was this a mere coincidence? Although they didn't seem to have any connection to each other, Yeonwoo had a strong intuition that none of this was coincidental. If that gut feeling was right, he couldn't disregard this matter because the plan to assassinate the Martial King was more elaborate and greater in scale than anyone expected. Doyle said that he would take Laputa to the outer district. He had everything prepared, so all he needed was Yeonwoo's approval. However, a thought occurred to Yeonwoo, and he stopped Arthea from moving. No. Arthea should fall back. There's something else you need to do. A clever apostle, Doyle instantly understood that Yeonwoo had another plan up his sleeve, stabbing in the back. What should we do? You can. Doyle and Arthea were now likely in the middle of carrying out Yeonwoo's orders, like Athena. She was carefully watching the overall atmosphere of the heavenly world, and Yeonwoo had given his permission to dispatch the soldiers if Asgard behaved strangely. Their allies had already said they would assist if the situation required it. The heavenly world was heavy with political tension due to Yeonwoo's interference, but it wasn't the time to be concerned about it. As the heavenly world and the lower world both moved according to Yeonwoo's orders, Yeonwoo appeared in the village of the One-Horned tribe personally to declare his domain and command the army of death to sweep away the enemies. This was the army that had already battled against the crawling chaos, Mother Earth, and other divine beings. Even though White Dragon was strong according to the standards of the lower world, their strength was nothing compared to those of the transcendent beings. Take care of everyone. Don't allow anyone to survive. The army of death quickly eliminated the players of White Dragon, faithfully carrying out Yeonwoo's orders. They swallowed the souls of White Dragon's players, causing chaos on the battlefield. Yeonwoo realized something strange was going on. Why don't I see Brahm? He should have appeared after sensing that Sha and the others were in danger, but it seemed that he wasn't aware of the situation. Even when Yeonwoo tried to connect with him, he could only faintly sense Brahm. It was impossible to send a message asking what he was doing. It was the same thing as before. The Sea of Time seemed like it was behaving unusually as well. Is it because of that? Yeonwoo realized he needed to look into the things that had happened while he was claiming Olympus. However, that would be a task for later. Right now, he needed to deal with his enemy's plans. Hyung? Suddenly, Cha Zhongwu's vestige body called for Yeonwoo. You. Yeonwoo stiffened at the familiar voice and turned to the direction it came from. He was going to ask what Zhongwoo thought he was doing to risk coming out into the real world. From what he knew, his brother wasn't stable enough to reveal himself. If Zhongwoo pushed himself too hard, it was possible his existence would be destroyed. That meant even if Yeonwoo managed to find Zhongwoo's soul, it would be impossible to restore his old memories. However, Yeonwoo didn't even finish speaking when he saw the person that Cha Zhongwoo's vestige was possessing. Ananta was looking at him, holding Sha tight in her arms. Are you, Zhongwoo? Cronus suddenly appeared in front of Cha Zhongwoo, his voice shaky. Zhongwoo's vestige's eyes grew wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Father? Why you really Zhongwoo? You? Why are you? Wait, why do you look like that? Cha Zhongwoo still believed Cronus was an average middle-aged man from Earth, and he was surprised to see Cronus with a spirit body like his. It was even more perplexing that his brother and his father were together. However, Cronus was too overwhelmed to answer his youngest son's question, and he simply embraced him tightly. Zhongwoo's vestige body was too surprised to move at first, then he quickly returned Cronus' embrace. Cronus had barely managed to arrive at this point after suffering so many tragedies in hopes of rescuing his son in the tower. Zhongwoo only wanted to return to the time when their family lived happily together. Even Yeonwoo couldn't help feeling moved as he watched the reunion between father and son, since he was the only one who knew and understood the truth behind both their actions. However, they were pressed for time at the moment. Zhongwu, let's save the greetings for later. I'll explain it to you as we go. Okay. Is there anything I can do to help? Cha Zhongwu's vestige left Cronus' arms and turned to Yanwu with a solemn expression. Yanwu nodded heavily. The spring you possess. Spring? Zhongwu looked confused, but Ananta understood what Yanwu meant. She untied the pocket watch around her neck and held it out to Yanwu. This is what you need, right, brother-in-law? Yanwu flinched at his new title, but he nodded casually and took the pocket watch. Tick. Tick. The hands of the watch were still moving normally. If he could take back the spring of time within the watch, Cronus' full resurrection would be possible. And as the successor to his achievements and legends, Yanwu would have the entirety of the throne of the King of Gods. Thank you. Please take good care of him. Ananta smiled at Cha Zhongwu's vestige body, which was now standing next to Yanwu and Cronus. In her memories, Cha Zhongwu had seemed heartbroken till the end, and she felt overjoyed to see him happy now. One couldn't help sharing in the joy of one's lover. Dad, Uncle, good luck. Thanks. We'll be back soon. Listen to your mother in the meantime. Cha Zhongwu bent and rubbed Shi's head, thinking how blessed he was to have such an adorable daughter. Cronus looked at his youngest son with envy and turned to Shi with an expectant expression. What about your grandfather? Anything for your grandfather? Who are you, old man? However, since it was Shi's first time to see Cronus, she felt shy. Cronus's face filled with despair. Yanwu ignored Cronus and spun Vigrid, forcing Cronus to the village with him. White Dragon wasn't completely defeated yet, but the Summer Queen and Boo/Faust could take care of things. ******. Treated like a stranger by my own granddaughter. Old man. I'm an old man? Yanwu felt his ears ache as he listened to Cronus muttering in despair, but he just ignored it and asked him a question. Father, so how do we restore the spring? It was easy to restore the spring of death inside of Vigrid since Yanwu had the domain of death. All he needed to do was connect the two and restore the functions. However, the same couldn't be said for the spring of time. It was a domain entirely unknown to Yanwu. He had no idea where to start, and he couldn't just force the spring of time out of the pocket watch because that would mean Zhongwu's vestige body would be in danger. He needed to find another way. I don't know. What? It's true. When I came up with this solution, I was too preoccupied to expect something like this. All I saw of the future was you entering the tower, and that's it. Yanwu's face tightened and he nodded somberly. If he had enough time, he would look for all the possible ways, but they needed a temporary solution at the moment, considering the situation they were in. Cha Zhongwu's vestige body was silent. He had probably returned to the pocket watch to organize his thoughts since he had learned so many shocking secrets. He likely needed some time to understand them all. Meanwhile, Yanwu reached the center of the village, where the duel for the throne was supposed to be. Capture all the traitors. Don't forgive them until they reveal how we can remove this barrier. Head Elder, we already told you. We don't know anything about this. Yanwu was greeted by the chaos between the two factions of the One-Horned tribe. The Baeksun family and their allies claimed that they were the wronged ones to the tribe members who surrounded them. However, the head elder and most of the tribe members didn't believe them. They even exuded a murderous aura, as though they would attack at any moment. The usual positive and light-hearted atmosphere of the One-Horned tribe was nowhere to be seen. There was only heavy tension as if they were all walking on thin ice. Then, the Baeksun faction began to go on the defensive. They didn't want to be mistreated any longer, and the head elder naturally thought they were rebelling and cornered them even further. Yanwu wondered if their enemies had been aiming for this as well. His draconic divine eyes saw something. And the backup? Where is the backup? You said someone would rescue me and my family. And that we would regain our positions in the future? Wait. This is more urgent? How long do we have to wait? That damned bastard Kane could be here at any moment? Wait. Hyena? But I will disconnect now? A faint red line most people wouldn't be able to see connected the Bikesun faction to White Dragon. It was a pairing line that didn't belong to the One-Horned tribe, since they only trained in martial arts and disregarded magic. This meant someone was delivering news to the outside. Player number's aura covers the village of the One-Horned tribe. The head elder, the Bikesun family head, and the other tribe members stopped growling at each other, surprised by the sudden storm of aura. They turned to see Yanwu. However, Yanwu paid them no mind as he stretched his hand out. The person who was on the other end of the pairing line floated up. It was the Bikesun family's royal successor, Zhang. Hey? Grandfather. Zhang. What are you? The Bikesun family head exclaimed in shock when his grandson was pulled towards Yanwu, but it was too late. Zhang's neck was already in Yanwu's hand. I caught you, rat! Yanwu's eyes flashed dangerously. Chapter 614, Martial King, 8. Chapter 614, Martial King, 8. Save me! Zhang's face had turned blue as he took the entire brunt of Yanwu's killing intent. There was a time when Zhang was considered a threat to Fanti since many people believed he had more talent than Fanti. However, after Zhang suffered a humiliating defeat to Yanwu, his prestige fell even further after he lost out to both Fanti and Edora. Eventually, Zhang ended up getting involved in things that he had no business doing. Demonic energy. Yanwu frowned as he looked down and felt the weak demonic energy emanating from Zhang. Yanwu wondered how Zhang had obtained such energy. Demonic energy was like a drug for players. It brought strength and pleasure depending on how it was used, but it gradually exhausted one's mind and eventually turned one into a demonic human. Zhang was in the stage right before becoming a demon. Just like an addict, Zhang's limbs shook as he emanated a low-quality, murky demonic energy. However, even low-quality demonic energy was still demonic energy. It tried to escape from Yanwu's grip, but Zhang and his demonic energy could not even fight Yanwu's overwhelming magic power. Did no one in the Bikesun family or any of the other tribe members notice Zhang's unusual state? There's no way they couldn't have known. Even if the demonic energy was barely noticeable, it could not deceive the senses that the tribe members possessed from birth. You! Get your dirty hands off my child! His eyes shining with anger, the head of the Bikesun family slammed his foot on the ground and flew towards Yanwu. Yanwu instantly understood what was going on. He helped his son hide it all this time. Even porcupines cared tenderly for their young. The One-Horned tribe was very proud of their martial arts prowess, and they despised all foreign energy, such as magic, looking negatively on learning anything related to foreign energy. That meant that if someone like Zhang, who was the son of a prominent family's leader, was dabbling in demonic energy, it would cause a problem. It was no surprise that Zhang's family covered up his actions. Clank! The head of the Bikesun family boasted a power comparable to that of a high ranker, but before he could even approach Yanwu, he was blocked by Shannon's sword, which came out of the shadow. Hey, old man! How dare you attack our king temper? Do you have some extra lives squirreled away somewhere? Shut up! Let go of my child right now! Hey, no one forced you to stab us in the back, right? You're in the wrong, so why are you shouting so loudly? Get out of here! The head of the Bikesun family tried to push Shannon to the side, but Shannon had already earned the divine domain of conquest, so it was difficult for a mortal to contend against him. However, even though he noticed the difference between Shannon and himself, the head of the Bikesun family clenched his teeth and threw out as many martial attacks as he could manage, all with the intention of saving his grandson. If you really want to stab someone in the back, you can't do it half-assed. You have to be like our king temper and do it perfectly. That's why you guys are amateurs. Clank! 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 Shannon smiled and spun Sword Breaker as he parried the attacks of the Baixian family head. As Shannon's status had risen, his martial arts skills also improved. He seemed happy with the opportunity to compete with a member of the One-Horned tribe. The head of the Baixian family couldn't save his grandson and his stomach churned. Elder! Put your weapon away! In the end, the Baixian family members could not bear to see their leader humiliated, and the members of the other families allied to them tried to come forward. Rumble! Whoosh! Before they could move, they were forced to stop by a blood lightning bolt that fell from the sky. In the place where the lightning bolt struck, the head elder growled as he looked at the traitorous tribe members. Don't even think of taking a single step forward. From now on, those who disobey my orders will be considered traitors. Crackle! Crackle! The blood-red thunderbolts that crackled around the head elder's body were so intense and hot that Fanti's blood lightning could not even compare. Even though the head elder's fighting spirit was so ferocious that it should have made anyone steer clear of him. I said stop. Rumble. The members of the Baixian family had to protect their family at all costs, so they tried to resist the head elder's fighting aura. However, they were quickly swept away by a sudden blood-red lightning bolt that left no survivors. Looks of surprise spread across the faces of the tribe members. The tribe had laws and customs which governed how families should act, and there were different types of punishment for different crimes. In most cases, the punishment ranged from detention to physical punishment. Getting kicked out of a tribe was usually the worst type of penalty. The death penalty was rarely practiced since they were a race with a limited population to begin with. Furthermore, they shared the same culture and values. However, the head elder completely disregarded their customs since there was one crime that allowed this type of retribution: treason. Anyone who sought to break tribal bonds and disrupt the order of the community was a traitor. The martial king had a laid-back temperament, and he turned a blind eye towards those who acted unscrupulously. However, the head elder strictly adhered to tribal laws and could objectively look at crimes without regard for family affiliations. He had a reputation for being fair and impartial, which was also why the Baixian family and others could carry out a duel for the tribe's throne. No matter how powerful the martial king's authority was, they thought they had a chance if they took advantage of the head elder's impartiality and law-abiding nature to limit the martial king. In fact, the head elder was such a rigid observer of rules that many in the tribe thought that he was close-minded. Thus, the head elder's swift action was enough to shock his own tribe members. Didn't you hear me say stop? Or does this old man look like an easy target since I've been quiet for a while? The tribe members recalled the head elder's nickname, the Blood-Red Philosopher. Despite the scholarly impression that the nickname had, it had been given to the head elder because he left a sea of blood behind him whenever he acted. His nickname and deeds were part of an older generation and they had almost been forgotten. However, the other elders and heads remembered the fear and terror that the head elder had once caused, and they could feel his palpable rage. While everyone was too stunned to move. Han Rui-yong. A shadow opened next to Yan Wu. Han Rui-yong appeared and bowed deeply in front of Yan Wu. Please state your orders. Make a path. Without delay, Han Rui-yong drew out the largest among his 9 swords and swung it. Divine and magic power were tightly compressed in his strike, and it pounded on the illusory barrier that imprisoned the martial king. However, he couldn't make a single scratch. Unhappy with the results, Han Rui-yong slashed several times more, but the barrier did not budge. It seems that we have to find another way? Han Rui-yong spoke through gritted teeth as if his self-esteem had been severely injured. Considering that each of his blows was comparable to sword thunder, it was clear that the enemy was prepared. Yan Wu was even more convinced about Asgard's participation, and he glared coldly at Zhang, who was still trying to escape his grasp. How do you open that barrier? Do you think you won't face any consequences from doing this? It's probably better if you answer my question. No? Answer me. How do I get inside? Do you think I'll talk? Let go of me. I guess it can't be helped. What? Crunch! He twisted Zhang's head around. Zhang! A mournful cry resounded from the head of the Baixian family. Summon of the Dead! Yanwu tossed Zhang's corpse to the ground and activated Summon of the Dead. The caste of the Black King trembled violently. Summon of the Dead has been activated. Who do you want to summon? Zhang. SSS. Ah! Why you, killed me? Zhang exclaimed with a shocked expression. However, Yanwu couldn't care less. Yanwu brought out the purgatory furnace and locked the soul of the young man inside. Arg! A scream floated out. After imprisoning Zhang's soul in the flames of the purgatory furnace, Yanwu interrogated him. The flames of the purgatory furnace had even made Viera Dune, who had once swallowed Mother Earth, spit out all that she knew even as she screamed in agony. Zhang was already addicted to demonic energy, and he was no match for the purgatory furnace's flames. In the end, Zhang's soul confessed all his sins to Yanwu and the tribe. So, in the guise of hyena, you provided information about the tribe to Faceless and the others, right? Were you involved in anything else? Why yes. Now that I've confessed, please make it stop? If you committed a crime, you should be punished. Wait. That's not what you promised. You said you'd let me die if I told you everything? Zhang's soul disappeared, screaming as it was imprisoned in the purgatory furnace. Everyone was silent, from the head elder to the Baixian family. Zhang's confession had been too shocking. He had revealed that he planned and executed all these horrendous things to become the tribe's next king. Once the assassination of the martial king was over, Faceless would sit on the throne, and Faceless had promised Zhang that he would be his successor. They would also use the inevitable confusion that would arise to chase out anyone from the tribe who was expendable. Faceless would also put his supporters in key positions in the tribe. It was nothing short of treason. The head of the Baixian family sat on the ground in disbelief. Not only was his precious grandson dead, but all the accomplishments of their family flowed out of their hands like sand. Gather them up. Those who resist must be disposed of. The judgments will be issued after everything is settled. The head elder quickly recovered and commanded his tribe members to gather the criminals. He thought it would take considerable effort and time to punish them. Zhang had told Yanwu how to cross the illusory barrier, and he quickly moved. Since the martial king was so great, Yanwu did not think he would be easily defeated. Still, a gnawing anxiety made Yanwu impatient. Yanwu had never felt this way before, so he wondered why he was so worried. It was driving Yanwu crazy. Han Ryong. I haven't been able to see Edora ever since we arrived. Find her. Your wish is my command? Yanwu also started feeling a sense of concern about Edora, whose presence he could not detect. We also don't know who provided the demonic energy to Zhang. Besides Asgard, another hidden force seemed to be involved. Yanwu reached out to the barrier, thinking that he should save the martial king first. Zhang didn't actually know how to break through the barrier, and he only knew of a spot where one could bypass it. However, only a few people could enter this way. SSS. Vigrid read Yanwu's thoughts and conformed to Yanwu's grip. Once Vigrid and Yanwu unified, Yanwu's consciousness expanded infinitely. The spring of death is at work. Whoosh! Yanwu swung Vigrid and opened up emptiness. He formed a path into the illusory barrier and was about to step through it when the head elder's voice spoke in his ear. Be careful. If they could come up with such an intricate plan, they're probably prepared for any surprises. Furthermore, Yanwu stopped for a moment. It seemed that the head elder wanted to say something, but he hesitated. It's nothing. Anyway, just bring back that stubborn asshole. Please? In the end, the head elder couldn't bring himself to say the words. However, Yanwu could feel a deep sense of concern in the head elder's voice. Yanwu nodded and pushed inside the barrier. Yanwu instantly smelled something burning. Chapter 615, Martial King, 9. Chapter 615, Martial King, 9. What's going on? Yanwu's eyes narrowed. The illusory world wasn't breaking apart easily. If the being who created the illusory world had an unrestrained consciousness, the illusory world could restore itself over and over no matter how much damage it endured. This was why those trapped in an illusory world could not use their full power. That was how the Monkey King's Exuvie had managed to seal the crawling chaos. Yanwu had already experienced the power of illusory change at the demonic sea, so he had already prepared himself for a struggle inside the illusory world. No matter how Yanwu looked at it, the situation seemed unfavorable. This air. It's all part of a holy territory. It's also a great holy territory that a huge society has unfolded. This must be Asgard's doing, those bastards. Yanwu realized right away from the rich divine power that Asgard had completely changed the level of the illusory world. However, he was alarmed to discover ruins within the illusory world, something that didn't usually happen. Despite its self-restoring power, the holy territory had been trashed. The land was already a horrendous environment. The ground had turned black, with large mountains and deep holes. The restoration that had attempted to proceed had been interrupted for some reason, and the half-completed areas only made everything look even more bizarre. Asgard's divine power, which filled the illusory world's atmosphere, was also in a strange state. One's divinity affected the characteristics of one's divine power, which could overwhelm the entire illusory world. Yanwu sensed that the divine power had been burned to a crisp, as though it were deteriorating. Perhaps it was the result of the battle between Asgard and the Martial King. Even Yanwu found it hard to guess just how intense and fierce the battle had been. Bam! 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 Whoosh! At that very moment, as if in reply, the clashes rang from afar. A shockwave reverberated, and even though he had already achieved unity with Cronus and was close to being a supreme god, Yanwu grew tense. Son, is that? Yes. I believe it's my master. I heard a lot of great things about him from you, but what the hell is this level? Can a mortal really possess this level of power? Cronus laughed in disbelief. Even he was surprised. Cronus had existed so long that many beings would find it hard to even guess his age. It was possible to say that Cronus had existed with the history of the universe, and he had overseen many worlds and ruled over many universes. He had seen and encountered many mortals, and before meeting Shinria and starting an ordinary family, Cronus considered mortals as insignificant as grains of sand on a sandy beach. His surprise meant that the Martial King's existence was beyond understanding. Are you sure he hasn't exuviated or transcended? Yes. I'm sure. If he had exuviated or transcended, Alforoni would not have let it go. That's true, but... Cronus let out a humph before continuing, you had a lot of influences and advantages from me and Zhongwu that allowed you to make such great achievements, but I can't fathom how a mere mortal with no background could rise to such a level. Cronus' words were filled with astonishment. Even if he's the descendant of Shea Haujintian. Ha ha ha. I've had such a long life that I thought I'd already seen everything? Yanwu rolled his eyes. It was true that the Martial King was great, but to Yanwu, Cronus was no less impressive. I've always known that Master's powers and abilities were spectacular, but is he really that great? Don't be silly. If he's already this powerful, then, once he exuviates... Cronus stopped speaking and clucked his tongue. He'd start at the King of Gods level. About as strong as I was in my prime? Yanwu listened carefully. Cronus was implying that the Martial King would bring out his full power and glory if he were to exuviate or transcend. And if he transcends? I guess he'd start at the Emperor level from the start, right? Cronus mused. Then, how strong is Alforoni if he can block a being like your master? As he listened, Yanwu flew to the source of the violent clashes. Bam! Where is Alforoni? Is he ignoring this because this world is outside the tower? Would such a nosy guy let this happen? Yanwu wondered the same thing that the martial king had. However, Yanwu didn't have much time to think as something like a burned piece of wood flew in front of him. Crack! Yanwu swung the grid to cut down the object flying towards him, however, it felt like he was cutting through a lump of sand. The burned wood shattered and scattered in the air before it even had the chance to hit the ground. Why you? Number. How the hell did he get here? At that moment, the three gods who had come to rescue the blackened firewood recognized Yanwu and froze in place, stunned, as though they couldn't believe how Yanwu managed to appear. They were completely dumbfounded. I see. Yanwu realized that their plan had been to quickly assassinate or capture the martial king and then retreat. After their defeat, Asgard had requested a peace treaty with Yanwu's allies, but behind the scenes, they were plotting with Faceless and others to attack the martial king. Asgard was likely hoping that taking some of Yanwu's allies hostage would give them the upper hand when it came to negotiating the peace treaty. Furthermore, Asgard was probably hoping to take their revenge against Yanwu by harming those close to him. In their arrogant eyes, the One-Horned tribe must have been nothing more than just a group of mortals. Despite the martial king's reputation, they probably considered him a simple target they could easily subdue. However, the martial king possessed such outstanding skills that even Cronus had been astonished. Thus, since their supreme god Odin was still under the influence of the heavenly demon disease, Asgard had realized too late and with great humiliation how difficult it was to capture the martial king on their own. Rumble! Before the three gods could even regain their composure, Yanwu swept them all away with sword energy and continued moving until he finally arrived at the epicenter of the battlefield, where the martial king was. Ha! 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 The martial king was breathing heavily. His torso was drenched in so much sweat that he looked like he'd taken a shower. The bulging veins on his muscles seemed on the verge of exploding. It was a terrifying sight. Steam rose from his body, illustrating just how fiercely he had been fighting. The martial king was so tired that he did not even realize that his disciple Yanwu had arrived. SSS. The gods that the martial king had just dispatched were reforming. When he saw that a battle was about to break out again, Yanwu was ready to jump in and assist the martial king. He gathered his sword energy when, unexpectedly, something shot at his blind spot. Whoosh! Son? At Cronus' warning, Yanwu quickly turned and deflected the arrow that had almost reached his forehead. Clang! The impact made Vigrid tremble violently even though it was full of magic power. Yanwu's expression stiffened. Bam! The arrow was not real, it was a bundle of light. Furthermore, it did not break and only changed directions, splitting into three before flying towards Yanwu's knee, chin, and forehead. Boom! Bam! 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 Yanwu layered sword energy onto Vigrid and tore through space as he tried to parry the arrows of light. He managed to destroy two of them, but the one flying towards his forehead split into multiple beams before his sword energy could reach it. The beams of light bent at odd angles to form a cage over Yanwu. It was as if mirrors had been placed around him. Yanwu had to create a swirling tornado of sword energy to destroy the beams of light. Once the cage collapsed, Yanwu was returned to the ravaged battlefield with its pungent, smoky air. He looked up. Bam! Someone quietly descended, and as soon as Yanwu saw that person's face, his own expression stiffened. It was the face of someone that Yanwu did not expect to see here at all. Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei the bow god slightly smiled as he raised his sun-shooting bow at Yanwu and pulled. It was the same arrow of light that had perplexed Yanwu just a moment ago. The aura Jiang Wei emanated did not seem like one from an individual player. Yanwu's eyes narrowed. No, you're not Jiang Wei. Who are you? The god who wore Jiang Wei's face smirked. We are called the Trinity Wonders. I am Ho Yi. Bam! Ho Yi let loose an arrow. A single beam of light penetrated the world. A disciple who knowingly walks to his grave to save his master. Martial King, you have a pretty decent disciple, no? SSS. Thor smirked as he restored his spirit body. The situation was going well for him. Thor had planned to capture the people Yeonwoo cared about and use them to gain advantage over him. However, Yeonwoo had appeared of his own accord. If Thor could get rid of Yeonwoo right now, he would do it. Thor and the others had prepared for this possibility, but he hadn't expected that it would actually happen, considering how clever Yeonwoo was. This disciple's heart was much softer than Thor had believed. "Foolish kid," the Martial King said as he read the situation. When the illusory barrier first appeared, the Martial King had overwhelmed Asgard's forces. However, while Asgard's forces could revive endlessly, the Martial King had reached his limits and was slowly succumbing to the environmental constraints of the illusory world. The Martial King grew more exhausted as time passed. He didn't even know how long he'd been fighting. It seemed like several months had passed. He was completely disconnected from the outside world, and the Hydra's venom and Gaia's curse were gradually eroding the Martial King's soul. Hydra's venom made even great gods shake with fear, and even with his ability to repel toxins, there was only so much the Martial King could do to keep the venom's effects at bay. At the same time, Gaia's curse tried to scatter the achievements that the Martial King had accumulated so far, which disrupted him as well. If the Martial King had been an ordinary mortal, Gaia's curse wouldn't affect him so badly. However, the problem was that his achievements were so vast that he could exoviate at any time. The One-Horned Tribe's martial arts was their medium for accumulating achievements. In other words, the Martial King's incredible martial arts level was built on his achievements. Thus, if his achievements were damaged, his martial arts would crumble. It was the same principle as Yeonwoo's skill, thought control. The fact that you're still fighting despite your sorry state speaks to your greatness. My peers and I all have to admit it, your power is astonishing, and it's a mystery why you're still immortal. Spit. You sure have a dirty tongue. Are you scared? Shut up and fight. No. Since number has arrived, our business with you is over? What kind of bullsh*t is this? The Martial King's face contorted. Didn't these bastards start the fight? And now they decided they didn't want to fight anymore? The Martial King's physical condition had reached rock bottom, and the rational choice would be to leave the battlefield. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Now that Asgard's forces were planning to focus their attacks on Yeonwoo, as Yeonwoo's master, the Martial King couldn't run away and save himself, leaving his disciple behind. However, Thor's smile became broader as if he already knew the Martial King's concerns. There is someone who's been waiting his turn, so you'll be fighting him? What kind of? The Martial King's words faltered when an unexpected person appeared behind Thor. Master, it has been a while. I'm not even sure how many years it has been. It was Nocturne. He was the Martial King's second disciple, and the Martial King had thrown him away, just as he did with his first disciple. However, unlike his encounter with the Sword God, the Martial King's eyes trembled. You. Actually, I didn't really want to see you like this. Nocturne glanced at the Sword God whom Thor was possessing before turning back to the Martial King. Nocturne spoke in a calm tone, I heard something unexpected recently. The Martial King was silent. I've been trying to recover my lost memories, but I heard that Master has always known about my past. You've been hiding something from me. Still stunned, the Martial King didn't reply. I guess what I heard was right. I didn't want to believe it. Nocturne smiled bitterly once he saw the Martial King's eyes tremble. Even though the Martial King had discarded him, Nocturne still saw the Martial King as his master and trusted him, but now, his trust in the Martial King was crumbling like a house of cards. Nocturne's expression grew cold as he spoke bluntly, there's a secret on the 21st floor, in the Shadow Dojo, that none of the ordinary players know, right? Nocturne, listen to me. In the final section where the number 1 player's simulation should be, Alforoni's simulation is missing. Nocturne's eyes darkened. Is that missing simulation, me? Chapter 616, Martial King, 10. Chapter 616, Martial King, 10. Nocturne's first memories were of someone's back. That someone had long, unkempt hair and was deep in thought. In a few moments, Nocturne would call this person his master. Are you awake? Sensing Nocturne's presence, the Martial King roused himself and looked at Nocturne. Where am I? An area outside the tower. It's the village of the One-Horned tribe. Thank Yug. Nocturne suddenly frowned as a piercing pain shot through his skull. He had a pounding headache and tinnitus rang in his ears. His vision grew so distorted, as though it were breaking up like static. After grabbing his head and pressing his temples hard, Nocturne realized something. He possessed no memories. Who am I? Where the hell am I from? My name. What is my name? For a moment, thoughts flashed through Nocturne's mind like afterimages. He felt like his mind was a tangled mess. His head grew hot as if a fever were coming on. Don't overdo it. What should I say? After calming Nocturne down, the Martial King scratched the back of his head as if something were troubling him. He asked, Some things happened, so I brought you here. Do you remember? Nocturne shook his head, dumbfounded. The Martial King was talking about him as though he were a stray kitten he'd brought home. Nocturne was initially a little puzzled by the Martial King's reaction. Later, when Nocturne understood the Martial King's personality, he connected this reaction to the Martial King's character and didn't think much of it. You don't remember anything? Then, stay here for a while. You can leave after your memories return. Thank you. Nocturne? Why do you have a name like that? It's so uncool. The first thing Nocturne did as soon as he got up from his sickbed was give himself a name. I can give you a cooler name. Like Rumble or Bam. How about it? If I recall correctly, Master has many disciples. May I ask what their names are? Fanti, Edora, Jang. Why? Are you playing a joke on me or are you just terrible at names? Of course, I was joking. You're all alone in this world with only a master, but you don't even show an ounce of respect. I never said that I would formally accept you as my martial arts master and become your disciple. After checking Nocturne's stats, the Martial King said that he was quite impressed with Nocturne's potential and asked him to become his second disciple. Nocturne had already decided to stay in the village until his memory returned, so the Martial King's offer did not affect his decision in any way. From Nocturne's point of view, the Martial King was qualified to serve as his martial arts master. Nocturne found it hard to measure the depths of the Martial King's skills. However, one thing bothered Nocturne about the Martial King, his dirty personality. Nocturne had heard that the Martial King had another disciple before, and Nocturne was amazed that someone could have developed properly under such a dirty personality. However, that disciple had persuaded the Martial King's brother to escape from the village together, so technically, the disciple had run away. Perhaps you. Are you going through puberty? I've heard about that condition before. I don't remember my own experiences, but those undergoing puberty feel as though black dragon flames are constantly roiling in the palms of their hands, or they feel like they've suddenly awakened from a past life. Are you having those impulses? Sigh. For a moment, Nocturne considered whether to strike the Martial King with the sword in his hand. However, Nocturne quickly realized that the Martial King would easily beat him to death if he tried it. Although the Martial King was the one who started it, he would never allow anyone to point a sword his way. Anyway, it did not matter for Nocturne. He was more focused on his own dignity. Nocturne was a typical introvert, and even though he had amnesia, he knew it would be easier to just overlook people like the Martial King. Fine. The name is yours to decide. I don't think it's something I should argue with you about. Shall I call you by that name in the future? The Martial King looked at Nocturne, who exhibited no reaction. The Martial King seemed to be thinking, I won't have any fun in teasing this disciple. Nocturne slowly nodded. Nocturne, a musical composition inspired by and relating to the night. The melody of a nocturne flowed as lyrically as the atmosphere and mystery of a quiet night. Since he was trying to recover his own memory, Nocturne could relate to such a melody, and he thought the name suited him well. He longed for the day when his wish of regaining his memory would come true. Someday, this dark, blind period would end, and a new light would illuminate his old memories. Ugh! The Martial King let out a long sigh and looked at Nocturne with an exasperated expression. You're going to leave? That's right. May I ask why? I have come to the realization that I will only be complacent if I stay here. It would be a waste of time. I am sorry for not being able to fulfill Master's wish, but I must also pursue my own goal. I felt something was a little off after you passed the 21st floor. The Martial King seemed to have more to say, but he lightly clucked his tongue and brushed his hair back before he continued, forget it. I was also thinking that it would be difficult to find the secrets of the Yin sword from you. Aside from that, you do know what it means to leave without my permission, right? Yes. Nocturne nodded heavily. In the One-Horn tribe, the relationship between a disciple and a master ran very deep. There were occasions when the relationship was deeper than one's relationship to a parent. For the One-Horn tribe, martial arts was everything in life. It was the only goal that they all pursued. One's master established and developed one's martial arts foundation, which gave them more significance than one's parents. If a disciple wanted to leave without the permission of their master, it was tantamount to abandoning their master's teachings. In other words, the disciple was refusing the master's help and declaring that they would never return. It also implied that the master and the disciple would essentially become enemies. The Martial King's expression was the most serious Nocturne had seen since he became a disciple. Nocturne, a disciple of the Cheongram family, the Martial King declared in a solemn tone, is hereby excommunicated. For everything, Nocturne audibly gulped to stop his rising emotions from surfacing. Nocturne did not know what he was feeling. Perhaps it was an emotional outburst before tears. Nocturne thought he had forgotten all feelings along with his memories, but that did not seem to be the case. Thank you for teaching me, Master. For a moment, Nocturne recalled his history with the Martial King. He had relatively fond memories. His album of memories only had a few pages, and the times he shared with the Martial King took up the most space. After that time, as he climbed the tower in earnest, Nocturne went through many ups and downs and formed numerous new relationships. Nothing compared to the days he spent in the village of the One-Horn tribe. He had often thought of those days whenever his journey became tiresome. It had been a time of peace and happiness. However, Nocturne eventually realized that happiness was nothing more than a deception. The sword god, whom Nocturne had only seen a few times, had come to Nocturne and told him a secret that no one else knew. Do you remember telling me that the One-Horn tribe had a secret passed down through the generations from a very long time ago? At first, Nocturne did not believe the sword god's words. However, instead of directly confronting the Martial King, Nocturne had made a few hints because he still trusted his old master. Bright Tai Chi Pangu sword art. However, once Nocturne mentioned the simulation on the 21st floor, he had immediately noticed the fleeting quiver of the Martial King's eyes. Thus, Nocturne's faith had been shaken. Shea Haojintian, the founder and one of the members of the Trinity Wonder, realized right away the importance of this sword art and gave it to his descendants with his bloodline, but none of them were ever able to penetrate its secrets. Although his faith was shaken, Nocturne's heart did not waver. To clear his mind, Nocturne deliberately spoke in a cold tone. I often wondered about it from time to time. Why couldn't someone like the master not understand the secret right away? Isn't that too strange? Aside from Alforoni, you are the strongest player. If it weren't for Alforoni's divine power, Master might have already surpassed him. Why couldn't Master understand the secrets of the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword? Nocturne had been convinced for a long time that the martial king possessed the power and ability to rival any of the great gods in the heavenly world. His current battle with Asgard already proved how great he was. If anyone in the heavenly world had heard and seen the events in this illusory world, they would have been shocked. Furthermore, if it came to martial arts power and force, Nocturne was certain that the martial king was already beyond Alforoni. There was only one reason why the martial king could not beat Alforoni: Alforoni's position. Alforoni was the nickname that everyone used to refer to the great being, although All for One was originally a term that referred to the divinity and legends that Alforoni possessed. As long as Alforoni possessed his divinity, no one, whether supreme god or ancient god, could overtake him within the world of the tower. The martial king had always been frustrated by this, and he had made every effort to surpass Alforoni's divine supremacy. The method the martial king chose to use against the seemingly insurmountable divinity of Alforoni was the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. I only realized later on. It's not that Master didn't understand the secrets of the sword art. Nocturne's eyes grew sharp. You understand the secrets, but it's impossible for you to learn them. The martial king's restlessness stopped. A silence passed between the two, and the corner of Nocturne's lips twisted upward. The reason is simple. Doesn't Shea Hao Jintian's divinity originate from the sun? The main purpose of the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword was to bring out the harmony of yin and yang. However, for Shea Hao Jintian's descendants, who were born with a yang-filled body, this area of study was virtually impossible. Even if the One-Horned tribe wanted to understand the secrets and practice the arts, their physical nature was too inclined towards yang. The innate qualities of the martial arts that the One-Horned tribe was blessed with became an obstacle to accomplishing Shea Hao Jintian's long-cherished wish. In the end, the only thing the martial king could achieve was the sword art that Edora trained in. Master found out about it too late, and you became frustrated. The bright Tai Chi Pangu sword was the only thing that could cut off Alforoni's divinity, but it was a treasure that you could never obtain. SSS. With each word that he spoke, Nocturne's aura emanated. Once, the martial king had told Yanwu that Nocturne scored 80 out of 100 points. This meant that Nocturne was one of the few beings in the lower world who could go toe-to-toe with the martial king. The great holy territory started to tremble wildly as though it were preparing the ground for this occasion. But Master never gave up, so you must have found another way. Since you couldn't learn it yourself, you thought it would be more effective to get a disciple to learn the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. Nocturne. So, after a long search, you took in a disciple who possessed a powerful innate sense, and his qualities were comparable to those of the One-Horned tribe. However, he was soon excommunicated because he couldn't fulfill your desires. Shouting, Nocturne cut off the martial king's calm response. Nocturne had always been composed, but he couldn't stop his rage from boiling over. In the end, your thoughts must have led you to the simulation on the 21st floor. If you could obtain the simulation, it would not only have enough talent, it would also possess the old data of the hated Alforoni, so it would be easier to figure out his weaknesses. Isn't this the case? The martial king was the reason behind Alforoni's missing simulation on the 21st floor. He had taken it out of the tower. Nocturne didn't know how the martial king managed to defy the tower's system. However, one thing was certain: he was just a lab rat, a test subject for the martial king. The martial king had treated Nocturne like a doll, pretending to give him love and sincerity so he could experiment on him. The times that Nocturne had tried to recall his lost memories, the nights he was consumed by nightmares, the tears of loneliness he'd shed, the moments when he'd sought his master's attention to fill the void inside of him, what did the martial king truly think of these times? Did the martial king laugh at Nocturne's struggle to recall memories that never existed in the first place? Did the martial king find it funny to watch a piece of data who wasn't even a real being trying to act like a person? Nocturne didn't know. No, he didn't want to know. Any further deception beyond this point would rip out whatever was left of him. Nocturne clenched his sword and screamed, "From now on, I will be your new opponent." I will grab onto your ankles so that you are buried in this place. Rumble. Master. The great holy territory shook violently. Nocturne's body began to crack open, light leaking through him, as though Alforoni had descended. Nocturne was exuviating. Chapter 617, Martial King, 11. Chapter 617, Martial King, 11. The Martial King's eyes widened. Usually, his emotions didn't waver, and even though he was shaken by the fact that Nocturne had discovered his true identity, the Martial King had largely kept his composure. Now, it was completely shattered. Exuviation. Nocturne had developed beyond when he was first pulled out of the 21st floor. Although he was completely unknown, he possessed enormous potential because he was based on such a powerful being, resulting in a steep rise in power. Nocturne had already fulfilled the conditions to achieve exuviation. Even transcendence was possible. This fact meant that another Alforoni could be born. This is madness. How could anyone allow another monster to be created? Can we really allow this to happen? Humph! Even the gods of Asgard snorted, sensing the threat that Nocturne posed. Some even looked at Thor as if asking whether they should intervene, but Thor shook his head firmly. Bang! Rumble! The Martial King moved quickly to stop Nocturne's reckless behavior. Boom! 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 However, half covered in a brilliant white haze, Nocturne violently smashed down with his sword. Although the Martial King would have normally thought twice about confronting this tremendous sword strike, he recklessly parried it, yelling out, "You stupid bastard! You're only giving Alforoni a reason to intervene. Why are you acting like this?" Nocturne smiled mockingly. Then and now, Master has always been afraid of Alforoni. What? Isn't Alforoni the only enemy in the lower world that Master could not defeat? I understand. I know that the fearless Master has always been in hiding. I also know the reason why you are so concerned about Alforoni. However, in an instant, the Martial King's face stiffened. You don't have to worry, Master. Alforoni will never come here. What? Unless we were idiots, don't you think we would have already made preparations? Only then did the Martial King realize someone who wasn't present had brought Faceless, Asgard, Nocturne, and even himself into this illusory world like chess pieces. Whoosh! At that moment, beams of light poured out of Nocturne and enveloped him. As the number of cracks that spread over his skin grew, all the fragments that made up his existence crumbled and disappeared. The aura of Nocturne's spirit spread out in all directions as light that assimilated with the illusory world. A new owner has been added to the great holy territory. An independent god, Nocturne, has formed a holy territory. Nocturne had achieved transcendence in tandem with exuviation. A new Alforoni existence had been born. I am soulless. Furthermore, my ego is a copy of another. I don't know how you managed to give me player status, but I am not a person. Nocturne's calm voice resonated like the real Alforoni's. The only thing that made Nocturne different from Alforoni was the blue light he emitted instead of Alforoni's gold. Who am I? What should I do next? Give me an answer, Master. The pressure that Nocturne gave off was the same as Alforoni's. The Martial King could feel it weighing down on his shoulders. The Martial King felt as if something invisible were binding his spirit tightly. Boom! Recalling the time when he had faced off against Alforoni, the Martial King immediately shot back to create some distance between himself and Nocturne. The difference between Alforoni and the Martial King was paper thin. The Martial King's skills were clearly superior to Alforoni's. In terms of martial art ability or aura, the Martial King did not lose out either. In fact, the Martial King was even stronger. However, there was one advantage Alforoni had over the Martial King: power originating from divinity. The power that Alforoni possessed as the Tower's apostle could overcome everything. In other words, Alforoni represented the Tower, and to the Martial King, Alforoni was an incarnation of the Tower's system. If Nocturne could wield the same power as Alforoni or even half that power, the Martial King had no chance of defeating him. Even if the Martial King successfully pulled off thought control, the system would override him within its confines. It was close to impossible to completely break the Tower's rule. This was the reason why all the gods and demons in the heavenly world, the conceptual and ancient gods unknown to the lower world, and even emperor-level beings could not overcome Alforoni. Everyone was essentially subordinate to the Tower's system. How could they possibly resist Alforoni, who was the will of the system? A prisoner bound in chains couldn't disobey his guard. Of course, to avoid being chained forever, the Martial King had sought to find the key to release himself from the system's shackles. However, the Martial King had not completed the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword, which he believed to be the key to freedom, and this meant he had to avoid a direct confrontation with Alforoni. Right. I knew you couldn't provide me with an answer. You never even thought you needed to. To you, I am just a lab rat. Once I no longer had any use, you threw me away. That was how you saw me. But Master? Although Nocturne's words weren't accurate, the Martial King could not reply. Nocturne was different from his first disciple, whom the Martial King did not trust because of his sly personality. The Martial King's third disciple always did better than expected, and the Martial King never had to worry about him. However, his second disciple, Nocturne, always made him feel concerned. Thus, there were many things that the Martial King wanted to say. He wanted to tell Nocturne that he was mistaken. He wanted to say that it was a misunderstanding, that he never considered Nocturne a lab rat. However, Nocturne seemed unwilling to listen to anything. The Martial King would have to force him to listen, but there was only one way to defeat Nocturne, who was essentially like Alforoni. The Martial King would have to also undergo exuviation and transcendence. He would have to go through with the process that he had delayed all this time. However, gulp. Damn it! The Martial King swallowed the blood that was threatening to come out from his mouth and flow down his lips. Gaia's curse was tying his hands. The curse was causing havoc in him, and the Martial King did not know what effects it would have once he became a god and possessed divinity. Faceless. Did his first disciple plan ahead for all of this? Even with this appearance, I still do not know my identity, who I truly am. This is because I never possessed a past. I was a lifeless doll from the start. Rumble. Nocturne did not pursue his master, and he stood in place as though he were alone in the world. He clenched his fists as he gathered his body's overflowing power in his hands, the power that made up all the worlds including the illusory world. Idea, moved. Boom. When he took a step, the air pressure grew stronger, and all the air currents in the illusory world rushed towards the Martial King to imprison him. Thus, I'll establish my identity from now on? Nocturne moved. I'll do this by severing all the ties I had in the past? The Martial King shot his hands towards Nocturne, who had suddenly cut through space and appeared in front of the Martial King. He now understood what the prophecies meant. One wrong step and this place will really become my burial place. For the first time, cold sweat trickled down the Martial King's back. Gaia's curse was still aiming for his heart. The Martial King clenched his jaw. He unleashed the 8 extreme fists. Boom. Bam. 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 Yanwu detonated his sword energy as he struck down the light that swarmed around him. Yanwu was shocked by the conversation between the Martial King and Nocturne. Alforoni's simulation. Yanwu recalled the 21st floor and his eyes widened. The Martial King had pulled off many extraordinary things, but how did he bring out a piece of data? Furthermore, how could that data have free will like a living being? Each simulation was nothing more than a program that executed a command to defeat its challenger in any way possible. However, no. Maybe that's not all. Yanwu shook his head as he recalled the simulations of his younger brother and the Martial King. His younger brother's simulation had smiled before being defeated. The martial king's simulation had ignored the set of commands governing the trial and developed his own martial arts with his ego. Yanwu recalled being driven to the brink by the martial king's simulation. Perhaps there was an error within the tower's system that normal players could not detect. Or maybe there was an Easter egg that had yet to be revealed. Whatever the case, the fact that a new Alforoni could be born was shocking. How the hell did the sword god know this information? Yanwu could only conclude that there was a hidden antagonist involved. What are you looking at? Just then, a terrifying voice echoed behind Yanwu. Turning your head in the thick of battle is the same as sticking your neck out and shouting out to the world to cut your head off. Son, behind you? Yanwu snapped back to his senses and twisted around at Cronus' urgent cry. Clang! Ye wielded his weapon, Justice, like a dagger and clashed with Vigrid. Jiang Wei. No, Ye, who was in the form of Jiang Wei, said with a smile, you're exactly like they say. You're very talented. I heard that you call yourself the king of gods now. I guess you possess the power to make that claim. Yanwu frowned as he gauged the power that was pressing against Vigrid. You heard. Ye did not answer Yanwu's question and only smiled strangely in reply. Yanwu became certain that Ye had joined forces with the hidden antagonist. Why is a member of the Trinity Wonder intervening here? Wasn't it one of your main principles not to intervene in tower-related issues? The status that the Trinity Wonder had within the tower was completely different from that of other gods. As pioneers who first opened the world of the tower to players, the members of the Trinity Wonder were objects of worship. For gods and demons, the Trinity Wonder was an abominable enemy, not much different from the heavenly demon because the members of Trinity Wonder were little more than guards watching over them. The seat of the sun, Shea Haujintian. The master of the moon, Yiyat. The first to set foot in the underworld, Yama. All of these beings had once been followers and vassals of the heavenly demon. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they represented the will of the heavenly demon, who had built the tower and trapped the gods and demons before bringing players from various universes and dimensions inside. In other words, these three created the tower system on behalf of the heavenly demon. In the world of the tower, they were the creators. Yanwu had to cry foul at Ye's participation. However, Ye's answer surprised Yanwu. That was the situation at first. What? But now I'm starting to wonder if the system is really working the way that guy wanted it to. That guy? Yanwu understood that Ye was referring to the heavenly demon. The tower's floors and trials have not been working properly for a long time. They've become stagnant. The heavenly world is busy consolidating. Things are different from the ideal we pursued. That's why I've set out personally to fix the issues. Yanwu couldn't understand Ye's meaning. Ye laughed bitterly. Well, I don't really expect you to understand. Let's just say we have different opinions. Otherwise, why would I have worked with my mortal enemy, the Chan sect? I've moved on to another place now. Ye meant that he was pursuing something personal. When he read the revelations in the Chonggong library, Yanwu had gained a vague understanding of the secrets of the universe's creation. Yanwu also had an idea of the role that the heavenly demon had played then and how Shea Haujintian and Ye had supported him. In the process, Ye had reached the supreme god level. Perhaps, Ye was close to entering the emperor level now. The power that Yanwu sensed through Vigrid seemed to support this. Ye was not an opponent that Yanwu could take lightly. Moreover, considering that Shea Haujintian had completed the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword, which even the martial king had yet to master, and that Ye stood shoulder to shoulder with Shea Haujintian, Yanwu could feel a deluge of curses springing up to his throat. If Yanwu was right and Alforoni was the son of the heavenly demon, it meant that the heavenly demon and his gang were in control of everything. Anyway, we only want one thing. Whoosh! Ye was not only good at archery but also in various martial arts, and he could easily cross swords with Yanwu while speaking in a cold voice, to bind you here so that you can no longer intervene. What? You've been chosen. Yi of the Sea of Time is looking straight at you. Yanwu's eyes widened. Who would have guessed that this name would appear? Yanwu gritted his teeth as his anger grew. He didn't know what they were aiming for, but one thing was clear, he couldn't allow them to bind his hands. Domain Declaration. The domain Bina has been declared. Yanwu spread his shadows in all directions. The ghost giants appeared with roars at the swamp of darkness, summoned from Tartarus. The gods of Asgard hurriedly turned in their direction. Even though the ghost giants did not receive any orders, they realized what they had to do and rushed to trample the gods. Boom! 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 Sixth step Dragon Body Awakening. All powers released. The speed of the winding of the Spring of Death has accelerated. After pushing Yi back, Yanwu unleashed the sixth extreme of the 8 extremes of Sword Thunder. Rumble. Humph. Yi had anticipated a strike on his head, and he raised his protective barrier. However, unexpectedly, nothing happened. Where is it going? Yi wondered if Yanwu was aiming for Nocturne, so he hurriedly looked in Nocturne's direction. However, this wasn't the case either. Instead, the sword thunder fell on Thor Sword God. **T. For the first time, an expression of concern appeared on Yi's face. The sword god was the being who had established the illusory barrier. If I can't get to the Martial King, I'll just bring the whole illusory world down. At that moment, Thor was dealing with Valdibish and more than 10 other ghost giants. He wasn't expecting an attack, and Sword Thunder instantly tore him to pieces. Crack! 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 Cracks spread along the illusory world. Perceiving the heavens. Using the power of perception that Yanwu had achieved after integrating the various eyes he had accumulated thus far, Yanwu succeeded in discovering and destroying the core that even the Martial King hadn't figured out. SSS. Yanwu relentlessly swung the grid, detonating sword energy from the first extreme to the sixth extreme, one after another. The illusory world was stained with Yanwu's signature blackish-red light. Boom! 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 Chapter 618, Martial King, 12. Chapter 618, Martial King, 12. When sixth extreme of Sword Thunder fell on the Sword God's head, he was not too concerned even though it was unexpected. This was his illusory world, and it was a space where he could recreate his illusions. No matter how many times he died here, as long as his consciousness remained, he could be revived. The illusory change the Sword God learned from the rabbit in the demonic sea was a turning point in his development. The power that the other world god had left in the demonic sea was truly incredible. Furthermore, Thor was protecting him. However, the Sword God could not wrap his head around the fact that the youngest disciple of the Martial King had grown so strong. Yanwu possessed a power comparable to that of a god. The Sword God believed that Yanwu would even be able to contend against the Martial King, a being who was so powerful that it was hard to believe he was a person. Soon, it will all be over. If only I could defeat Master and take his achievements. However, it's not unreasonable to think that I can pull this off. And if I add his youngest disciple? The Sword God felt that it was inevitable that the Martial King would fall. The Martial King was like a fly caught in a Venus flytrap. Moreover, the gods of Asgard were reviving over and over. Nocturne had awakened as a new Alforoni, Gaia's curse was slowly suffocating the Martial King with each passing moment, and the air of the Great Holy Territory was gradually eroding the Martial King's inner energy. Everything was leading to the Martial King's eventual death. Anyone who died in this place would become a new member of Faceless family. That meant the Sword God's power would rise over time, and as his abilities grew, he would be able to fully utilize Gungnir and the other things the rabbit had given him. The Sword God's spirit tingled with anticipation and glee as he imagined how much growth he would achieve through his cannibal skill. Additionally, Yanwu possessed a power that even made Asgard wary of him. Since Yanwu and his familiars had stepped foot in this place, they would not be able to escape. They would also belong to the Sword God. The sword god was imagining how he would become the king of the lower world, defeat Al-Foroni, and become the first to step foot on the 78th floor in a long time. After that, he would also put the heavenly world beneath his feet. By reigning over the world of the tower, all the wishes that he could not fulfill in the past would come true. I'll be the first to gain the achievements of a god through the accumulation of martial arts. Arg! Thor is screaming. However, the sword god's daydreams were disrupted, and he snapped back to reality when he heard Thor's scream. Although Thor had been killed several times by the martial king, Thor had never uttered a sound, even if he did clench his teeth. Screaming was beneath a lofty being who was supposed to lead Asgard in place of Odin. Thor was too proud to do anything that would hurt his image, and yet he had screamed as though he'd received a direct blow to his divinity. That's impossible, isn't it? At that moment, the sword god felt the pairing between him and Thor break. Thor was returning to the heavenly world. The sword thunder had cut off all connections to his incarnation, sending Thor back to the heavenly world, suffering damage to his spirit. Since his descent had been forcibly terminated, Thor paid a huge price. He might have even suffered a hit to his divinity and perhaps fatal injuries. This was so unexpected that the sword god was confused. How did Yeonwoo see the pairing? How did he see through the core of the barrier? The martial king couldn't even do it. The sword god wanted to scream, but there was no time. If Thor's connection to his incarnation could be cut off without even a chance for him to resist, what would happen to the sword god, who served as his incarnation vessel? The sword god tasted the pain of his spirit being ripped to pieces, a pain that was beyond the one he'd endured at the Summer Queen's hands. The sword god did not realize that Yeonwoo possessed the incredible superpower known as perceiving the heavens. The sword god also did not know that Yeonwoo had already visited the demonic sea long before he did and learned illusory change. Moreover, Yeonwoo had undergone intensive training to make illusory change his own and thus had countermeasures in case others used illusory change against him. As a result, the sword god's consciousness was being dismantled. And no. This was the last scream that the sword god would make. The core of the illusory barrier has been forcibly removed. Caution! You must return the core to its original position quickly, otherwise, it will not function properly. The absence of a core will result in the degradation of the components of the illusory world. Caution! Replace the core. If the core does not exist, all functions granted to the illusory world will immediately stop working. Caution! Immediately replace the core. What's going on? Thor. Where did Thor go? With the death of the sword god, all illusory changes stopped. It was an utter disaster for Asgard. They had fought recklessly and without care because they were relying on the illusory change to revive them. As cracks and rifts appeared in the illusory world, all the protection and blessings that had been supporting the gods of Asgard ceased. The function of the Great Holy Territory has been weakened. The function of the Great Holy Territory has been weakened. Protections will disappear. Blessings will disappear. The law of causality is being implemented to create a heavenly environment. The scale of the Great Holy Territory has been reduced and downgraded to a holy territory. The function of the holy territory has been weakened. Pairing with Thor has been disconnected. Reverse summoning shall begin. To prevent this situation, the sword god had entrusted Thor with the illusory world's core. The gods of Asgard were shocked when they realized that Thor had been hurled back to the heavenly world, and panic ensued. Sweep them all away? For our god! Fight and death? The ghost giants did not skip a beat and took full advantage of the opportunity. They were all fiercely loyal to Yeonwoo, and they did not approve of Asgard's underhanded machinations. Besides, didn't the giant race always have a hostile relationship with the heavenly gods? The ghost giants were eager to sweep away the gods and trample on them. Boom! 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 Bam! Bam! The ghost giants smashed down, using the weapons in their hands to crush the gods. And from the sky, whoosh! The dragon of death, Kalidas, swooped down and covered the battlefield with fire to destroy the gods. Everyone, calm down. Form a formation for defense. They're scum that we have already exterminated once. Do we want to be remembered as fools trampled by such unworthy things? Amid the chaos, the god Heimdall tried to encourage his fellow gods. Their confusion was mainly due to the sudden shaking of the holy territory, not because they lacked power. Thanks to Gungnir, the holy territory remained, so not all of the blessings and protections disappeared. Because of this, the gods of Asgard quickly gathered into a formation to defend and attack at the same time. The spring of death is spinning faster. Yeonwoo wasn't about to let the gods do whatever they wanted, and he sent out a flurry of sword thunder strikes. Bam! 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 Boom! Each time Vigrid swung, thunder rumbled as though it were tearing everything apart. The blackish-red thunderbolts fell like droplets of rain on the heads of Asgard's gods. Bang! Ugh! Damn it! Ah! Tear! It'll be dangerous if we're summoned back to the heavenly world like this. Tear? The gods had already seen Thor suffer a forced disconnection, so they did not easily give up their own pairing connections. Whenever a sword thunder strike flew towards their pairing, the gods tried to minimize the damage by twisting their bodies and shielding the pairing. However, their range of movement was limited due to the ghost giants. In the end, those who could not avoid the sword thunder strike were forced back to the heavenly world. As the pairing connections were severed, the gods disappeared from the battlefield one after another. Pew! 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 The beams of light that Ye fired approached Yeonwoo from all sides. Yeonwoo changed the direction of the sword thunder strikes that poured down on Asgard. Soon, the sword thunder strikes slammed straight to the ground. Boom! In an instant, a crater appeared, forcing up a dense plume of dust that obscured Yeonwoo. Beams of light carved out countless holes in the wall of dust. From a distance, it looked like a beehive. However, Yeonwoo was nowhere to be found inside. Crack! Jiang Wei! Ye felt a biting shock when he heard Yeonwoo's voice behind him. Yeonwoo had fooled Ye's senses and moved behind him. It had been a long time since he'd been tricked like this, and Ye was thrilled and infinitely happy to face off against such a strong opponent. His fighting spirit and strong desire for victory as a warrior emerged. On the other hand, Yeonwoo did not care what Ye was thinking, nor did Yeonwoo know what the Sea of Time was up to. Yeonwoo was fully consumed with the thought that he had to immediately get to the Martial King. I have a lot of things that I need to talk with you about. But now's not the time. Yeonwoo was speaking to Jiang Wei, who had killed Yeonwoo's lover. There was a mountain of things Yeonwoo had to resolve with the guy who had turned a 5-year-old child into an orphan. However, at this moment, Yeonwoo had to put all that aside. His grudge with Jiang Wei was rooted in the past. However, his relationship with the Martial King was the present. Whoosh! Clang! Unfortunately, my apostle said that I shouldn't let you go. He mentioned taking revenge for his sister. Ye quickly twisted his body back and blocked Vigrid with justice. His squinted eyes seemed to challenge Yeonwoo to escape this predicament. Jiang Wei, Ye's apostle, was praying earnestly to the god he worshipped, asking Ye to kill Yeonwoo and avenge his sister's death. However, Ye did not try to kill Yeonwoo right away. To do that, Ye had to be prepared to take on a lot of damage. Furthermore, there was a chance that Ye himself would be the loser. Ye realized that Yeonwoo was a strong being, and he couldn't guarantee victory. Of course, Ye was obliged to comply with his apostle's request. Ye had chosen Jiang Wei as an apostle in the first place because Ye had seen the secrets of the heavens at the time, not because he particularly liked Jiang Wei. His purpose was to hold Yeonwoo back, and he thought that this would be enough. Ye had been a hunter, and he had led a warrior's life, traversing the entire universe to seek his enemies. He was such an incredible fighter that even the Jade Emperor and the Chan sect gushed over his achievements. Prince Neza, who was one of the Chan sect's 3 leading gods, had once been Yi's disciple. Thus, Yi was planning a hit-and-run strategy to buy some time until all the plans that he and the Sea of Time had put into motion were completed. However, if you want to try hanging onto me, try. Yanwu snorted and suddenly let go of Vigrid. Yi's justice involuntarily moved forward. Yanwu took that moment to contort his body, and he narrowly escaped the area. Vigrid fell to the ground. Unity has been cancelled. The spring of death has stopped operating. Not knowing what Yanwu was up to, Yi quickly turned his head, filled with foreboding. However, Yanwu's gaze was not on Yi yet, but on the Martial King, was battling Nocturne. Soon, a chain separated from Vigrid and shot upward. Yanwu quickly grabbed the end of the chain and linked it to the pocket watch he had just pulled out of his pocket. Click! Connected with the spring of time. The spring is in a state of disrepair. Many features are unavailable. With divine power, some of its functions have been restored. Crank! Crank! And with the sounds of broken cogs turning. The spring of time is operational. Turning at double speed. The speed of light has been achieved. Poof! SSS. Yanwu was completely separated from the real world, and the time in his immediate vicinity accelerated rapidly. He turned into a black-red beam of light, and in an instant, Yanwu shot towards the Martial King and Nocturne. Yi couldn't catch the beam of light. By the time he noticed it, it had already disappeared from his sight. Ugh! Yi sighed in despair. Chapter 619, Martial King, 13. Chapter 619, Martial King, 13. He's accelerating the time of the world around him. Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He had never seen anything like this before in his life. Even gods were hesitant to deal with the area of time because the winding spring of time corresponded with the fundamental principles of the universe. If one wanted to do something with time, one would have to find a large society willing to take on the huge number of laws of causality or find others who could share in the penalty that would come with breaking the natural laws. How was Yanwu able to adjust time? Of course, Yanwu was not utilizing the larger spring of time that operated the universe. He was turning a smaller spring of time, one that affected him and his surroundings. However, that alone was absurd. Didn't this mean that Yanwu possessed a greater amount of time than others? If Yanwu applied this to his attacks, no one would be able to withstand them. Yi did not understand how Yanwu was doing this. It did not appear to Yi that Yanwu had acquired the divine domain corresponding to time or any special powers related to it. It also didn't seem like this was something that Yanwu had just discovered. Yi could see Yanwu's afterimages as he shot forward as a black-red beam of light. However, although the afterimages had Yanwu's face, they had an entirely different aura. Although he had many questions, Yi quickly moved his hands to stop Yanwu from escaping. It was impossible for him to catch up with Yanwu but not for his weapon. The property of Yi's weapon, Justice, was light, specifically, moonlight. At night, there was no place the moonlight did not reach. There was also no place that Justice could not reach. They say he's the youngest son of the King of Gods, Cronus, and heir to Cronus' inheritance. Maybe he gained some abilities and skills from that. After collecting his thoughts, Yi pulled his bowstring back before letting go. The arrows of light erupted into dozens of light beams that fell on Yanwu's head. The winding speed of the spring of time has increased. The current speed has increased 4 times. Bam! Whoosh! However, the only things that the light beams struck were the afterimages. The light beams pounded into the ground, forming craters everywhere. In a state of panic, Yi pulled on his bow and let loose more attacks. Pew! Pew! Whenever Yi shot off new rounds, Yanwu sped up the spring of time and avoided the attacks. Even with the heightened sense and eyesight of a hunter, Yi was starting to lose track of Yanwu. Then... rumble! Ugh! Feeling motion sickness, Ye suddenly inhaled. The entire illusory world was shaking. It appeared as though the illusory world would collapse at any moment as it swayed violently. Ye looked up at the sky, where cracks were spreading at a fast rate. He hadn't noticed them before. Enormous shocks from the outside are continuing. The holy territory is collapsing at a faster rate. The function of the holy territory has been weakened. The function of the holy territory has been weakened. The minimum conditions required for the holy territory's functions have not been met. The holy territory cannot maintain itself. The holy territory has been downgraded. The territory will revert to the illusory world. Illusory change no longer applies. The law of causality has been reinstated. Those who have descended do not have the proper qualifications and commensurate level of the law of causality to maintain their status. Those who have descended are being returned to their original locations. Their descent has been cancelled. Ye felt the power draining from his body. It was as if a hole had appeared on the bottom of a water jug and water was leaking out. Ye had been able to descend because of the earnest wish of his apostle, Jiang Wei, and the illusory change that the Sword God had established and maintained as the core. With the Sword God dead and Asgard's holy territory collapsing, it was difficult for Ye to maintain his presence in this place. Well, to some extent, I achieved what I wanted, no. Ye felt it was a pity that he could not continue fighting with Yanwu. However, from the start, he'd only wanted to hold Yanwu back for as long as possible to buy some time. Ye felt that he had accomplished this. The Sea of Time had joined these beings for their own purposes, and working with Faceless was nothing more than a means to an end. Ye firmly believed that he would have another chance to meet Yanwu. He prepared to return to the heavenly world. No. Don't leave. Suddenly, Jiang Wei, who was in the corner of Ye's mind and reading his thoughts, screamed out urgently. You're a god. You're the god I worship. I am your believer and apostle, so you must grant my wish. Where are you going? Jiang Wei did not normally lose his composure, and he was behaving in a completely atypical manner. Jiang Wei realized that his opportunity to get revenge on Yanwu would be slim to none if Ye left right now. The initial plan to assassinate the Martial King had failed once the Sword God died and the illusory world started collapsing. Although Nocturne was still there, Ye did not see how he could utilize Nocturne. Ye had only planned to make Yanwu angry with the Martial King's death, not because Ye had any special grudges against Yanwu. If nothing happened to Yanwu even after the Martial King's death, Ye still wouldn't benefit. Thus, Ye no longer felt tied to the operation. Even if Ye were willing to join in a future operation, it seemed highly unlikely that there would be one. The ghost giants were rooting the gods of Asgard. Faceless various spirits, which had become vessels for the descending gods, would eventually perish. The chest of souls and dead brethren would soon fall as well. Even if they were somehow lucky enough to escape this place, there was a limit to avoiding the eyes of Arthea, who would soon rule the world of the tower. Even if one hid successfully, one would have to live quietly in the darkness for a lifetime. Knowing this, Jiang Wei understood that it would be impossible to seek revenge for his sister's death in the future. Unwilling to accept this reality, Jiang Wei desperately implored and prayed for Ye to stay. Something had to be done now. Oh, that's right. You're here. Ye remembered Jiang Wei's wish and smiled bitterly. However, Ye's answer was not what Jiang Wei hoped for. The time in the Sea of Time refers to a prophecy. Do you know what it is? Jiang Wei did not care about some concept of time or prophecy. Although he was surprised to find that a clan operated by players was suddenly being utilized as an extension for a society of transcendent beings, he was an independent non-affiliated player and couldn't care less. The prophecy was written at the very back of the Revelations. It is the apocalyptic prophecy that the darkness that exists in the corner of the tower will awaken again. Hence, I'm running around trying to kick up a storm. What? It means that, for the sake of such a prophecy, I took you on as an apostle. You're pretty much an atheist, and the prophecy was telling me that if I took you on as an apostle, it would bring us all closer to the end. And the prophecy has come true, so, I no longer need you." Jiang Wei was speechless. "Still, a relationship is a relationship, so I want to tell you one thing before I leave. I am a wise elder as well as a warrior. I can't stand underhanded people. If your true feelings for number were rooted in a competitive spirit, I would have tried to help you somehow." Even after this, a wry smile appeared on Yi Ye's face. "However, your heart is filled with pure jealousy. I don't think there's anything else I can do to help you." Wait! Trying to delay Yi Ye, Jiang Wei screamed. Poof! However, Yi Ye had already returned to the heavenly world. Jiang Wei collapsed on the ground. His channeling with Yi Ye, who had always provided Jiang Wei with strength, was abruptly cut off. This meant that Yi Ye had cut ties with Jiang Wei without hesitation. What do you expect of me? What am I supposed to?" Jiang Wei screamed. He had never meant to leave Yanwu behind in an isolated place back then. Jiang Wei had wanted to stay with Yanwu until the end. Although Jiang Wei tried to protect Yanwu, the conditions did not allow that to happen. The enemy's encirclement was closing in and choking them by the minute, and Jiang Wei's comrades insisted that they could only survive if they abandoned Yanwu. Thus, Jiang Wei had abandoned his superior, his sister's lover, and the stepfather of his niece. Even though Jiang Wei explained all this, Yanwu did not listen. Since Jiang Wei was in the wrong, he was fine with Yanwu considering his words as little more than an excuse. Jiang Wei felt that it would have been acceptable if Yanwu had just told him to take his life. All Jiang Wei wanted was for Yanwu to hear him out. If Yanwu had given him a chance to atone, he would not have gone this far. Thus, Jiang Wei had struggled against Yanwu, and the situation only grew worse. At the same time, Yanwu was responsible for what happened to his sister, who was trying to help them reconcile. Yanwu had never shown any regret for this, and to Jiang Wei, Yanwu was the reason for everything bad that happened to him. However, Jiang Wei's inner, seething anger did not last long. "How interesting!" A low voice rang out. A large shadow covered Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei hurriedly turned his head. He saw a ghost giant, several meters tall, looking down at him with a horrible smile on his face. Nocturne's offensive attacks were fierce. Each time the golden beams of light that symbolized Alforoni fell, they exploded everywhere. The Martial King unleashed his 8 extreme fists and avoided some of the attacks, parried others, and counterattacked. However, the Martial King couldn't reach Nocturne, whose entire body was covered in a halo of light. In a way, attacking Nocturne was more difficult than attacking Alforoni. Although the powers Nocturne exhibited weren't at the same level as those of the real Alforoni, Nocturne's martial arts were all principles that he had learned and acquired from the Martial King. Moreover, Nocturne had gone past the stage of harmony with the Martial King's martial art and had already turned it into his own unique martial arts form. Like a bird perched on a mountain peak looking down, Nocturne had already achieved an extremely high level of martial arts. Boom! 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 An additional problem for the Martial King was that each time Nocturne attacked, Gaia's curse would act up more and more frequently. If the Martial King solely focused on suppressing Gaia's curse, he would have likely succeeded. However, the Martial King had to focus on dealing with Nocturne. Whoosh! Nocturne slapped the Martial King's hand to the side violently. Using that brief opening, Nocturne spun around like a top towards the Martial King. Nocturne thrust the expanding golden light from his glowing hands into the Martial King's chest. Great Hand Mark! Boom! 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 The Martial King hurriedly raised the blade of his hand and deflected the Great Hand Mark attack. However, it was not possible to completely avoid the impact, which penetrated the Martial King's body and disrupted the flow of his inner energy. The Martial King was injured internally, and blood began to trickle down the sides of his mouth. While Martial King was stunned for a moment, Nocturne swung a beam of condensed light in the form of a sword at the Martial King. Dividing the heavens. The strike was similar to the first principle of the martial king's 8 extreme fists. Whoosh! The beam of light cut into the martial king's left side. The entry of the cut was small, but it was deep. Blood gushed out and instantly soaked the martial king's top. It was the first time the martial king had bled in the illusory world. He had suffered many minor scratches, but this was the first time he had suffered such a deep wound. However, as if he was just getting started, Nocturne launched a series of offensive attacks. Boom! 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 Rumble! The battle proceeded in a one-sided manner. Numerous wounds started appearing on the martial king's upper body. Blood splattered, and his inner energy seeped out from his injuries. The martial king scowled. This is fucked up. I'm being pushed back by an ex-disciple. I must look so old and useless. Gaia's curse was no longer just poisoning him, it had spread to the injuries all over his body. He felt like his spirit was being strangled. Nocturne wielded the powers of Al-Foroni and used the martial arts of the martial king. He was much stronger than the martial king. If only the martial king could also achieve exuviation and transcendence. Although the martial king could still stand his ground, the situation was growing dangerous. He wondered if it was time to attempt exuviation and transcendence, something he had been putting off for a long time. Al-Foroni hadn't shown up, and it was becoming increasingly clear that he could not intervene. The martial king came to his decision. There was no longer any need to wait. Unfortunately, Gaia's curse was ravaging his body. If it's just exuviation, it should be all right. After organizing his thoughts, the martial king's eyes widened. His pride would not accept his ex-disciple treating him like this. Besides, he could not lose out to his mortal enemy's simulation. Flash! A brilliant light rose from the martial king. It was light dispersion. Nocturne knew this occurred when one attempted exuviation, so he quickly stepped back without continuing his attacks due to the lingering respect that he had for his ex-master. Rumble! As evidence of the martial king's great achievements and lofty status, a tremendous amount of energy rippled through the illusory world from his exuviation process. The illusory world could not withstand the shockwave and collapsed. See Chief. What is this? The one-horned tribe members who were waiting outside the illusory world looked at their chief with astonished expressions. As the martial king's formidable aura expanded in all directions, it covered the entire village and threatened to envelop the entire area outside the tower. Boom! At that moment, Yanwu suddenly appeared behind Nocturne. How? When? Nocturne turned around too late, bewildered. He hadn't detected Yanwu's movement because he had been too focused on trying to keep the martial king in check. Yanwu moved much faster than he expected. If not for his transcendent level sense, Nocturne would not have sensed Yanwu's arrival at all. Furthermore, the time of the area surrounding Yanwu was rapidly accelerating. The spring of time is operating at full speed. The current speed has increased 8 times. The spring of death is winding at a fast speed. The two springs are operating at the same time. Your body is overloading. Caution! If the two springs operate too quickly, the stress on the gears will be severe. Caution! The speed of the two springs may inflict enormous damage on your divinity. Caution! The two springs. Yanwu tried to unite with the pocket watch in his left hand and Vigrid in his right hand. It was not easy to wind two springs at the same time. Yanwu was searching for something to help him. Bam! Like the martial king, Yanwu's body was overwhelmed by a black-red light. It was Yanwu's light dispersion. He was attempting exuviation. Rumble! Vigrid, which had grown more intense from the accelerated speed, flashed out with a sword thunder strike. Chapter 620, Martial King, 14. Chapter 620, Martial King, 14. I had no intention of exuviating in this place, but, Yanwu felt the invisible restraints that bound his spirit quickly being released. It was the same feeling he had felt in the Chonggong library, perhaps even more intense. Yanwu felt like he was being liberated from everything and ascending to a higher position. Yanwu was beginning to feel the principles of the world that had been hidden from him, and he also felt his senses expand infinitely into the wider universe and all the dimensions. When Yanwu tried exuviating in the Chonggong library, he had only tasted an elevated level of power. Now that his spirit had reached a stage of maturity, Yanwu could experience more things. Yanwu had planned to conduct his exuviation and transcendence on the 77th floor, when he clashed with Alforoni. Yanwu had planned to free Count Ferenc from his imprisonment, gather others who were willing to attack Alforoni, and restore most of Cronus' lost power. Moreover, Yanwu planned to raise the power level of his familiars as much as possible. Yanwu realized that he only had one chance to challenge Alforoni, and he wanted to be as prepared as possible. However, since he had run into Nocturne, Yanwu decided to try exuviation. In fact, Yanwu thought that this turn of events and sudden decision worked to his advantage. Wasn't Nocturne a clone of Alforoni? If Yanwu dealt with Nocturne, he would be able to clearly understand Alforoni's weaknesses. Gaining this insight would increase the odds of defeating Alforoni. As a result, Yanwu had shot out a sword thunder strike while in an accelerated state. Yanwu attempted exuviation while he was overloaded with power from his two springs. Yanwu's current physical body made it too difficult to properly control the two divine domains that Cronus had possessed, so Yanwu was planning to contain as much of them as possible through exuviation. Yanwu also expected to reach the seventh step of the dragon body awakening through exuviation. However, what is this? The restraints that should have been released had stopped loosening. Yanwu expected to feel a sense of liberation, like a bird breaking out of its shell, but instead, he felt more cramped, as if an exterior force were holding the shell in place, not allowing it to crack. At that moment, Yanwu realized that something he couldn't see was interfering with his exuviation. The changes in the environment during exuviation had stopped. What was it? Was Alforoni going to appear? Time difference. Yanwu analyzed his situation in an instant. Once he realized something was off, he quickly accelerated his thought process to find the cause. When he finally pinpointed the force, Yanwu quickly turned his head to look at it. It was the Martial King, who had already undergone a similar level of physical change. The Martial King was gazing coldly at him. "Don't disturb me, kid." The Martial King sounded like he was scolding a little child, speaking with the aura of a wild beast that did not want to lose its prey to another. "This is my fight. Don't even think of butting in." At that moment, Yanwu's accelerated sense of time went back to normal. Bam! The Martial King finished his exuviation and was preparing to advance. Boom! It was nothing like anything Yanwu had seen before. When the Martial King stamped on the ground, several kilometers of land sank. The One-Horned Tribe's village also turned into a crater, dust rising as the Martial King's actions created a huge whirlwind that spread out in all directions. All the remnants of the illusory world shattered and collapsed. Whoosh! A tremendous pressure descended from the sky and pushed down on the bodies of all beings outside the tower. The pressure fell upon Yanwu, cancelling his exuviation. It fell on the One-Horned Tribe members. It fell upon the ghost giants and the gods of Asgard who were fighting each other. Even Nocturne felt the sudden pressure. The pressure even reached the world of the tower. The Godly Society Malak has received a strong shock. The Godly Society Deva and all its affiliated members have received a strong shock. The Godly Society Chan sect has been thrown into a state of panic from the overwhelming pressure. The Demonic Society El Infernal is remaining silent. The Demonic Society Niflheim collectively lets out a deep sigh at the new existence. Vimalasatra is showing his admiration. Sir Nuno's eyes widen. All the gods are searching for the source of this disturbance. All the demons sense the Martial King's existence and exclaim in amazement. The heavenly world has entered a state of panic and pandemonium. Several floors of the tower have malfunctioned. The martial king had only undergone exuviation, not transcendence, and he had only become a demigod. However, this was enough for the martial king to suppress and overwhelm all those around him with his power. It felt as if no one but the martial king existed in the world. Although Yanwu was often linked to the word disaster, this was a more appropriate term for the martial king. He was a disaster that engulfed both mortals and transcendents. Yanwu understood why the martial king had prevented his intervention. Even though Yanwu was concerned about him, the martial king did not require any help. You said that you would become my new adversary, right? Crunch. Crack. Every time the martial king stretched his neck, it made loud cracking noises. The martial king smirked as he cocked his head. Let's see if you can back up those words. Let's start round 2, my disciple. Boom. The martial king suddenly appeared in front of Nocturne and a punch flying out. It was just a simple strike, but its power was formidable. Since Nocturne was enveloped in light, no one could see his expression, but everyone could tell that the martial king now had an overwhelming advantage. Boom! They clashed with each other over and over, and soon, the martial king ripped off Nocturne's right arm, tossing it in the air. It was around that time when Yanwu received the martial king's message, which didn't arrive through the usual inner energy. The martial king was using a form of telepathy through his will. Watch me fight carefully. Observe everything, don't miss anything. The martial king's power made Yanwu wonder if Cronus had been anything like this in his youth, although it seemed that the martial king was even more powerful. Although Yanwu did not fully understand the martial king's order, he opened his eyes wide. Bam! 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 Each of the martial king's punches shattered space, each kick made tornadoes rise. Nocturne looked like a lone sailboat caught up in a large storm at sea, completely overwhelmed. Yanwu now fully understood why Cronus had sighed when he looked at the martial king. The martial king had already reached an incredible level. This was probably also the reason why a barrage of heavenly world messages continued pouring down. The celestial scribe of Malak Metatron is silent. The head of El Infernal Baal is drooling. Even the leaders of the heavenly societies who represented absolute good and absolute evil were expressing their shock. Yanwu had already felt that he reached a level that allowed him to nip at his master's heels, but, in one moment, his master had moved far ahead once again. However, something still nagged at Yanwu. Master is, still getting stronger. Even though the martial king had only gone through exuviation, he was countering Nocturne's attacks with increasing ease. Yanwu was not sure if the martial king was still completing his exuviation or if it was due to something else. I've thought for a while that the martial king really doesn't seem like a mortal. Did I really act so pompous in front of such an individual? Damn! I might have been sent to the underworld if I had continued behaving like that. Cha Zhongwu was sharing some of Yanwu's senses, and he swallowed audibly. Cronus stayed completely silent. Another telepathic message arrived from the martial king insisting that Yanwu focus on the fight. For a while, I only spoke of certain things with my wife because I didn't want to look weak. Yanwu wondered what the martial king was trying to say. Although he was fighting a fierce battle with Nocturne, he could still chat leisurely with Yanwu at the same time. Yanwu could even sense the martial king smiling playfully and acting as he usually did. However, Yanwu could also sense anxiety behind the martial king's words or an emotion that was hard to express. I essentially disappeared from the outside world because I realized that I couldn't overcome Alforoni, no matter what I did. What? Yanwu's eyes widened at the martial king's unexpected words. Don't act so surprised and listen carefully. Yanwu was dumbstruck. One thing's for certain, if Alforoni and I fought based on pure power alone, I'd win for sure. I'm sure of it. You know how powerful I am, right? However, I might win a battle but, in the end, I'd still lose the war. It's because of that damn divinity that Alforoni possesses. All for one, such a stupid name, right? All things existing for one being. Who the hell thought up such nonsense? However, Alforoni truly has achieved that? Yuanwu was puzzled. He's the incarnation of the tower system. Some of the code of the tower system gained its own will and assembled itself into a player. It gained power and created an ego for itself. Part of the tower system had become a player. Yuanwu recalled the first time he'd met Alforoni. Alforoni had been wrapped in light, and Yuanwu had sensed countless beings within that light. Alforoni's voice was also ambiguous enough to make it difficult for Yuanwu to distinguish Alforoni's sex or age. Yuanwu now realized that Alforoni wasn't a human being at all. Wait. If this were the case, what was Nocturne, who was supposedly Alforoni's simulation and possessed a human form? Alforoni can use his internal code to log into the tower system and do whatever he likes. This is how he managed to separate the earth and the sky and used the 77th floor as a dividing line? Yuanwu was stunned. It doesn't stop there. Once one enters the tower, whether one is a player or a native, administrator, transcendents like gods and demons, and even the one-horned tribe members and myself, either we're absorbed into the tower system or affected by it. In other words, all of us are essentially worshipping the tower and placing our faith in it. Ah! It was only then that Yuanwu realized why, despite his overwhelming strength and skills, the martial king couldn't surpass Alforoni. At its most basic, faith meant belief in a god, but in a broader sense, it could also be described as many beings perceiving the existence of a god. Divinity was the ability to change the world since it functioned as the laws and rules of the world, allowing it to operate properly. If many mortals perceived that divinity and held it in high esteem, the influence of that divinity on those mortals would grow. The greater a divinity's influence had on a mortal, the stronger its existence would grow. The tower system was in the best position to mine and amass a tremendous amount of faith. Many players, as well as gods and demons trapped in the heavenly world, had no choice but to recognize it. If there were enough beings offering their faith to the tower, the system could operate as an entity that strengthened itself day by day. Since he was a creation of the tower system, Alforoni would also benefit. All for one. The all referred to all the beings residing within the tower. The one referred to the tower system, which was essentially Vivasvat himself. No matter how high and mighty the martial king grew, if he continued to place his faith in the tower system, the martial king would never be able to overcome Alforoni. This was the same situation for anyone who existed within the tower. After realizing this early on, the martial king chose to go into hiding despite his enormous power, feeling disappointed at the cruel reality. It was probably the same for other contenders that existed before the martial king, the Summer Queen, the Vampiric Lord, Count Ferenc, Faust, everyone. However, this doesn't mean that there isn't a way to defeat Alforoni. The tower system needs to depend on something to keep operating, after all. Yuanwu could guess who the martial king was referring to, the heavenly demon and Trinity Wonder. My ancestor, Shea Haojintian, left behind the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. With that, one can cut off Alforoni's divinity. However, I can't do it because the one-horned tribe has been blessed with an opposite ability which prevents us from understanding the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. No matter how hard we try, we can never truly master the yin sword. The martial king's voice gradually gained strength. But you're different? Yuanwu could sense the pride the martial king felt for him. You've gone above and beyond my expectations. You've already risen to a state where you can compete with this master of yours. If you properly consume all that you have and make it yours, you'll be able to realize the yin sword. So? The martial king paused for a moment before continuing. I want you to observe the fight between Nocturne and myself and figure out everything that he possesses. You must find out the missing piece to comprehending the yin sword and completing the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. You should only start your exuviation after you've achieved this. Understood? The martial king's voice and his words landed heavily on Yuanwu's chest. This is the last lesson I will give you as your master? Last lesson? Master, what the hell are you going to do? Realizing that the martial king was saying goodbye, Yanwu hurriedly tried to approach him. The demigod Neu has declared his great holy territory. The new aura that the martial king released engulfed the surrounding area and completely separated the martial king from Yanwu and the other members of the one-horned tribe. Whoosh! A great holy territory. The martial king isolated Nocturne and himself from the outside world by forming a dome with his powers. Yanwu was now only a helpless bystander, and he clearly understood that this was the martial king's way of saying goodbye. Boom! Bam! 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 This damn teacher! What the hell are you doing? Open it! Open it! Yanwu's scream resounded with sadness. No matter what Yanwu did, the barrier would not go down. It was too damn strong. Who'd he get that from? His voice sure is strong. Ha! The martial king smiled as he watched Yanwu screaming his lungs out outside the great holy territory. He then looked down at the cracks spreading along his body. The fragmented pieces of his body and spirit were hanging together so precariously that it seemed as though they would instantly crumble if touched. The martial king was imploding. He'd planned on simply going through exuviation, but he had already reached a much higher and stronger level than he himself had been aware of. His exuviation was greater than most beings' transcendence, and this unexpected amount of power made his spirit develop too steeply and suddenly. Even the martial king couldn't stop it, and he'd inadvertently entered the stage of transcendence. The martial king instinctively knew where he would end up, the emperor level. As long as his transcendence continued up towards the rarefied air that few reached, the martial king's spirit would also grow and develop. The problem was that Gaia's curse was also developing at an equally rapid rate, distorting his legends until his transcendence led to his own death. The martial king was exasperated by this. He had finally gone through the exuviation and transcendence that he had put off until he could surpass Alforoni, and he'd been looking forward to this for a long time. However, he had started the process haphazardly in a place that he never expected. Anyway, that's why supremely talented people like me have to face so many problems. The martial king did not know whether to laugh or cry. His wife's prediction that the martial king would perish was coming true. However, the martial king never expected it would happen like this. Such a bad wife! Why does she have to be so good at her job? The martial king grumbled and then smiled as he thought of something. Even if I implode, if I leave a strong impact and inheritance for someone, I won't disappear completely. Won't my legends live through him? If that's not immortality, then what is? The martial king hated feeling like he was just following orders. It hurt his pride, and he tried to find a different way of gaining immortality through his one and only disciple. This way, he would prove his wife's prediction wrong. The martial king smiled brightly as he remembered that the psychic medium was watching him right now. Wife, are you watching? I'm going to show you that I won't perish after all. Chapter 621, Martial King, 15. Chapter 621, Martial King, 15. Following Yanwu's instructions, Han Riyong searched for Edora. The unstable pairing he had with Yanwu told him that something unusual was going on, but he was more intent on carrying out Yanwu's orders than returning to find out what was wrong. After all, Han Riyong's presence would probably not make much of a difference to Yanwu's situation. Moreover, Han Riyong felt a strange sense of anxiety as he continued his search for Edora. Something's strange. Is this everything they planned? No, it can't be. There's probably more. Yanwu and the others were busy preventing more incidents from occurring in the village, but, if one took a step back, a couple of things didn't seem to make sense. First, who was behind this operation? At first glance, it appeared to be Faceless, who enlisted the help of White Dragon and the Dud Brethren, planning everything with a mole within the one-horned tribe. However, when Han Riyong thought about it, Faceless seemed to be a red herring. Han Riyong had once served as the saber god of the Chang'e Wado, and he knew very well what the sword god and spear god were like. At the time, they considered themselves apex warriors and rulers. However, after Red Dragon destroyed the Chang'e Wado and Han Ryeong became Yanwu's familiar, Han Ryeong realized that he had been little more than a frog that lived its entire life inside a well. Han Ryeong was skeptical about Faceless' ability to involve the godly society of Asgard. Although Faceless possessed Gungnir, a great divine weapon, that alone wasn't enough to mobilize an entire godly society. Furthermore, the risks that Asgard was taking to fight Olympus and Yanwu, who claimed the throne of the King of Gods, made it absurd that they would join this operation for a minor reason. There's someone behind all this. I'm certain. The information Faceless had given Nocturne about his origins was not something he could obtain on his own. So far, only 2 people had reached the last section of the 21st floor. Additionally, either the player or the simulation had to die in order to exit the section. In other words, there were only 2 people who could know what the last section was like, the Martial King and Yanwu. The Martial King was the one who had taken out Alforoni's simulation. Yanwu hadn't fought Alforoni's simulation because it was missing and left the floor tied with the Martial King in the first place. How could the Sword God, who didn't rank as high, know of Nocturne's identity? Han Ryeong felt that it didn't make sense. Nor did it make sense that anyone else would know the truth. Han Ryeong could only conclude that a greater being who could look down upon the lower world had intervened. That being was also great enough to intervene and bear a large amount of the penalty that came from the laws of causality. How many such beings were there? Which of them were willing to go to war with Olympus? Only a being who didn't care about antagonizing Yanwu would plan such an elaborate conspiracy. Which society? Or was it an individual? What's more, whoever is behind the curtain hasn't made an appearance yet. The main purpose of this elaborate plan was not to assassinate the Martial King. His death probably doesn't even matter. It's just a smokescreen to hide whatever the main purpose is. They must be aiming for something else. The possible candidates flashed through Han Ryeong's mind. However, a large concern overshadowed his thoughts. If the people behind the curtain were targeting someone, it was easy to see who it would be, the psychic medium. She was the person who maintained the principles of the founder, Shea Haojintian, and possessed the eyes to protect his tribe. Moreover, her eyes were not inferior to Alforoni's 1,000 Li eyes. Bam! Once Han Ryeong arrived at the spirit pond, where the psychic medium was supposed to be, he realized that he was right. Oh dear! You figured it out much sooner than I expected. A grotesque figure with wrinkled, copper-colored muscles and a bald head with flopping bunny ears waved warmly. It was Laplace. 6 equally grotesque beings were gathered around him. Their eyes glittered sharply. Ugh! Ha! Ha! A bloodied Edora panted violently as she propped herself up with divine evil. There were several badly wounded tribal warriors around her, and slumped on the ground was the psychic medium, whose hands were over her eyes. Tears dripped through the gaps between her fingers. Boom! 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 Why? Waltz managed to scream out. Why, mother? She wanted to know why her mother, whom Waltz had trusted and depended on so much, was standing with her enemies. The White Dragon members who risked their lives to help Waltz were already dead. The Summer Queen's magic spells had swept them away without a trace. Even as they collapsed with screams, they could not understand why the Summer Queen was acting against them. Why wasn't the Summer Queen on their side? Maybe the enemy was manipulating her, or perhaps they were using the Summer Queen's weakness against her. If the Summer Queen had only told her loyal subjects, they would have done something. During Red Dragon's heyday, they had already decided to sacrifice their lives for the Summer Queen, and they had followed Waltz after the Summer Queen's death because they saw the eldest of the Summer Queen's children as her legitimate successor. This was the reason why White Dragon continued to maintain some semblance of stability despite all its defectors and rapid collapse. However, since Waltz did not inherit the powers of the Summer Queen, Waltz often wondered if the Summer Queen was displeased with her or had another heir in mind. Regardless, Waltz chose to remain loyal to the Summer Queen. However, the Summer Queen's actions shattered everything Waltz believed in. Despite the Summer Queen's ugly skeletal appearance, she did not appear agitated nor controlled by the enemy. Even the way the Summer Queen utilized magic and used dragon fear was no different from her prime, before she lost her dragon heart. The last dragon, the Summer Queen who ruled the world of the tower for over 1,000 years, had returned. One by one, the former subordinates that she had nurtured herself melted from her attacks. In the end, only Waltz remained. However, Waltz was teetering precariously on the cusp of death, and her death wouldn't be unexpected. Waltz had been disadvantaged from the start. Most of her power originated from the Summer Queen, and her fight with Ananta had already reduced her stamina. Furthermore, the black flames that swept the earth and devoured everything in sight encircled her, leaving her no way to escape. There was only one reason Waltz was holding on. She wanted to hear what the Summer Queen would say. Why was the Summer Queen standing with the enemy? And why had the Summer Queen mercilessly forsaken her clan? If the Summer Queen told her that they were too weak and didn't meet her standards, Waltz would understand and accept the Summer Queen's response. Thus, Waltz waited for the Summer Queen's answer. Boom! 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 Perhaps thinking it was a waste of breath to offer an answer, the Summer Queen continued to unleash a barrage of hellfire with an indifferent gaze. Request for help! Request for help? Suddenly, through her connection, Waltz received an urgent message from the clan's headquarters on the 76th floor. What? No way! The floating castle, Laputa, has broken through our defensive barriers and has entered the 76th floor. Our headquarters is under attack. Requesting help? The Fantasy Regiment has also breached our defenses? The other organizations and clans affiliated with Arthea are also appearing. Iron Throne, Children of the Forest. Damn it! There are too many? We repeat. We repeat. Arthea is attacking our headquarters. We request immediate backup, Arg. Q Queen? It's too dangerous here. Queen, please evacuate as soon as... Crackle. 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 The messages, which had been flowing out one after the other with an increasing urgency, were soon replaced by static noise. At that moment, Waltz realized what was happening. As her squad attacked the One-Horned Tribe, Arthea was attacking their empty headquarters. Waltz should have conducted a hit-and-run operation and left the One-Horned Tribe's village quickly, but she had lingered for too long. Yuanwu had probably sent Arthea to attack her headquarters as soon as he appeared in the One-Horned Tribe's village. Now that Waltz's squad had also been annihilated in this village, White Dragon was finished. Won't you answer? We. In the end, we were all nothing more than expendable things to you. Ha ha ha. As she continued to deflect one attack after another from the Summer Queen with her high-level martial arts ability, Waltz's eyes gleamed coldly. The tears that formed in her eyes evaporated from the heat around her. Then, a plume of black smoke rose between the two, blocking their view of each other for a moment. Due to this, Waltz did not see the Summer Queen's trembling eyes. The Summer Queen had maintained an expressionless face up to then, but for the briefest of moments, her emotions had gotten the better of her. You're all the same! Waltz roared. Her voice seemed to be filled with anger, but in fact, it was filled with bitterness. Her parents had been abandoned by the One-Horned Tribe. Waltz had many people who pretended to care, only to abandon her as well when she was no longer a benefit to them. Waltz had slowly spiraled into despair. When she thought that all was lost, she had found a lifeline, the Summer Queen. Now, it turned out that it was nothing more than an illusion. Waltz had lived a life full of broken promises and unscrupulous people. Nothing was ever right in her life. Everything was always a mess. She had believed that she could overcome these disadvantages through sheer effort. If she clenched her teeth, did not give up, and continued to endure and persevere, she thought she would one day see the light at the end of the tunnel. She would break off all the chains that restricted her and proudly stand tall for everyone to see. She wanted to prove that even those who fell into the depths of despair like herself could stand proudly under the bright sky. However, it had all been for naught. She would die without accomplishing anything. Was there really such a thing as fate? If so, was it not too unforgiving? Too cruel? She hadn't done anything wrong. She endured each day that she was given and lived to the best of her abilities. Why did she have to live like this? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Waltz shouted up at the sky, but there was no answer. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Waltz burst into laughter, not because she had given up but because she felt an overwhelming sense of ridicule. She was laughing at the fate that shackled her and at whoever was playing tricks on her until the very end. Waltz knew there was only one way to end her damned fate and take away control from those who treated her like trash. During her life, she had control over nothing. However, she could control how she would die. Waltz let go of her lingering feelings. She ceased to resist and succumbed to the black flames. The black and red tongues of the fire greedily devoured her. It was hot and painful. But that was all. Despite the pain, her spirit was delighted since she could now see the end. She would finally be rid of all the things that tormented her and be free. Life was just a series of pain and suffering for Waltz. However, this freedom was entirely of her own will. It was her decision. Whoosh! When the black flames were about to devour the last remnants of her consciousness, Waltz saw the Summer Queen watching with a sad expression. She had already ceased her attacks by then. This expression was completely different from the one she'd worn earlier. Waltz felt incredulous. Why was she looking at her like that? Now that Waltz was dying, did the Summer Queen feel like her possession was being wasted? Waltz wanted to say something, but she could not get any words out because her vocal cords had already melted in the flames. However, another thought appeared in her mind like an epiphany. Waltz finally understood. Before the flames obscured her view, Waltz mouthed something. "Thank you, Mother." And with that, Waltz disappeared. The fierce black flames subsided in an instant. The Summer Queen stood and looked silently at the place where Waltz had been. She kept her mouth tightly shut with an expressionless face. A long time ago, when was it exactly? Around the time Naidu defeated his rivals and came to power, there was a small disturbance in the tribe. One of the kings who lost the competition for the throne defied tradition and started a rebellion, the head elder said as he appeared behind her. The Summer Queen shifted her gaze towards him. Her eyes seemed to be asking what his point was, but the old man ignored her and continued speaking. Of course, Naidu isn't the type to just let things be. In the process of stomping out the rebels, many members of the tribe died. When a new king gained the approval of the Council of Elders, all other contenders withdrew their claims and returned to their families, becoming ordinary members of the tribe. This was a tradition that had been implemented to prevent the competition for the throne from becoming too bloody and crowded. Moreover, because of the One-Horned tribe's general reverence for the powerful, contenders usually gave up their claims to the throne once they discovered that the new king was stronger than them. Rejecting this tradition not only challenged the authority of the new king but also the authority of the elders. Naturally, the martial king vented his anger, and the elders tried to squash the rebellion. But in the process, a couple ran away. When we tried to catch them, we found that they had a baby. Of course, I've been searching for that baby ever since. Why are you telling me this? You didn't want to pass on the burden you're experiencing to your precious daughter, right? You lived a life filled with unavoidable anger for many years. And that kid, the head elder spoke calmly as he adjusted his glasses. She's just like you. Even if you didn't give birth to her, wasn't she born from your heart? You probably couldn't allow yourself, or her, to continue living with such baggage. Without answering, the Summer Queen turned around, ignoring the head elder. Then, she returned to her skeletal form, flapping her wings and soaring into the sky. The head elder thought that he could sense loneliness emanating from the Summer Queen's disappearing form. Since he was her peer and once challenged her in the past, the head elder could guess what the Summer Queen was thinking to a certain degree. The elder took off his glasses and quietly covered his eyes with his hand. "My situation is no different from that stupid dragon." He wiped his tired-looking face as he moved slowly to another location. Just as the Summer Queen had made a tragic choice for her child, the Martial King had made a fateful choice for his disciple. The head elder prepared himself to watch the final moments of the tribe's king. The head elder had to make sure to uphold the Martial King's last wish. Wasn't that the head elder's job? The head elder also instinctively knew that it would be his final task, and he was committed to executing it properly. "Fanti?" "Yes?" A deep voice immediately replied. The head elder seemed to understand Fanti's feelings, which was why he was careful to say in a calm voice, "Once I give the signal, grab your hyung immediately." Chapter 622, Martial King, 16. Chapter 622, Martial King, 16. Whoosh! The Martial King felt the increased power flowing out of him. It's definitely different. He had already been satisfied with his achievements and had not put much thought into exuviation and transcendence. He did not lack power and could achieve exuviation and transcendence whenever he wanted. Moreover, if the Martial King did exuviate or transcend, he would attract Alforoni's attention. Without any way to counter Alforoni, he would be at a disadvantage, and as a result, the Martial King thought about putting off exuviation and transcendence until after he completed the bright Tai Chi Pangu sword. That was the extent of the Martial King's thoughts on the matter. However, as he rushed towards transcendence, the Martial King seemed to understand why so many beings wanted to reach this rarefied state. At the same time, the Martial King also understood why the idiots in the heavenly realm regretted the transcendence that they achieved. Transcendence could only be achieved once. Something that had broken out of its shell could not break out a second time. One was better off transcending only when one's spirit was complete. However, many of the higher beings who achieved transcendence were impatient to gain power, so they often rushed the process. The Martial King was the exact opposite of those transcendents. Although he had delayed his exuviation and transcendence due to Alforoni, the Martial King had already reached the limit of his spirit's growth. His achievements had continued growing, allowing the Martial King to accumulate an amount that put most transcendent beings to shame. Since he released all of it for his exuviation and transcendence, it was easy to imagine how massively explosive his transformation was. As power roiled inside him, the Martial King slowly walked forward. Thud! Thud! The earth shook at each step. The Martial King was confident that he could shake up the entire tower. It was a force that the Martial King had never felt before. However, if I make a misstep with this level of power, I might go straight to heaven. The Martial King frowned as he clucked his tongue. There was a joke among the one-horned tribe called ascending as a feather. It was based on a story about a feather that ascended to heaven due to its lightness and often applied to elders in the tribe who reached the heights of their powers only to quietly close their eyes and perish in the next moment. The Martial King had found himself in that exact situation. Even the slightest error in controlling his rising power would make him instantly implode. The speed of his power leveling was that fast. Although he was trying to slow down his transcendence as much as possible, the Martial King did not find it easy. "I only have," the Martial King quickly calculated how long he could hold out. About 5 minutes. It was less time than he expected, and the Martial King could taste the bitterness in his mouth. "I'll have to kill everyone in here within that time frame." Although he was disappointed that he didn't have much time left, the Martial King's eyes shone as fiercely as ever as he stared at the beings trapped within his illusory barrier. He had more than enough time to achieve what he wanted to do. Nocturne was not alone in the illusory barrier. The gods of Asgard were still there, and the Martial King thought that it was an opportune time to show off his tremendous powers to Yeonwoo and get rid of those who had put him through so much trouble recently. Damn it! Why is this thing not opening? Open! Open, Damn it! I've lost all connection to the heavenly world. I can't even sense it. Ah! Such a dumb situation. Why are we going through so much embarrassment in the lower world?